here. Thank you. Tame.
Morena koutou, manu kāwhe, tēnā koe, a me mō te taumihira, tēnā koutou, ngā me mō te hāpori o kirikiri roa, tēnā koutou katoa, tēnei te mihi atu kia koutou katoa, e mahi kahi mō te tāne nui o kirikiri roa, tēnei te mihi atu kia koutou. E te atua kārawa, koe nei mātou e tuku whakamoimiti kia koe ke manaaki tea mātou e whakahaere i te tāne o kirikiri roa, manaaki ngā tamariki mokopuna, ngā kaumātua katoa, koro wai tia i rungi te aroha me te rangi Māori. E manaaki i te kingi, e hikoe i rungi ngā kōrero o ngā rārangi kingi ko mene ki te pō. Tēnei te whare o te kingi hoki tūheitia e mihi ana ki te whare ariki o Ingarangi, ki tērā ariki a Piripi. E koro moi mai i tō moingaroa, tēnei Aotearoa e mihi ana ki a koutou o Ingarangi, e tangi ana mō te ariki His Royal Highness Philip, tēnei e mihi ana ki te whare kāwi ariki o Ingarangi, mai Aotearoa, mai mātou katoa. E nō reira, e te atua manaaki tia rātou katoa, manaaki tia mātou i rungi te tika me te pono, ko koe tō mātou piringa, ko koe tō mātou amorangi, anei mātou e whakawhetai i rungi tino tō mātou kai whakora, o ake ake, amen. Thank you everyone. Good morning. Tēnā.
Kia ora, Tame. Okay, good morning everyone. Just go through the usual items of apologies. We have apologies from Margaret Forsyth. I'll so move. Will someone second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Ewan. Pardon? Yeah, and for Councillor Naidu-Rowe for lateness. So we'll add that one in. Thanks.
Sorry, it's been suggested. Did you want to have a minute's silence for the Queen Prince Philip's death passing?
Yes, we could.
Yeah, I mean, I think just
Yeah, we could.
in the husband of our head of state.
Yeah, let me just get through a couple of these things and then I think we should do that. So as Tame said in his mihi whakatau, that sending our thoughts and well wishes to the royal family of England at this point in time as they mourn the passing of Prince Philip, and consequently on the day that we received that news, Rich and I spoke about it, and the flags went immediately to half-mast, so which they will remain there for the duration of this mourning period. So I invite us all just to take a minute's silence and reflect on what that means to the Royals of England, but also to the community, the English community and their family. Okay, everyone, thank you. Thank you for that moment. I have to say, what an incredible lifetime, but to pass on one day before your 100th birthday, that's pretty astounding, isn't it? However, okay, so we've done the apologies. We confirm the agenda is as follows. Confirm the agenda, noting that verbal submissions for item 7, the long-term plan, revenue and financing policy, development contribution policy and growth funding policy, verbal submission report. Item 8, the Development Contributions Policy Review from 2021 Submissions Report, and Item 9, the Growth Funding Policy Review Submissions Summary Report, are all to be taken simultaneously with the reports on these items to be considered and discussed in the verbal decisions all at the same time. And we are all familiar that the Item 10 revocation in respect to Māori wards will be taken on Thursday the 15th at 3 p.m. as previously advised, with a public forum to commence. I've given this some thought to accommodate the number of people wishing to speak, and noting that the subject matter has already been discussed and considered by Council. Speaking for a further public forum on this matter will be limited to 2 minutes per person at the discretion of the chairperson, restricted and prioritised to those presenting views not already heard or seen through the public forum. Additional supporting evidence may be circulated as part of that, but it's just to to ensure that we move forward without necessarily going over the same ground as well, because we'll have a lot of interest, okay? Is that, everyone understands that? So that's how we intend to proceed for anybody who's talking with people who are interested in attending that. But if in doubt, come through James, and we will, Richard and I will, and James will have a discussion about what's appropriate. Oh, and Becca, we've all been working on it to understand what's normal in these circumstances. Okay, so I'll move the confirmation of the agenda, seconded by Jeff, Deputy Mayor Taylor. All in favour? Opposed? Carried. Just to go briefly on the Chair's report, I was just going to take it, confirmation of the minutes of the 25th of February, pretty straightforward, and I'll so move. Councillor Bunting seconds. All in favour, say aye. The Chair's report is there. I'm going to just take that as read. Really doesn't say anything totally startling. So some move that that's be received. Councillor Deputy Mayor Taylor. All in favour? Opposed? Carried. Okay, so now we're getting into the verbal submissions, which will span over a couple of days. So at the end of the day, when we've heard all the people that are with us today, we will just adjourn and carry on tomorrow.
Two or three more days.
Yes.
Lined up.
Yep. Yep. Okay. Any questions, concerns, everybody? No? Thank you all. All right. Welcome, everybody. We now get into our hearings from our submitters. I think I've got the up-to-date list, so bear with me if I get a few out of order. But is Greg from the... He's on Zoom. Good morning, Greg.
Is it for me to start?
Absolutely. Thank you.
Right. Well, thank you for this opportunity to make a verbal presentation. I'll try and keep my verbal presentation brief as my written presentation. I'm actually calling, speaking to you from sunny Wellington at this time. The Salvation Army, we are one of the biggest community housing providers in the country. Currently, we have a portfolio of about 500 housing units. I think what distinguishes the Salvation Army from many other community housing providers at this time is that we have been very aggressively building new units over the last 18 months. In fact, I think it would be true to say that we've probably built more community housing units throughout the country than any other chip at this time over the last 18 months. We have built approximately 120 units over the last year at a cost of about $50 million. That money, we basically raise 100% of that money on the market. So we borrow 100% of that money. And we fund the cost of that money, as well as the building costs, etc., through contracts with the 25-year contract through the Ministry of Housing and Urban Development. So we're in close cohorts with them as to where we're building, etc. What is critical to us when we are looking at where we are going to build next is obviously the ability for us to work closely with councils. And one of the things that is an important factor in where we're deciding is the development contributions. And for some of the builds that we've been engaged in over the last year, the development contributions to a council can be anything from between 5 to 10% of the cost of our builds. So it's quite a significant amount of money. For instance, we finished a build in Westgate up in Auckland recently. It cost us $9.1 million to do the build, of which $500,000 of that was paid to the Auckland City Council as their development contribution. So when we're looking at where we want to build, obviously making the numbers work for us is really critical. And there have been a number of instances where we have actually pulled back from building in certain areas because we just have not been able to make the numbers work. And in a couple of those cases, if the development contributions from a council had been reduced substantially, then those numbers potentially would have worked and we would have been building in that town. The other thing is the friendliness, I want to say friendliness of the council is also a critical factor to us. And I have to admit that when I first got indication that the Hamilton City Council was exploring the fact of maybe giving some sort of reduction of development contributions to community housing providers, I actually got our team into exploring opportunities at Hamilton straight away. And over the last 4 to 5 months since I first got that letter from the council, we have actually identified some land in Norton where we currently have 40 units, but we are currently looking at building another 30 to 40 units on that land. And I can honestly say that really was spurred by the letter and what I feel is sort of an openness of the council to potentially try and encourage CHIPS to come and build in the city. So, we are exploring this further, and I think the indications of the council being open to working with CHIPS is a critical factor on why we're looking at coming to Hamilton in the near future. And I want to encourage you, if the Salvation Army is open to coming to Hamilton because of that, then I'm sure other community housing providers will actually respond in a similar way. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Greg. Just to kick off with a question, and it's really heartening to hear that you've discovered that the staff are helpful and friendly and giving out the right signals. In terms of the development contributions, what's your request in respect to those?
Well, I think you would expect me to say nothing. If the council would be open to waiving that, then obviously that would make a significant difference for us. But certainly a reduced development contribution would make it easier for us. I'll give you an example in terms of friendliness or unfriendliness of council. We actually, in another city of New Zealand, which I won't name at this point, we've just finished 46 units. We paid $1 million in development contributions. We finished the bill 3 weeks ago. We don't know whether the code of compliance is going to take 1 month or 3 months to finish. I view that city as very unfriendly and towards certainly encouraging us to pursue building there further. Any reduction you can do in your development contribution makes it that much higher incentive for us to build in your city.
Thank you for that. I've got a couple of questions. Councillor McPherson has a question for you.
Thanks very much, Greg, for your submission and your information about probably Auckland. But the City Council here has put some seed money into an organisation called the Community Lands Trust, and we're trying to ensure that that's able to work with a whole lot of community housing providers and other organisations in the social housing sector. How open are you to working in partnership with them, some in a material or political, philosophical way, or is it just the Salvation Army with its own plan by itself?
No, we're very open to partnering. In fact, we are exploring partnership opportunities in Hamilton at this point. We're very open to exploring that further.
Thank you.
Councillor Hamilton.
Longer, thank you.
Oh, quick question got answered. So that got question. Ryan's question was almost the same, so that's been answered. There are no further questions that I can see, but we'd like to thank you for taking the time to submit. Also, thank you for having the willingness to invest in Hamilton, and we'll talk to you some more about that in due course. So thank you very much, Greg. Have a great day.
Thank you. Bye.
So now we have Jeff. Now, I noticed you were given 20 minutes, 5 each. That wasn't quite the correct process. So, but anyhow, however, if you can bring them all together in a slightly shorter amount of time, that would be very useful. Thank you.
Tell us the stuff you like.
Thank you.
I'm not responsible for anyone else's sense of humour.
The consultation is subterfuge and prevarication. Most of the options are Hobson's choice, such as spend X dollars or spend more, and spend dollars at a future date or do it sooner. The consultation is open to all and sundry. Nothing prevents lobby groups from canvassing their supporters from submitting worldwide, akin to harvesting submissions. The 2009 long-term plan introduced just-in-time approach to growth infrastructure to prevent the financial risk of providing it too early and having it in the ground and the lack of development to pay for it. Now, Council would have us believe that additional infrastructure investment has increased the asset base faster than the growth in the number of ratepayers. This results in costs increasing each year to maintain these assets. Council proposed to increase rates at a rate that matches this growing cost base. It begs the question, why? This long-term plan will see a 99.5% increase in rates revenue since 2011, for a 13% rise in the funding base, ratepayers, and a 14.5% increase in population. Again, why? The 3.8% annual compounding rates increase was to complete investment, maintain services, build surpluses necessary to repay debt, and to provide certainty to ratepayers. Council advocated a targeted rate for the gardens for transparency for 4 years. When the targeted funds were reached, it was extended to 10 years with a compounding increase. Now, a $15 million spend is to be hidden in the general rate. The last 10-year plan, only 3 years ago, projected a 53% increase in rates over 10 years. This long-term plan projects a 67.5% increase, the result of the compounding nature, enabling Council to progressively gouge the ratepayer. The average debt since 2011 was $382 million, and the debt to revenue ratio 179%. Suddenly, Council proposes to increase the debt to revenue ratio 121% and reset it to 300%, purely based on the local government funding agency limit, and progressively increase debt to over $1 billion in 2031, as well as investigating an off-balance process, also known as a special purpose vehicle, in order to borrow more, the very process that saw the downfall of Enron. The development contributions, the CBD remission, the current CBD remission, the 100% high-rise building remission, the 100% remission for social housing, the cap on non-residential development charges, and the phased transition to higher DC charges are all funded by the ratepayer. Who benefits more? The developer. There is no need for any reference to the four well-beings in any policy, because anything, any dream, any project, no matter how bizarre, can be justified under the well-beings. The well-beings are reliant on the economy to generate the employment and the wealth to provide many, if not all, the requirements of the other three well-beings. Few, if any, of the well-beings will be present in those on fixed incomes, because their discretionary dollar is severely reduced by the annual compounding increases in rates. In order to fund their rates demand, they must reduce their living standard. It gives lie to the Council's statement on rates, that it also takes into account affordability and certainty for ratepayers. Council doesn't adhere to their plans, statements or promises they made. There is no relief from the progressive gouging of the ratepayer. However, if we don't like it, the rates increases, we can always leave. Hamilton doesn't want to be a grey city, as one councillor suggested. That's me.
Councillor Hamilton.
Thanks, Jeff, for your submission. You mentioned special purpose vehicle.
Yep.
Were you aware that that doesn't sit on council's balance sheet?
Yeah. So, but the thing is, the money's still got to be repaid.
But not by council.
By who? You're going to borrow the money.
No, it's a targeted ratepayer situation. That's why we're exploring it. So it doesn't fall on the general ratepayer, only those that choose to live in that area, and it's identified on their covenant when they purchase the property.
Okay.
Thanks.
Thank you. Any other questions? No, thank you. And thank you for taking the time for the 5 submissions that we have seen and read. So we appreciate that. Thank you. So we actually made some time. Jerry's not here yet. She is. Oh. Well, we'll go just one over her and come back and leave. Okay, excellent. Is Betty here? Yeah, the lift's not working. That's terrible. Is that the little lift out there? Oh, okay. So, Betty, thank you very much. Councillors, we'll carry on with the next person on the submission list, which is Betty. I don't have a link to her thing here. I'm just trying to find that myself. Where's she in the link sheet? Is there an updated version of speaking?
Sorry, it's not on.
No, I'm looking to it too, Dave. You're right. I'm just trying to find. Sorry to keep you waiting.
I can't. Oh, yeah, because I was supposed to be here tomorrow, but they rang last night and said, would I come today?
Oh, so if we look in tomorrow's.
Looking tomorrow, you might find it.
Give us a sec.
I'm going off the other document. So you're looking now in diligent, hey, day 2. Can you find that for?
Might be under Mary Elizabeth.
Can you find it for me, please?
I don't know. They hadn't got back to me on that.
Amy's just going to send a link. Meanwhile, I guess we'll start with you speaking to it, and everyone will have the written one. We have read a lot of the written ones. It's just they weren't on this sheet for today. That's the only. So I don't want you to think we didn't value your written submission. We did.
Okay.
It's just finding it now. Thank you.
Well, my main gripe, I live in Hillcrest, and is to do with the gardens and you wanting to charge people to park in the gardens. There's a CAF there, which will affect people going to the CAF. There's people who park and do your river walk. They would have to pay to do that. We feel that the best solution is charging to go through your fancy gardens at the gate, having a $2 charge for everybody, and under your little wee ones, nothing. And your tourist bus should be paying a rate anyway. I've been overseas and we had to pay when we went on a tourist bus to go through the Butchart Gardens and everything, and everybody never minded. And that's on that. And also you do your rates rebate in the building down there. Well, every elderly person that wants to go and do that's got to pay $5 to park in the car park to go and do it. So we are well and truly against that. And also improving your roads, you want to do it all up that way. I don't know how many of you live round Hillcrest, around Cambridge Road. I think I put this all on the bottom of my report. It's a nightmare. Nothing has been done. No little roundabouts. I've been down to Fairfield, down the road that goes onto Comreach. You've got a beautiful roundabout on a T-section. Cambridge Road is so wide that you can put a roundabout in and ease the traffic. Unless somebody gives way to you, you cannot turn left or right out of Knighton, Hillcrest or Masters Ave. It's an absolute nightmare. We have a shopping centre up there, shops both sides of the streets, no lights on the crossing. You've got lights down further, you've got lights in Silverdale with only shops on one side. And that's so, we sort of really feel that it's time something actually came up and did something. Nobody's going to go to Cobham Drive and go into Cobham Drive traffic until the bridge is built over the river, because that's a nightmare. I've gone that way on a Friday to go over to Melville area, and the traffic is built up right down to Grey Street. So why would you go there to get into the traffic? It's not going to ease for a long time, unless somebody can say the bridge is going over tomorrow, and then it will ease. So I think that just about covers everything.
Thank you.
So I'd like to see our high rates spent around our area.
Yep. Councillors, just to let you know, the updated link for the speaking order's just been sent, so we should be able to follow more directly the people who are speaking today. But thank you very much. I'll just take some questions. One moment, please. Councillor McPherson.
Thanks very much, Betty, and good points about your local road issues there.
Yeah.
But are you aware that the total expenditure up on the Hillcrest sort of area on roading over the next few years is going to be more than any other part of the city?
Well, I realise because we've got the Wairere Drive extension and everything else, but that doesn't still help.
Also the two
us.
roundabouts, that's going to be part of it. So
Which roundabouts?
The two ones on the main road.
The big one on Cobham Drive. Somebody said you're going to...
The two ones on the main road up in Hillcrest that you're, yeah.
Just let's not
So
go
the point
into
I'm
a
making is
discussion.
that there's a lot of work yet to come in
You're
your
going to
area.
put roundabouts on Cambridge Road?
No.
So I think the best way forward
I'll
is
talk to you
this,
later
because
about
we're
that.
just really into questions.
I was going the same explanation that someone did before there that was following.
I appreciate that, Dave. I'm just saying we won't
If you let me get on to the other question, though, was to do with the gardens.
Yes.
You talked about some legitimate activities that weren't visiting the gardens that people might need to park for, the cafe and paying, sorting out some rating issues there. Yeah. If you had an exemption card or something like that as part of that, like you do, for instance, at the underground car park here, if you shop and centre place, would that work for you?
Well, it would work. I mean, us ratepayers are already paying money to help out with that. Your visitors, I agree, should jolly well pay because they get it for nothing. But I mean, we should be able to go down there, park the car, go walking, because from there you can do the whole round the river and come back over Cobham Drive Bridge and back to your car park. And if you're doing that, you have your festivals there, which people go down and watch and sit and watch. Well, if they can't park there, you know where they're going to park, don't you? Down Grey Street and everywhere, and walk under the underpass. Then you'll have all your footpaths and grass verges, which is nothing to be done about. That's another matter.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Gallagher.
Yeah.
Yeah, so just on the Hamilton Gardens, so I've got it clear, as you're saying, Hamiltonians, because they don't just use it, they use all of the gardens, not just the theme gardens, free parking, but you would support some form of charging, presumably for non-Hamiltonians to go into the theme gardens, is that right?
Definitely.
Would you be in favour of what we would call a Hamilton card, which you would just show that you get free entry or discount versus...
Yep. If you're a ratepayer and live in Hamilton, it's your privilege. I mean, our money over the years has gone to build that, and it's beautiful. I took visitors from Tauranga through there the other day, and they were amazed. I said it meets anything I've seen overseas. The Butchart Gardens, it matches them easy. And
you wouldn't have a problem, so, you know, when you take your visitors in, having some card which you might prepay, just take a visitor in.
Yeah.
Okay. No,
if we had cards,
thank you.
our gold card.
No, sure.
Thank you. Then that is all the questions we have. But thank you very much for taking the time to come to speak on something that's clearly important to you.
Okie doke.
Thank you so much. Now we will go back to Catherine and Jerry, who are going to speak together, yes? And, yeah, it's together or just after each other, whatever it works. Okay, cool. Hello, welcome. Sorry about the lift. That is not ideal at all.
I was sort of thinking, you know, it's been causing issues, off and on for quite a number of years. It
Has
might
it now?
be quite nice to have a replacement.
Well,
Just saying.
The right set of ears is in the room to have a look into that. Thank you.
Yeah.
Well, well, welcome this morning, ladies.
Yes, thank you. So Catherine and I know each other, obviously, as we're both members of the disabled community, and at the moment, Catherine's working as an intern for Enabling Good Lives. Yeah, so we're really chuffed about that, and I've been around for a very long time in the disabled community. But when the long-term plan process came up and we saw this, the CBD development rates remission policy, we wanted to put our hands up and say something. So for us, as disabled people, access to housing is quite a big issue, and we were really pleased to see in your housing strategy that you described how access to housing is a human right, which we totally agree with. But the problem for us as disabled people is that 98% of New Zealand's housing is inaccessible to us. Only 2% of the housing stock is accessible to disabled people, particularly people like myself with mobility impairments. And what that means is that people live in less safe environments and may have more difficulty being independent in their own home. So when this policy came up for review, we saw it as a good opportunity to say, put a case, I guess, together collectively for a complete development contribution remission for developers who build to LifeMark housing standards. Catherine and I differed in our submissions. I guess Catherine's, is it fair for me to say, quite idealistic, and went for LifeMark 5-star rating. I've been around the traps a bit longer, and I think we might have difficulty getting that one across the line. So I've put LifeMark 4-star rating in my submission, simply because that recognises that the bigger market is people ageing and wanting to age in place. And if you get to a LifeMark 4-star rating, people can age in place without too significant a modification. And also, if you want to change a LifeMark 4-star rated home to be completely accessible, the elements are in place, so you can put the grab rails in, but the basics of entry and movement around the space are already met. So that's our biggest thing. The other thing I put in also was, in new subdivisions, I believe that consideration needs to be given to requiring a 4-star rating, LifeMark star rating as well in new subdivisions, because for people ageing in place, it becomes quite an issue as people age, that their houses are no longer fit for what the people living there need. And I've just had it recently myself with my parents. Mum had a fall, and we've got an accessible granny flat, so Mum, they came and stayed with us till they were strong enough to cope with the step into the shower back in their own home. But, you know, the importance of level entry showering, enough room for toileting, those sort of things can't be understated. Wide enough doorways, switches, you know, accessible elements in the home so people are safely independent in them.
What I want is to say, my house isn't accessible, but so Jerry can't come to my place?
No.
Yeah.
Yeah, and our Chief Executive, actually, Prudence, was on Wallace Chapman's panel yesterday discussing the Helen Clark Foundation report on loneliness, and disabled people are the most lonely. And she made a comment, a lot of that is because we can't visit our friends in their homes. We can't go there for dinner. We can't get in the front door. So, and I would say for myself, my life changed completely when I went into a wheelchair. You can host people, but you can't go to other people's places. Your whole life changes, in housing and homes where people should be safe is really key. Did you want to say anything else?
I think that I haven't got my glasses, but
The life mark?
no, but
Universal design.
Um,
Would you like me to read the bit out of your submission?
no.
It's all right, Catherine, take your time. We'll just take your time and find the piece you want.
But the buildings should be accessible for everybody, because I have problems reading, and I have problems reading, so
Signs?
yeah, yeah.
So you want us to have reference to a sighted disability for wayfinding and signs? Is that-
Yeah, I think what we've discovered, Easy Read, is really helpful to people, in graphic images are helpful to people beyond the people with learning disabilities, eh? Yeah. I remember Catherine's excitement when she discovered Easy Read.
Okay, so that's Easy Read is a standard that's available.
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's helpful. Thank you. We had some questions, Councillor Gallagher.
Thank you for both your submissions, very helpful. Jerry, if I may, I'm also acknowledging your work on the transport field with accessibility issues. We have just launched the Te Huia train service to Auckland. Are you aware that Kiwi Rail refuses to open the Frankton railway station in the disability toilet bathroom, saying that everyone would have to get on the train to use the toilet if they're meeting or picking people up? Would you have a view on that in terms of having non-accessibility at one of our major transport terminals?
I would actually. I don't think it's acceptable. I mean, have they closed the mainstream bathrooms as well for access? Oh, they've closed everything. They don't want to clean them, I imagine.
So this is at Frankton, Martin.
Well, I think what I'm talking about is the rights of citizens with disability. They expect you, if you're meeting a friend or partner, you would be expected
Okay, we're
to
getting
use
into
the train.
debate here, but I think your question is well put.
Yes, and
answered.
it seems a bit ridiculous if you have the facilities there to lock them off.
Do you have a message for Kiwi Rail?
I would suggest they rethink their position
Thank you.
strongly.
Thank you. Thank you, Martin. Councillor Bunting is next.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Thank you, Jerry. Good to see you.
My name was Catherine.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
My mother's name was Elizabeth.
Oh, and my daughter's got a... Okay, anyway, my apologies. Hey, I'd like to ask both of you, a lot of what you're saying is similar to what I'm hearing through the age-friendly plan. Is there much cohesion between your organisations and the age-friendly? Because that could be a pretty easy thing
There
to...
isn't with mine. I'm living good lives.
Yeah, no, I guess with the impairments people acquire as they age, we have them acutely.
Right.
So people may need a walker, but the elements of universal design that help us enable older people to live easily as well.
Perhaps
so we need a higher standard than elderly people as a rule, like no lifts, no steps, you know, but yes, it benefits both, absolutely. So if we have a certain level of LifeMark star rating on apartments in town or housing, those houses will be future-proofed as people age in them. They don't need to just have
Can
disabled
live
people.
there forever.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thanks, Catherine. And Jerry, thank you, appreciate it.
Thank you, Councillor Thompson.
Thank you. Your comment about loneliness, what else, Jerry and Catherine, would you say is the most important thing that the council could be doing around enabling people to have those social connections, particularly?
Yeah, well, I guess like accessible, really well thought urban design is really important. So transport systems that enable easy movement for people who perhaps might not drive a car, because the free bus fares has been major for people to get out and mix. Housing obviously is really important, accessibility of public facilities and the way businesses operate in commercial spaces. Toilets, a big thing, you know, you need to be able to go to the toilet when you need to go. And I guess events that are planned in an inclusive way, so consideration is taken of people with different ways of living their lives so they can participate. They can read the information, access the information in a way that's accessible to them and make choices about whether they go or not. I think, and there was a bit of a conversation early on, I think a loose group of people with a range of impairments that councillors could bounce or staff could bounce ideas of would be really useful as well. Young people who are living lives and want to live their lives differently than they're currently constrained to live them, you know? Would you? What do you think?
Yes, I think they get the people in here.
Yeah.
Yeah, perfect.
Okay,
Thank you very much. Thank you for taking the time to submit the plan, and thank you for coming in, because it was a little bit more difficult than usual even to get in to speak to us today, so we really do appreciate that.
Yeah, no, that was great. Thanks very much.
We're going to now move to Warren. Where'd you find it? It's not on there either.
Can I ask where Warren?
Yeah, I'm just getting to that tape. I was going, yeah, that's not on there either. I'm in the detachment.
Could you please refresh Diligent? We've just uploaded a new version that has some of the updated changes.
But is it in order? These two. Can you put that in there for me? Please. Thank you. Good morning, Warren. Nice to see you again.
Yes, good morning, Your Worship and councillors. There's a piece of paper going around which is just an outline of my submission, and I've just made it a brief. My submission will be brief, but based on the submission, the original submission. My name is Warren Stace and I live in Hamilton East. My interest in reviving what I call the missing link footpath connecting the Hamilton Gardens to Hammond Park was stimulated by the current and extensive construction works being undertaken for the Cobham Drive and Wairiri Drive linkage and the new Waikato River Bridge, all located in what was originally known as the Horse Paddock. And the background to it is I've been aware and advocated for this missing link around the Waikato River since 1997, when Council first prepared for and partly completed the pathway that created Hammond Park. My submission listed several of the past occasions when a similar submission advocating for the missing link was made, and the Plan B attached to my submission clearly shows the connection to future Te Awa River Park in a position that would follow around the Waikato River. If you look at that plan, it's quite clearly that the link at that stage was in the lower right-hand corner of the plan, shows the connection. And the land on which the missing link would be located is classified as recreation reserve, vested in council, and is land suitable for public access and walkways. And referring to the Te Awa, the Great New Zealand River Ride, The Tiabo Great River Ride envisages a 70-kilometre river ride along the Waikato River, along from Narrawahe to Horahora, and includes the mighty river domain of Lake Karapiro. And the latest plans I have seen propose to guide walkers and cyclists from Cobham Drive into Howell Avenue and then to Jeffrey Place to connect with pathways in Hammond Park. I understand that there has been public consultation with mixed reaction, and in that sense I'm not enamoured particularly with that suggested connection, and I've attached some plans, some poor plans, which do show that link around Cobham Drive and into Howell Avenue. So including, I'm currently advocating for the missing link because the construction works in the vicinity focus attention on the locality and could, if their resources were utilised, provide a valuable community asset. The Tiawa cycleway could be provided with an additional and enhanced off-road and riverbank pathway. The Hamilton Gardens could have a riverbank and a new bridge link to Hammond Park as planned in the management plan. I would like to suggest that the missing link would fit well with Council's recently adopted environmental principles, and especially protecting and enhancing our natural taonga, whanaua and biodiversity. I'm taken with Council's 6 principles that future projects could be measured against.
Okay.
I therefore ask Council to consider this submission and will be pleased to hear an outcome in due course.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the comprehensive nature with the diagrams and your submission. Yeah, we have one question for you, Councillor McPherson.
Thanks very much, Warren, and thanks for your years of service in the city. Look, one of your written points here, you said we need better options for CBD parking and transport. I wondered if you could expand on what ideas you're thinking. That was in response to the question about whether we should have paid commuter parking around the fringes to fund transport initiatives. You thought there might be better ways than that of doing it.
I'm just wondering about those better ways. I'm not sure, but I've just got them in my mind at the moment.
That's all right. I wasn't trying to catch you on the hop.
No. It's one thing, I mean, I haven't really thought very much about things in the CBD because at the moment I think the arrangement you've got with parking are pretty good actually. You can get into the CBD if you want to and park. I'm talking as a resident who comes occasionally. And the period of free parking is excellent, but I still think parking is one of the problems. I mean, it's a great. You're trying to, and I support it entirely, providing for walking and cyclists and other means of transport, but you've still got to provide for motor cars somehow. We've all got a motor car, even though we've got bikes, we've got motor cars, and we put the bikes on the back of the motor cars and travel around. So it's just a great, you can't get around motor cars. I certainly wish they would, and I have a small hybrid myself. I'm quite happy with an electric car, and I think that's excellent, but you've still got a heap of tin to park somewhere.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the time that you put into submissions. We really appreciate that you take a close interest in the city, and your suggestions for Hillcrest have been very useful. So thanks again.
Thank you, Your Honour. Yep.
James is next. James? Oh, yeah, sorry. Thanks, James.
Thank you, Your Worship. Probably the underpinning background to my submission is around the long-term plan, and we're looking at 10 years here. The simple factor that seems to me to be missing within the document is a clear estimate of populations, and I cannot find that really anywhere in the plan. There's some references to some percentage increases and things, but there's no actual statements. The references are looked at in the National Institute of Demography and Economic Analysis for low population forecasts. Percentages don't mean a lot to people, but actual numbers probably do. I'm a farm consultant, and if I want to present a business plan to a client, to a prospective lender, we need to identify the stock numbers, the infrastructure required to operate the property. This plan does not have any stock numbers. And the need for infrastructure, and some of it is reactive, and looking at some nice lolly stuff and feel-good things. To properly consider the plan, we need some more meat, like where is the land growth going to come from in the next 50 years? If we're looking at a population, say, of 500,000 people or 1 million people, where is the land growth going to come? I would suggest it should be out the northwest, but looking at where you're wanting roundabouts put in, it's going to be out in the northeast into the good land. There's some things that need to be done properly. We need to know what infrastructure is going to be needed for a population in New Zealand of sort of Hamilton, of 500,000 or 1 million people. We look at our neighbours, Auckland, and the mess that they're in. And some of us who are a little older might recall a mayor called Robbie. He was a maverick and a visionary who presented massive, extravagant transportation plans in Auckland in the 1960s, I think they were. And I think every regular visitor to Auckland and every Aucklander wishes now that they'd actually followed them and done something about it. We've got an opportunity in this city if we want to look at where growth is happening. We've now got a good motorway link to Auckland. We've got some good motorways and things happening around the city, but there, to me, doesn't seem to be anything that is really concrete that's coming forward. Now, I'll go to the specific things where we've got given sort of Hobson's choices. Do you want to spend this amount or do you want to spend a greater amount? And that, to me, is a little bit frustrating. Providing routes for bikes and scooters and skating. I really ask why we need to think about that at the moment. We need to be able to get around in our cars. The upgrading of the Gordonton and Puketaha Road intersection, and again the Borman Road one. Very simply, why the hell don't we wait and see what the new motorway infrastructure is going to do? It's going to shift things, and of course you've got this flash train now that's dragging everybody out, and there won't be any need for people to go on the roads anyway. So, you know, we've got all that sort of under control. So why worry about doing the roundabouts in those two places? To me, at the moment, they're a waste of time, and even thinking about them till we know what the roading structure is going to look, patterns are going to look like when the new motorway is finished towards the end of this year. The Hillcrest Library, yeah, I go to the Hillcrest Library quite a bit. It's the library that I use. I've never seen it over full. There's always plenty of space there. There's always the books that I want to find. If there's not, I can Google up and find where they are around the city. That's something that we can do. Why do we need to spend $5 million expanding the library that is already of sufficient size? And I say it's the one that I use. The creative sector, I can't see any need for doing that. The parking the parking around the central fringe, people in Hamilton are not yet committed to using public transport. And we're not going to make it by putting in a little hub thing and say, you know, hop on the bus here and we'll drive you a couple of k's down there. We all like to park where we can walk back to our car afterwards. That's why we've got the base. That's why we've got Chartwell Square. And if we go further afield, that's what Sylvia Park does in Auckland. We're not going to be having a little hub somewhere out here where there's a bus that you hop on and you can do a little loop around the city. To me, it's an absolute waste of time, and a waste of time even thinking about it. The cycling bridge across the river, yeah, I'd like to be able to get across the river a little bit easier at times, because we've gone and done some funny things on the Claudelands Bridge here, which now make it dangerous for everybody, cyclists and pedestrians and the whole lot included. A nice little jetty down at the gardens would be a good idea. I know I am. I would just like to talk very briefly about the charging of the gardens. There's a concern there. We like taking people to the gardens. We've heard before, people don't go there just to the gardens. We also go to the cafe. There's conferences and things down there. There's needs to pose people to be able to get there. If we put a charge on it there, people are going to try and run across Cobham Drive. They're not going to walk even down to the underpass to go across. There'll be some deaths, and that's something that we've all then got to put up with. Just think very carefully about it. I'm happy for some people to pay, and not even if I was told to pay a couple of bucks a time to go there, you'd make a little bit of money out of me as well. The financial strategy, I really come back and say, we've really got to look at some of the long-term planning here, not just playing around with the 10-year stuff. We've got to look at a population number in the city to see what we're going to do and what we need. Thank you.
Thank you. There are quite a lot of questions, and we are going to run, and we are running close on time. So just one quick question per councillor, please. And just keep it snappy. Thanks, Sarah.
I think Mark,
hang on, sorry.
Mark is ahead of me.
The list has just become. Oh, they've all gone away nearly.
That was good. I can go then.
No. Stay there. You've got oh goodness, Councillor Gallagher, Councillor Thompson, and then Councillor Bunting. It was changing all before my eyes. Councillor Gallagher.
Yeah, forgive me. I was inspired when you mentioned Sir Dovmar Robinson, Robbie, and what he tried to do and vision, and he was defeated by a bunch of Conservative borough councils around him. Now Auckland has to retrofit what Robbie dreamed about by necessity. Do you see the danger that if we don't show the similar vision to Robbie, that we in 20 years or 10 years will have to retrofit because the traffic in a city of 200,000, 300,000 just comes far too much without decent public transport?
Yeah, absolutely correct, and that's really what I'm saying. We haven't been given numbers.
Yeah,
We're giving some percentages, and the retrofit is going to be very expensive, but it's all being controlled by the wokeness of the society at the moment.
I'm very waken up, I assure you.
Okay, thank you. We'll move on from that one. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Finlay. My question is possibly along some similar lines. You talked about population growth and planning for the future. We've got about the number of cars on our roads is increasing around 3% a year, and congestion is getting steadily worse. So my question is, how do you see that we future-proof our city in terms of growing congestion and preventing it from coming to a halt like Auckland?
You work out some population strategies, make them clear, and say to the people, hey, look, in 2050 we're going to have 500,000 people here, and this is what it's going to mean. We're going to need to have 4-lane roads here and 2-lane roads there. There's some stuff that needs to be done. We are very, very reactive, as Martin said.
Okay, so your answer is to add more lanes to our roads?
Not necessarily so. We need to know where it's all going.
Okay.
And if it's going out to the north and the west, which is the lesser land quality, as I would suggest to you, is that we're going to have to do a lot more work out in that sort of through that Dinsdale, Frankton areas and things to get people, if we're still going to have this as the centre city.
Yep, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Councillor Bunting, last question.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, look, I'm going to follow on with that. Your admiration for Sir Dovmar Robinson is noted and agreed. But I need to challenge you, Jim. Wouldn't you suggest that some of this uncomfortable mode shift stuff like the ugly Claudelands Bridge, the cycleway, all that kind of stuff is visionary and is that kind of stuff that we need to do to move transport around?
If we were given the real reasons as to where the populations and things were going and what they were going to be, that might be fine, but we just see it as all being sort of reactive out there in the community. We get told that we're going to do this sort of thing, and we have no reason or no understanding as to why or where you see the populations coming from and going to be.
Right, so the issue is not being told what...
Absolutely. We just find that there's a few more bumps in the road and... Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for taking the time to come in and speak with us. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mark.
Next up, we've got another block, and then we'll be taking a break just around about the 11 mark. All going well. So next up, we've got Sue and Axel. I thought, couldn't see you out there. This is because these are largely reading glasses, Axel. So, you're a little blur. A little blur. Good morning.
I'll try to come into focus.
You are now. That's good. Great.
Morning, morning councillors, morning staff. Thank you for reappearing, Mr Briggs. It's a pleasure to have your rapt attention. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you, and I'm here on behalf of the Tamahere Community Committee, and Sue Robertson, as the chair, sends her apologies. So I'm not speaking to you on behalf of Waikato District Council, I'm speaking as the local councillor for Tamahere, with some matters that are, we think, of mutual interest. And we've spent a great deal of time as councillors talking about boundaryless planning and ignoring some of the, artificial lines drawn on a map, because actually our communities find their own interests and go to school where they want to go to school, go to their sporting activities and so on, without cognizance of those territorial lines. So I'm here to speak on behalf of that community, and in doing so, I commend you on your LTP document in the first instance. It's good to see those principles and those underlying pillars coming through, because it makes clearer the story you're trying to tell. As a committee, we didn't feel it was appropriate for us to go through and respond to everything in that. That's really for your own residents and ratepayers. So it's not, they're the ones paying for it, so we didn't think it was right for us to comment on the bulk of your plan, but really just target our comments to those overlapping areas of interest is why I'm here. You've got the submission from Sue in front of you. I'll just talk to them in reverse order, if you like, sort of makes slightly more sense in my head. First of all, in regards to the gully restoration point we're making there, some of you will recall that in 2018 we actually presented a submission to the LTP at that time, encouraging Hamilton City to think about connecting to the gully network and the gully shared walkways that we are doing on our side of the boundary in any event. So in terms of bang for bucks, that's a really good investment for you, we think, because with a short connection from the city side to our networks, your residents through those densely populated parts of Hillcrest and Ham East generally, and with the Te Awa walkway too, they can start to connect to those recreational loops that we're already getting on with. And specifically here, I'm talking about connection from the Mangaeoni-Mangaherikiki intersection there at the bottom of Riverlea, bottom of Hillcrest, just as you rise up to get into the city. On the eastern side, there is no footway connection from that bridge up the hill, and likewise that gully actually runs back to the back of Barclay Intermediate. So there's really good opportunity for just that short stretch to connect into what is our existing plans as per the submitted document. Speaks very well to mode shift and some of the other priorities around off-road cycling and so on. So that's my first point. My second point comes out of that a little bit. Part of one of the loops created, and this is my second point, is also around the Silverdale-Martangi Road, Morrinsville intersection. So this is not actually your intersection. That's a state highway down the bottom, but you've got two local roads coming onto it in what is becoming an increasingly dangerous intersection as volumes increase. And I guess we've just got a suggestion to you that whilst it remains an NZTA road, you might suggest that they spend some money on it before they hand it back to you in due course. Be lovely to have some better connectivity across that too for cyclists and pedestrians, because it is becoming quite busy. Now the final one that I just wanted to draw to your attention is we've talked a lot about recreational facilities in the south. And in particular, we're all disappointed that the University Rec Centre isn't going ahead in the time frame that was originally anticipated. If you're not aware of it, I wanted to draw your attention to the Tamahere Park development, which is now well and truly up and running with a commercial hub as well as sports fields, along with business house, cricket, junior soccer and so on. This park has become the home of lacrosse for the whole Waikato district, the wider Waikato area. We're terrifically pleased with the use of that facility, including a destination playground and skate park and so on. We do have another bit that was tagged for future development to become an all-weather surface, an AstroTurf type surface. And we, perhaps slightly cheekily, but nevertheless put to you that when it comes time to consider that money you had allocated for the University Recreational Centre development, when you come to look at facilities in the south, please have this in mind. No way suggesting you take a number out of here and put that into the budget. There's a whole business case and so on that would have to be done, but I would suggest to you that particularly with lacrosse, the bulk of users of this area are Hamilton City residents and ratepayers. So let's continue with the boundaryless planning that we're so well engaged with. We won't charge a toll to come into the district either, so you'll be pleased about that.
Thank you. We've got another suite of questions, but we've got a little bit more time, but still one question each, and then we'll see what we go for time afterwards. Councillor McPherson is first.
Yeah, thanks. Following on for your boundaryless planning, Axel, and thanks for the submission. Would you say if we did an analysis of how many Hamilton users use the lacrosse fields, how many Tamaheri users use the library, or etc., whatever, did an analysis and it came out that there was more flow into the city in terms of use of facilities, there could be a levy applied to Tamaheri residents to reflect that, even though you're in a different council? Would you think that sort of approach was fair?
Well, you'd have to look at the inputs because, for example, access to the library we pay for, access to our facilities you don't.
If you did an analysis and it came out with that balance.
Yeah, well, it's a really interesting point, isn't it? And that's certainly one way you could go. I guess the current philosophy that we've both adopted, I think, is to actually ignore the lines on the map rather than set up a toll gate through
what
a whole lot of
if those lines caused costs to fall disproportionately one direction or the other?
Well, you're asking me for a philosophical answer. I don't think it's the most effective way to go forward because you'd have, within Tamaheri, for example, you'd have a number of people who are business owners, partners, owners of buildings within Hamilton City itself. So they're ratepayers. So how do you apportion those costs?
Okay, let's not get to a debate about it.
It's a good political answer.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Councillor Pascoe?
Yeah, thanks. And I think you might have partially answered the question I was going to ask, but one of the recent stats that we've had is that there's 140,000 vehicle movements a day coming in and out of Hamilton, which suggests that a lot of the residents outside in those boundaryless communities really regard Hamilton as home. So have you got, has Tamaheri Community Group got a solution as to how we might be able to share amenity costs that both the residents there and the residents in the city enjoy in terms of helping to meet some of those costs?
I think, speaking on behalf of Tamaheri only and not our council, we'd be delighted with a toll gate solution. When we look at the number of people in our area and the number of people in the city, anybody travelling south or east we'd greatly take receive their donation as they enter our district. You know, I'm a little bit tongue-in-cheek, but my point is it's too difficult.
You're speaking as a politician there.
It is simply too difficult, and I think it ignores the fact that our people don't look at those lines at all.
Yes.
So,
I agree.
you know, when it comes to playing, my daughter plays hockey. She'll play at St Paul's, at St Peter's in Cambridge, or at Gallagher's, for example, at the lake. Lacrosse will be played there. My boy plays rugby. That's mainly to the south or in the Hauraki. I mean, our people move. Our people move, and there's economic benefit and disadvantage right through it. And I think it's too hard to try and put toll gates up.
So that's a clear answer.
Thank
Any
you.
other? And so, Councillor Gallagher?
No, thank you. And Axel knows that I would love him and his sartorial elegance to be part of this chamber as the honourable member for Tamaheri, Hamilton City, but that's in the future. 2 points that you made, I think, are really good. Could you, that shared services, boundaryless planning, get that? You're doing some amazing stuff around the walkways. Can you just perhaps elaborate on that because of the win-win for both communities?
Yes, well, we're specifically, if the point of the submission identifies a particular gully system.
Yeah.
And within that, since the 18 submissions, this is not all talk, since the submission in 18 to your long-term plan, Actually we've had some support from regional council as well. So we've cleared out truckloads and truckloads and truckloads of noxious weeds and cut down things and burnt things off and what have you. We've started to form walkways from the Anna Brook little bridge there almost up to the back of the wreckers now. There's already a walkway formed, and it enables kids who, with the new expressway walkways as well, kids who are zoned for Barclay, who are zoned for Hillcrest, to actually get there on foot. That's a mode shift and that's safe transportation. And the reverse is also true. The reverse is true that these densely populated parts of the city can access recreational opportunities to take their dog for a walk or their family for a bike ride through walkways and cycles that we're creating as a community ourselves.
Thank you, that's really helpful. Thank you. Thanks, Anthony.
Councillor Bunting, last question.
No, I've sort of been stunned into silence with Rob and Dave agreeing on something. Do you know, and I really appreciate the conciliatory nature of what you're bringing forward, and it's really positive, but do you know if there are actually measures of flows of people who use each facilities? Because that would make things a lot easier for all of us, wouldn't it?
Are you talking about walkways or more broadly?
More broadly.
We certainly don't. We know that event organisers will book, our facilities, and it's possible, I guess, to ask them, how many people are turning up and if there are traffic management implications or toilet implications and so on, that'll be captured. But other than that, I don't think we routinely actually do know how many people are using our facilities. You may more carefully look at that. We have counters on some of our walkways, the bridge, for example, the swing bridge at the end of Woodcock there through to Fuchsia, and Hakramatas as well. We'll know how many people use the Hakramatas, but we don't generally know about our facilities. No.
So, Mayor Paul, I'm just wondering, at the end of the session, are we going to be asking staff to
at the end of
extrapolate? Okay, I'll wait till then. Thanks, Axel.
Well, we'll be asking the staff at the end of the day what questions we need answered before we go into deliberations. Thank you very much, Axel. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Look forward to further cross-boundary talks with you as it goes.
Indeed.
Riveting.
Okay, so John, welcome on behalf of Gallagher Trust. Sorry, I didn't introduce your colleague because I didn't have a name on the list, but...
Christine is our property manager. Has been with us for a number of years, so very interested in what's going on, and particularly was looking at the development cost and stuff like that. Also, I've got a couple of other notes on my own personal thing, and I'll deal with those at the end.
Okay.
Basically, I'm talking about our experience with development levies and dealing with the council on property. Our business goes back about 80 years, and been in Hamilton just under 80 years. And that started off in Seddon Road, my father, with a small garage in front of his house in 1943. Prior to that, he'd been a farmer, but also a businessman manufacturing electric fences. And so the Gallagher Group is owned by the Gallagher family, my brother and I and our families. And the plan is to have that long term. Now, that's not going to be so easy to direct it from where we're probably going to finish up, but an interesting challenge. So our exporting started in 1967, and that was farm machinery to Australia. 1970 to Australia was the first electric fences. So exports started there. Our export is now around the world, in nearly every, or no, not every country around the world. Some are a bit naughty, so we stay out of those. So we're around the world, and we have about 300 plus staff around the world. In Hamilton is our headquarters, and that's about 700 people operate there. Now, the headquarters is a very multifaceted business, and just one of the sections alone is like the R&D. There's 175 people in the R&D sector, and that's growing. Our plans are to be a billion-dollar business within 10 years. Now, we're only about a third of the way there at this stage, but we're really working through how we're going to achieve that with the sites we have, do we go elsewhere or what do we do? We have a very strong ethic of having our manufacturer in New Zealand, not going off to China, as I think some of you have read the Waikato Times on Monday. Note there, a lot of American manufacturers have gone into China for manufacturing security. They don't get into the Five Eyes system. So we make sure all our products are not from that part of the world. So how do we work through there? Our experience with property has not been super good dealing with the council over the last probably, 1970, 72. The business had been starting to grow, and where we were in Norton Road, we were actually loading containers on the footpath. That wasn't really the right thing to do. So we found a site in where Kaikaria Drive was being built, and we bought about 2 hectares down there. Then from over the years, we bought more and more and more land around there through the 1980s and the 1990s, really for our long-term growth. And we've still got a little bit left down there. But some of the challenges is we, as part of our developments, we put all the stormwater in, and the stormwater's been built in such a way that it takes the stormwater from the neighbours and other parts of that area. Now, my memory, the council was supposed to have some sort of a stormwater plan for the territory. I've never ever seen that, so maybe sometime somebody needs to think about that. But we put all this stormwater in our area, right up to the railway line. Even the largest drain is 1.8 metre diameter. So that takes all the stormwater out of that catchment through our property to make our property in such a way that it doesn't need ponding and doesn't need it, and so it's become really a hard-standing place you can build on. So we've got some challenges, and we're looking at those. How do we do that? How do we do with our growth? Keep our manufacturing in New Zealand with more robotics and things like that. So we're working through those. So as I said, our experience with the council has not been good. And the latest thing, they're saying, oh, you've got to have some ponding on your property now. We don't particularly like that, because part of putting all the stormwater in was to mitigate that. But we'll deal with that in another case. Now, the other thing, of course, also worries me, I guess, slightly, is looking around some of the other industries, as we have strong discussions with a lot of them, good networks, and we have a number of them moving out of Hamilton because the cost is coming too great. And that's something you as council have got to think about. How do you maintain some of those businesses there? Not easy. So that's sort of we'd like to maintain our world headquarters here, but you never can tell. So there's work going on in that area for us now. So I guess that's, you guys got to think about that. And if anyone would like to, if the councils would like to come and visit with us, we can tell you about some of our experiences directly of how we dealt with them. My brother and I have got pretty good memory still about some of that, although when I was 12 years as a councillor, I had to be a wee bit careful as did I had a conflict of interest dealing with property and also being a councillor. But I think I got through that okay. So that's really a development, and there's a written submission on the developed levies in there, and I hope that sort of answers most of the questions in there, highlighting those. But I thought better to give our story rather than sort of trying to deal with all the nuts and bolts of that. Okay, just on a few of the other little things that are quite interesting. Hamilton Garden, I put a personal submission in. And basically I said, you know, get on with paid parking, but I think I've got that wrong. I think, mentioned Martin, I think, made about a Hamilton card or something, great idea. So at least those that have paid rates to help develop the gardens are able to use the gardens. The Fringe City parking, I said, yes, do something about it, but I haven't got a clue what to do about it, because I live at the top of Lake Road and all the car parks, even right round to the lake, to not at the lake, all full in the morning, 9, 10 o'clock in the morning, all full, and there ain't people walking around the lake. So you've got commuters parking and all those sort of things. Now, how to deal with it? I don't have the answers to that. Also, perhaps council should keep in mind some of the future technologies. Just listening to something this morning about self-drive cars. Within about 3 years, you might start seeing self-drive vehicles here. So, and that's why with the theatre, which I'm supporting, the new theatre, is we have parking or chauffeur parking, whatever, when you park and ride, or even when you get there, you tell your car, go home and come pick me up at 10:30. So you've got to start thinking of those technologies. And one of the previous speakers talking about with your population, what's it likely to be in 10 or 15 years' time? So start seeing some of that infrastructure that'll do that sort of distance. The Rotary Bridge, I call it the Rotary Bridge because I like to see it built in 2024, which is the 100th anniversary of Hamilton Rotary, Central Rotary. In those days, that's when the population was about 12,000 people. The first Rotary Club was started here in 1924. Oh, and the other one, of course, is one of my beasts, is the Southern Link. It's not your role, but I know when Covia Drive and we started off down in that area that was one of the promises, to have that Southern Link go through from Greenwood Street through to the Chinaman's Hill. So, yeah.
Thank you.
So, thank you.
I think questions might flush some more further interest out. Councillor Hamilton.
Thanks, Mayor Paula. Thanks, John, for your submission, and Christine. I just had a question regarding the DC policy review, which you also submitted on, and you just made a note about the amount payable should be known at the start of the build. Another example of HCC not being transparent and moving the goalpost. And you say you're referring to your note on financial impact. I was wondering if you could explain what you mean by that.
Well, it seems to be there's some sort of an estimate done, which seemed to be sort of rather extravagant. Christine might tell me on that. And it sort of seemed to be an uncertain, what are the numbers? We need to know the numbers. So does the project stack up? And that's seemed to be the sort of challenges that we're facing with some of the proposed policies on that, and as it's been in the past as well. And I trust you'll hear a lot more from other people on that.
And just a follow-up question, thanks, John. Is that regarding residential development or commercial?
No, our main industry is industrial. We don't generally have any commercial property and very little residential. So it's really industrial, and of course ours is quite a major industry and growing.
I think one of the points that John didn't have a time to make is that Gallagher are looking currently at growth and adding on buildings in our current site in Kahikiti Drive. And so the issues for us at the moment are how much is that development going to cost, and DC's resource consents, because we haven't had a good experience with council. So we are currently looking elsewhere, and just looking everywhere, to be honest, to where will Gallagher end up? Will we stay here? Will we go somewhere else, basically? And John's invited us to everyone that if they want to come and chat, they can.
Thank you. Thank you for that kind offer. Just, and I think we should arrange just for a group, so we're all across the same issues at the same time. Just in a question from me, I noticed, John, that you are opposed to the CBD remission continuing, and were supportive of a phasing to higher development contributions and a cap on non-residential DC charges. Do you want to talk to us about how those fit together?
Yeah, well, I guess I have a sort of being the chairman of Habitat for Humanity Central Region, which started out as Hamilton, is assisting the first home buyers, which are really the lowest economic, somehow to get them into housing, and every cost that we can get rid of actually helps us to achieve that objective. So I guess that's why I support that. But that was something I picked up years ago when I learned about children getting moved from school to school because they moved out in rentals. And my experience, my parents lived in Seddon Road from 1943 till they passed on, and always a family home, so we only ever went to one school. And I had never thought of that until I run into Habitat and learned the other way.
Thank you.
Sorry, the other one was?
Oh no, it's just that Central City. Yeah, thanks.
I think our opinion is that growth pays for growth. That's the Hamilton City Council motto. And so we pay for it in our industrial areas, so we don't see other property developers not paying.
Okay, thank you, that's a clear answer. Thank you very much to the both of you for coming in, and thank you, John. We're always appreciative of the fact you take time to talk with us and and the work you do as a company and as a trust in the city. We appreciate it.
Well, I just sort of suddenly thinking of the Gallagher Family Trust, who own quite a lot of land there still. I can remember at one stage with vacant land we were paying $80,000 a year rates for nothing.
Yeah.
But that's the past.
It's now 50.
Now 50.
It did go down.
Oh, bonus.
Yeah.
Okay, well, no, thank you very much again. And Councillors, Angela is not able to make it today, Angela Goodwin, and so that brings us to the next one, which is Troy, and then we'll take a break. Welcome, Troy. Well, it'll be after morning.
Councillors, I should have a PowerPoint presentation here, but I'm not sure where it will be.
It's just loading up now.
Awesome, thank you. This is all very done on the fly, so you'll have to excuse me, it's been done very quickly. Basically, I'm just here to urge the Council to move with a bit greater urgency on the wider issue of gully restoration, but more specifically with a few of its own projects outlined within the West Town Belt Plan within the Waiata Whiri character area. But at the moment, I'd just like to acknowledge that the Council and specifically the Parks and Gardens Service, as well as Gerard Kelly, has helped me a lot with planting and removal of a lot of rubbish from some of this area, which we've done with a few other friends. Moving on, this would fit well with its own. How can I go to the next slide? Thank you. As you can see, this is from your own West Town Belt plan. It would moving on, this would fit with its own key design motives, and as you can see, integration, connection, cleaning, enhancing, and activating the belt. Next one, please. Thank you. As you can see, it's basically at the very top of the Connecting the Belt Reserve, which, if you can't quite see, it's not quite connected to the rest of the area. Next one, please. At the bottom of this, you'll see there's project number 64 and 65, which is the Stokes Crescent Reserve Enhancement and Connection Project and the potential Ulster Street Underpass connection. I think these two could be linked and would help with the implementation of the other three projects in this area. And it would obviously assist with connecting the rest of the city, well, this part of the city to the rest of the city. And it would also help to eliminate a major hazard to those wishing to access the river from the inner northern suburbs of Hamilton. Next one, please. As you can see here, the Stokes Crescent Reserve, you can maybe see on the map there used to be a well-maintained grass path, and this is in the middle of one of the lower socio-economic areas within Hamilton, having a high percentage of Housing New Zealand houses. And it used to have a very nicely maintained, well, fairly well-maintained path to a certain area, which then leads into a lush area of forest conditions found nowhere else within the city. The next one, please. Yes, this was taking a walk with my wife about 4 years ago through this through that area, and from the next picture, you'll see that it has deteriorated quite substantially. And on to the next picture, where this is the same area where it used to be. Many walks were taken with many people. The next picture will show that it has deteriorated quite significantly, and people cannot access this area anymore. The next picture, thank you. One single fallen tree within the council area, just on the left there, has caused a path blockage, and the subsequent explosion of invasive pest plants like bamboo, blackberry privet, woolly nightshade has now prevailed. So the next slide, please. I've just mapped out a map or a small path that could be part of the wider Stokes Crescent Reserve Enhancement and Connection Project. At the moment, the path stops about a quarter of the way along there, but underneath where the other pictures are, you'll see that that path was about 300 metres, or could be. It goes from where the Stokes Crescent Park starts through the entire reserve and would link up at where the stream connects between Seddon Road and Ulster Street. And also at the moment, this newly reopened path actually has no other access to this path other than the either end. So another connection to that path would actually be very helpful. Next one, please. Yeah, as you can see, it's obviously not very large, but on 64, the path plan itself was just to make a small loop within the Stokes Crescent area itself, but with about 100 metres of path, it could connect to the soon-to-be reopened path along the Beetham Park boundary. Next slide, please. Because at the moment, at this point in time, anyone crossing from Mairoa Whitiora there is no actual safe crossing of Ulster Street for about 1.5 k's along that entire stretch of road. And implementing the Ulster Street underpass would actually open up the river to most of those inner suburbs as well, and make it a lot less safer for pedestrians and cyclists, which I think is quite important this time of day, even though a lot of people seem to want to get more cars around, but I think cycling and pedestrian access is more important for the central city at this time. And the next slide, please. And this is again from the own West Town Belt plan. I think moving on, those two projects would help repair what is recognised in this plan as one of the most degraded streams in the city by making it more accessible. It would help remove the invasive and toxic plants, as well as removing animal pests such as cats, possums and large wasp populations, which are moving through some of these gully systems. It would help preserve the environment for native species. As myself, I've seen and heard numerous native species such as tui, piwakawaka, parakeets, as well as even ruru and even bats, which I've tried to take undertaking of trying to survey myself, but haven't had much success as yet. And it would also allow access to one of the more beautiful and more immersive parts of the central city. And as we recognise in the last point on that, that people really just want better access to our gullies.
Thank you very much. There is just one question. And just before that started, thank you for, I know you do a lot of hours, a lot of voluntary hours down there, and you care about it greatly. So we do thank you. Our gullies are in such a better position because of the volunteers, so we appreciate that. Councillor Bunting.
Totally agree. I was interested in your comment you made near the end and at the bottom of your submission about spending more on pest eradication. So you wouldn't like it if we reduced anything we already spend on pest eradication?
No, at the moment, trying to get traps for pest eradication, there is for myself, a fairly large, administering time and money, administration, because you have to get signatures of all the neighbours, and being in a gully, I don't think I can get the signatures of all the neighbours of the gully. It would be quite an undertaking for a single person to do, but I acknowledge that there is paths for eradication, but it could be maybe streamlined, or possibly.
Great. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Quick one, Councillor Thompson.
Ulster Street connection. I've heard that a number of times from different people about how critical it is. So essentially, just to clarify that, what would that allow you to do in terms of travel? What would it help you to avoid in terms of travelling when you're...
Right. Well, it would avoid the four-lane carriageway that Ulster Street is. So at the moment, there is no pedestrian crossing for about 1.5 k's along that stretch. And having the Ulster Street underpass would actually allow people to be more integrated with the natural environment, and that, the path that's hopefully soon to be reopened between Seddon Road and Ulster Street, which would allow most of those inner suburbs like Whitiora or Mairoa and Forest Lake to actually access the river without having to endanger themselves by having to engage with Ulster Street, which is not exactly easy to navigate at the best of times, even in a car.
Okay, thank you. That's really helpful.
Thank you, Troy. Appreciate it. Councillors, we are going to have our morning tea break, and then we're going to have Colin's submission because he thought his time of stay is tomorrow. That's fine. You're okay with just waiting a quarter of an hour or so? And that will give the chance for Amy to send us that submission. So we will adjourn now until we're supposed to be back at 12:20, 11:20. We'll be back at 11:25 because I think we'll pick up that little bit of time over the lunch break. So thank you. Pardon? You were just there for the cheese. Cool. So Colin, welcome, and sorry about whatever caused the issue with the wrong day, but here you are. So,
Thank you very much, Mayor, councillors, staff. Okay, I've got so much information, and I know I've only got 10 minutes. I'll try and make it concise. My two priorities, one is affordable housing, and the other is for councillors to have factual information to make decisions on. And I don't believe the information you've been given that I've seen in the 10-year plan is factually correct for you to make your decisions on. Now, the reason why I'm saying that is because in October last year, Future Proof put a proposal to you and you adopted for a low growth model development in the city. On the 30th of March this year, Future Proof, and you agreed with it, subject to the University of Waikato confirming the numbers, will go to a high growth model. So therefore, everything that you have done in your 10-year plan has been modelled on a low growth model, and it is now a high growth model, which means that all your modelling basically needs to be readdressed. Now, the other two things that are critical to this is that the National Policy Statement on Urban Development is a requirement for Future Proof, or whoever it is going to do it for you, has to address affordability, and they have to do it in price range. I won't cover industrial and commercial, I'll only cover residential. I asked my economist, and I got copies here. I hope that you've actually had, if you haven't had an opportunity to read, I've actually brought some copies here. Can I pass them around?
Mark Raywin will do it for us, thanks.
Okay.
You're right.
I only did 5 because I assumed you'd all had copies. So.
Well, yeah, we do. That's attached,
okay.
Isn't it? It is attached in the...
It is attached, okay.
Yeah.
So the critical part here is what I asked the economist to look at is, first of all, your development contributions, and also the modelling that is now required under the National Policy Statement on affordability. And that is on pages 5 and 6. And what it shows that if in a house, if you have development contributions of more than $50,000 on an $800,000 house, it is uneconomical. And on a $700,000 house, if the development contribution is more than $30,000, it is uneconomical. Now that's absolutely critical information for you councillors to actually understand the implications on your 10-year plan. Because the modelling you've done, and I had great difficulty actually finding the financials in your website. I finally found something on an attachment, but it was actually from December. The modelling that was done on your financials is not consistent with the modelling that you've been doing under your annual plan. So it is impossible to actually do a comparison between what you're talking about in your annual plan and what you're talking about for your 10-year plan. For example, in your 10-year plan, in your annual plan at least, it shows that last year you were predicting $90 million in interest rate swap losses. In your current 10-year plan, the swap losses aren't even mentioned. Okay, so moving on. The information we've got, and this is actually, can I just pass this around please, if you've got the staff to...
Yes, please. Yes, you can. Raywin, would you mind, please?
Okay. I've tried to make it simple. It's a one-page spreadsheet.
Thank you. Thanks.
I have been asking for 3 years for this information to be passed to me from the council. I had to go to the Ombudsman's office. The council staff told the Ombudsman's office that this information was not available. The Ombudsman's office rang me and said, have you heard of the Chief Archivist? And I hadn't. I went to the Chief Archives office and they said to me, put a letter to the council asking them, did they actually have a written permission from the Chief Archivist to delete this information? And the answer was the council hadn't. And so this information is factually based all on official information requests from 2005. It tracks the amount of money that the council have been spending on infrastructure from 2004
to 2019-20. It shows in the bottom lines the overheads. Now, this is normal accounting practice. You will charge an overhead figure in your capital costs. So in 2004, you spent nearly 36 million. Your overheads were 4.9. Your percentages was 14%. In 2019, you spent 159 million. You took overhead charges to run head office of 27 million. But hang on, if you go back 2 years, there was only 12 million. Now, the information that's actually been provided, and I didn't bother to copy this out, there's actually Department of Internal Affairs. There's only one copy. It's pretty critical because what it shows is all the information from councils right throughout New Zealand. They have a balance sheet, they have a benchmark of what the percentage are they're supposed to actually keep. The funding impact statements for Hamilton is completely blank right across the board. There was no way of knowing how the development contributions money that's been taken for overheads is being apportioned, except that it's a big black box.
So we're running close to time, so if you want to make your...
I understood I actually had 10 minutes, but anyway.
Individuals usually have 5, but we'll
Well,
give
I was
you...
told yesterday it was 10 minutes.
Okay, carry on for a few
Okay.
more minutes, and I wonder, if we can have
so
that for the
you
record.
need the councillors need that
Get that.
factual information.
Can we
okay?
have that to the public record? Thank you.
Yes, it's a public
Perfect.
record. I've also got copies here of what you need to know is the financial records. So the council's records for their operating revenue and expenses only goes back to 2011. You have been running at a deficit between your revenue and your expenses, including depreciation, of between $5 and $29 million per annum. That's factual information, all from your accounts. The next thing is your long-term plans and your assessments on DCs. I've actually got a copy here which I've given to councillors. Your estimates of what you're collecting for DCs and the modelling that you're doing is completely and utterly hopeless. Your modelling shows the actual amount you're getting in 2017, for example, was 15 million. The long-term plan showed you were getting 9 million. You actually got, your modelling showed you were getting 24 million. It is a deficit of 15 million. My concern really is that you as councillors are not getting independent advice on factual information of what you're being asked to vote on. And for that reason, I am suggesting that as far as the 10-year plan is concerned, you should not adopt it at the present time. You need more factual information before you can realistically vote on adoption.
Thank you. Sorry, just checking a process point. Questions from Councillor Pascoe?
Yeah, thanks, and thanks, Colin, for the detailed work in your submission. I just have a question on the urban economics report, where they rate Hamilton as having the 5th highest DCs in the country.
Yes.
And I wonder whether they did any correlation between the DCs and the average, you know, this is presumably an average.
Unfortunately, I did actually ask them specifically to break it down between Waikato and Waipara, etc., and they didn't have enough time. So this is the average. So when you get remittance like in the CBD, that tends to distort things.
Okay, so this is the collected amount.
This is the collected amount of DCs, just an average for the houses. So your building consents, 1,400 building consents. The average was D.
But did they do any correlation between DCs and average rates? Because, you know, clearly if our DCs were lower, then the rates would need to be higher.
No, I haven't. I didn't actually. Look, I haven't asked them to do that specifically. Okay. This is actually. I mean, they act for major corporations right throughout New Zealand,
And so this information that I asked them for, they said they already had most of that information available. And so they managed to pull this report together in about 5 days.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. Just looking at the
Yeah,
chart.
thanks, Mayor Paula. Colin, thank you for this latest iteration of information. You've suggested that we should not adopt our 10-year plan. And you've suggested that because some of the fundamental economic assumptions, particularly in relation to growth, are flawed. Can you help me understand your vision of what would need to occur, the time frame, the source, the peer review that would be required until you would feel we would actually have the right information to base that decision to adopt or not to adopt? And could you help me, because it's quite an easy statement to say.
So the National Policy Statement has a legal requirement for the modelling that's on page 5 and 6 to be done by your economist by the 31st of July this year. Okay? Now that will actually give you a benchmark as to whether the modelling that they've proposed actually works. So a lot of the modelling for housing, for example, at Peacocks is on the basis of high density houses. Now, I doubt very much whether we're going to get high density houses at Peacocks. It's hard enough for selling high density houses in Hamilton Central to be economical, let alone, because your construction price for a low density house is about $2,000 a metre, and that was based on your economist's report. And a high-rise building is about $5,000 a metre. So the actual construction price of a 100 square metre house is $200,000 for a timber frame house and $500,000 for a high-rise. And then on top of that, you've got all your rest of your fees.
I've heard these figures before. I'm trying to. I've got one other question. I'm just trying to give you, for you
so
to give
the 31st of July,
as when you feel, if we adopt your suggestion that we stop everything, in light of the fact you know that we've asked for a peer review of a lot of the growth data, I'm just trying to get an exact answer from you, is how long do you think we have to stop to collate the information that would lead to you being satisfied that the information is correct?
it's not for me to be satisfied, it's for you as councillors. Because you're the ones at the end of the day that have to make the decision. All I'm telling you is that legally, by the 31st of July, Future Proof, or whoever they're going to use, has to have that information to you, and it has to be peer reviewed by Treasury and MFE.
All right. My last question to you, and I know we don't have much time. I think I understand from what you've said is you found it very hard to get information from this council.
Absolutely.
Can you give me an insight how many Lagoma requests you've submitted and what cost to the ratepayer those Lagomas have cost the ratepayers of Hamilton?
Well, you sent me an email yesterday to say that I'd cost you $130,000.
Okay, we're going off track here, sorry.
And I can tell you for a fact that I personally have spent over $30,000 in economical evidence.
We don't need the answer to the question, it's off track. It's not related to your submission. So, thank you. But Ewan is welcome to talk to you about that afterwards.
Right.
But
all I'm saying is that you as councillors need to have factual information to make decisions on. That factual information has to be given by independent third parties, because quite frankly, the information that I've discovered is very questionable, is the information you're being given.
So thank you for that, because what we have done is noted the areas in which you have felt there's significant differences that we need to explore in our debate and deliberation with staff. So we appreciate that, and thank you for taking the time. Yes, and Raywin will take those things for the record. Thank you, if that's fine. Thanks, Raywin. Thank you very much for your time, and sorry with whatever happened between days, but you know, all roads lead to Rome, right? So we've enjoyed listening to your submission. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Hang on a minute,
There's
people.
some more.
Let me get back. So we've got Madeline. Hello.
Hi. And Erin.
Hi. Good to see you both again. Welcome.
Hi.
Thank you for coming recently to tell me about what you do. So that was really useful. Thank you.
Great. Well, thank you, Mayor, and the councillors for our time today. I'd like to introduce myself. I'm Erin, and this is Madeline. And with Paige Larinova, we are a Waikato Screen.
Amy? Oh, no.
Oh.
I think you
we need
started
to
halfway in the... We need to start from the beginning?
From the beginning.
I feel it's always good from the beginning.
From the beginning. That's how the Hobbit started, wasn't it? So yes, we are Waikato Screen, and we're a regional film office, and we would like to talk to you about why we feel we should be included in the Hamilton's long-term plan. The international film industry spends $3.5 billion in New Zealand, and the Waikato receives about 170 million of that. That's just under 5%. It's not as much as we're supposed to have. If you take into consideration the general GDP of Waikato is 8.6%, that means we're currently missing out on quite a lot. So you're probably wondering why we receive so little, and it's because the Waikato is the last remaining region to not have a regional film office. If you look on the screen, all of those films up there, they all have been filmed in New Zealand.
So, before we tell you why having a regional film office plays such an integral part, let's first have a look at some numbers and the breadth of what we mean by film. The reason why film spend is 3.5 billion is not because the actors are that expensive. Although, don't get me wrong, they definitely up the budget. But the reason why is because film has such a widespread impact. So if we click and start with the film industry itself, besides the actors and the directors, any medium to large production creates around 30 different roles, which can create up to 700 individual jobs. However, all these roles and the film industry only makes up 1/3 of the whole budget. 2/3 of the budget goes to below the line. So if we click again, what you see over there is a set, and to get any set working, you need construction. So you will need your builders, your joiners, your painters, your laborers, your electricians and plumbers. Mortal Engines, this film set, was filmed in Wellington and used for their film alone 67 different sets. So if we continue, this what you see on the screen is an image from Mulan, and all these people needed a place to sleep. And Mulan, in their budget, spent on accommodation alone 10 million. So if we click again, retail and trade. Mulan used 2,130 vendors. Power Rangers used 1,200. And I could go on. That's a lot of businesses benefiting. This guy, which you see on the screen, he's the owner of EcoWater. And he made a whole production line of his 100% compostable water bottles just for the Hobbiton trilogy alone. So if we click again, which is a little bit an odd one out, you might think, is gaming. But believe it or not, the regional film office plays an integral role here. Because if you have this game, Call of Duty, they have $50 million they use for production, and most of that money is spent in in-game videos and graphics, and all those need to be shot before they can get animated into gaming. And there's so much more, like public administration and safety, information, media and telecom, education and training, scientific, technical, admin and supportive services, transport, logistics, postal and warehousing, electricity, gas, water and waste, legal services, financial and insurance services, and manufacturing. And then in 1999, Mata was best known for its horses and farming. Well, it's safe to say that now it's known for its tourism, Hobbiton. Prior to COVID, they pumped 78 million annually into the district, which I don't think is a bad return of investment. So, Erin.
Excellent. Next slide, thanks. So the film industry, yes, it does touch a lot of areas, but why is a regional film office of such integral importance? I will just move it to the next one. Because when you go into a country to film, you need someone to tell you where to go and who to talk to, who to hire and help navigate you through the different legislations and permitting. As you can see up there, you've got major players that you're dealing with in the New Zealand film industry, your Amazon, your Netflix. 20th Century is really big in New Zealand at the moment, so there is a lot happening. As a regional film office, we facilitate between them and with our international governments, our communities and our iwis.
Next slide.
Okay, our role is to improve the communication, which means everybody has a really pleasant filming experience when they're in the Waikato, and hopefully they go back and they tell their friends and they continue to use our area. We want to stimulate the economy by linking the local businesses to the international productions. And what we're finding out at the moment is a lot of the international productions that do choose the Waikato, they're actually taking their businesses from out of town because they don't have these connections here. So I'll talk a little bit about that shortly. We want to support and promote our local talent and keep our highly skilled workers here, because we're finding that a lot of them are leaving to other bigger cities and overseas for that work. We also want to showcase our beautiful country to the international directors, location scouts, producers, and actively advocate in international film conferences. Currently, we are featuring in the New Zealand Lookbook, and it's a visual directory that goes out to 250 of the world's top directors. Last but not least, a regional film office does advocate ecological ethics, making sure that film productions think clean and green, and we've already been doing work for that in Tokoroa and looking at that in the Coromandel, making sure they look after our areas.
So yeah, if you look at the screen, all these regions have, So all these regions have already seen the benefits of having a regional film office. So that's Screen Auckland, Film Bay of Plenty, Eastern Screen Alliances, Screen Canterbury, Dunedin Film, Film Otago, Screen Wellington, and Venture Taranaki. We like to see this Waikato screen on the map. But if we go back, currently it's this. And unfortunately, reality is because we do not have a funded film office. Producers are seeking to film elsewhere or bring their own workforce to our area, such as.
So with The Hobbit, they brought up 140 vehicles from Wellington with 500 crew. They brought their own caterers and caravans. They actually brought their own chickens, ducks, sheep, goats and pigs as well. And they also packed a huge amount of alcohol purchased in Wellington and brought that up with them as well. So it could have done a lot better for our entire region. And it didn't. And as I said, we're not using, Hamilton is our biggest city, so a lot of that workforce would come from here. So let's put us back on the map, hopefully. That's what we're asking.
Yeah, so one more click. In the next 10 years, we want to establish Waikato's regional film office, get funded, and triple our multi-dollar film economy. And if we do it well, we could aim for $1 billion. If we click one more.
Okay, so Waikato Screen, we hope to, what we will do is grow jobs and businesses, retain our highly skilled skilled crew, raise morale and profile of our stunning area and region.
So one more click. We want our mighty Waikato, with Hamilton as its capital, to become known as the heart of New Zealand screen productions.
Location-wise, we're in an excellent place, only being not too distant from the Auckland International Airport. Instead of going up to Kumu, they could be coming down here. Mm-hmm. So if we can just click along. So that's the end of the presentation. And if we'll leave you with those pictures. But what I'd like to point out, the length of our presentation is the average time in which film credits go up. And all of those film credits are jobs. And yeah, it generally takes between 7 and 10 minutes for all of those jobs to be seen. So it just shows you, next time you watch a movie, you might go, wow, that is a lot of jobs. So,
and that could be Waikato people.
Thank you very much. We do have a number of questions. I just have one based on your written submission. And thank you for the advocacy you're doing. All good work starts with a champion, so we really do appreciate all that. Just in terms of your ask, you're asking for support. Have you thought of a specific quantum or what it looks like? I know when you came to visit me, we talked about the potential to be a part or a subsection of the creative funding or whatever. What is your direct, what would you need? I know I'm putting you on the spot here, but
yeah, no, that's okay. We actually would love for you guys to sponsor us an economist and help with your business case. We did have a business case done 1.5 years ago, and we were asked not to approach councils with it. It's unfortunately dated, so that's something we would be interested in. We would like to see as much support from perhaps your creative fund as we could possibly have. We were looking from Hamilton, we were hoping to get between 80 and 100,000 that would help us annually just for 3 years to get us sorted. The Christchurch City Council, they put in 150 for 3 years and got theirs off the ground. And
150 a year for
annually,
3 years. Annually for 3 years.
And they're up and away, and they're actually getting a studio shortly, so it's working for them. And now I don't know how much more they're getting in other areas, but they're fully supported and they're cruising.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful. Now we'll go to Councillor Hamilton, who is the chair of our Economic Development Committee, so I'm sure that he's very interested.
Yeah, we've met. I come and saw Councillor Ewan and I. Good to see you again. Thanks for your presentation. I noticed you've still got quite an ambitious first-year budget. Have you been successful, I know you're talking to Regional Council, securing any funding yet since we saw you last?
Yes, we have been with the Well Trust. Erin?
They've given us 25,000 for a convening and organisational fund. As you know, we would like to partner up, and Hamilton Waikato Tourism has reached out and said they would like to be a part of, umbrella us to help us along. So Well's helped us with a convening fund, and we're continuing to get lawyers and more economic advice. The Regional Council unfortunately postponed once again, and they will be giving us, we've applied to them for 50% of our funding for 3 years, and they are coming back on the 29th of April now. Originally they did say the 25th of February, the 25th of March, and now they've gone to the 29th of April.
That 50%, what is that exactly in terms of dollar figure?
That was
192,500
per year.
Yeah.
And just quickly, NZTE, do they help with this sort of funding? I see they've supported that sort of New Zealand-wide business case.
There's still someone we have to approach. Like Madeline and I have been working on this for, I think we've told you, getting on to 8 months now, completely unfunded and voluntary. So it's also finding that time and how far do we push this voluntary without getting some kind of income or support. But that is definitely an avenue we have got on our list of things to look into.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Gallagher.
Can you just clarify, thank you for the presentation, the interactions you've had with Te Waka and also other regional TAs, obviously Hobbiton, Matamata Piaka, but Waikato Waipa, just the other groups you've spoken with?
With Te Waka, unfortunately, they helped us with our business case and they encouraged us. They wanted us to approach as a group, but they actually, even though they had this business case, they never submitted it to their own board, and it never got pushed forward. It almost got shelved a little bit. There's been certain things that have happened, and I believe now they're more active, and they've got a few changes within their own entity. So right now, that's why we're linking together with Hamilton Waikato Tourism, and now reaching out and branching out to councils, and we've had help, as I said, with the regional council's support. We've also gone to Waipa, who are have been very helpful with Steve Tritt. We've spoken to TCDC, and we're meeting with them, is it next week? Because the next film, big film that's coming into our region is Coromandel. The South Waikato Council, they've had Pete's Dragon, and they've also had Yogi Bear, and there's another film that's coming into the area. So they are completely supportive of us and are assisting us along the way.
And Creative Waikato obviously have interacted, you've had...
Yeah, they're part of our board.
I just want to just give them
Yeah,
some
they're part of our
context
board. So we've got a board of
part of the
advisors, and they are helping us with certain structural things. But as I said, because it's voluntary, it's really hard to do this all the time. Even though we're pretty much doing a full-time job now, it's hard to keep pressing on as unpaid workers. So
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Last question, Councillor Bunting.
Thank you. Yeah, I was going to ask about Creative New Zealand's input into this. I would have thought that would be a natural source of funding.
Ooh, actually, I think with Creative New Zealand, they do a lot for the Film Commission, and the Film Commission does it more at the end of the film. And there's also the Film Commission supported. It's the coupling in the middle, essentially us. And we are looking to talk to central government. So we're meeting with Jamie Strange on Friday and Scott Simpson next week. Because I also believe that Auckland is overflowing, Wellington's overflowing. The film industry wants New Zealand, and yet there's none of this link to the regions. Well, the other people, all of those regional film officers have fought really hard to be an entity. And right now we are the one that still hasn't got it across the line.
Are people still making films overseas with COVID?
They're struggling because social distancing with romance doesn't work so well. They've got the cost of their social distancing and health and safety. Like the last movie we went down to in Tokoroa, we still had to wear masks, and they take it up a level from what they are because they don't want their insurances. It's especially dealing with American companies. They've got a lot of protocols in place, and overseas they're struggling. They are really struggling. So New Zealand is for them. We're politically safe. There's a lot of eyes in the world on us, and even the Prime Minister has. We're on the map. We're big time on the map in the silver screen.
Thanks, guys. Really inspiring.
Thank you. Thank you again for your straightforward presentation.
Cool. Is that all we need to do? Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you.
Okay.
All right, that brings us down the list, and please correct me if I get this name incorrect. They're not here? Okay, that just saves it for a little bit longer. Jessica Weaver. Hello, how are you? Good. Jessica Weaver.
Tēnā koutou katoa ko whai karuru hau te ora ahau ko Jessica tuku ingoa. Good morning, I'm Jessica and I'm currently a Bachelor of Social Work student. I'm here to talk about compostable nappies. Hamilton has begun taking some integral steps towards a more sustainable and eco-friendly way of life with the recent transition to the new bin systems, and I believe this presents a really unique opportunity to further minimise our city's landfill. I believe this proposal has the potential to not only improve the environment but the lives of parents across Hamilton. Currently, every baby uses approximately 7 nappies per day. The sheer volume of nappies means that some council figures indicate that disposables make up between 5 and 45% of domestic waste in New Zealand, and they're currently around 50% plastic, and they take up to 100 years to break down. On average, this means over 1 million disposables are being sent to landfill every day. And while reusable nappies are an option, like cloth nappies, I believe that they're not a sustainable option because most families resort to disposables out of convenience. I believe the time-consuming processes involved in cleaning reusable nappies was an option when one parent stayed home. However, in our current social climate, this is a challenging option for the traditional nuclear family or the single-parent family. Therefore, I propose the Hamilton City Council invests in the New Zealand nappy company that currently produces fully compostable nappy, Little and Brave. And part of this would be that they then establish a recycling facility in Hamilton or in the Waikato area to then dispose of these nappies. The council would then implement a new bin into the current bin system, which is specifically for the nappy collection, which could be collected fortnightly alongside the current bins. I would see that parents would receive these bins when the child is born and then return them when they're no longer using nappies. And I also think that these nappies should be provided at a subsidised or at a subscription-based rate to incentivise parents to use these nappies. So in the case of a subscription-based service, I think that the price for it should be around like $7 to $10 per week, increasing in $5 increments per child, and capped at $20 to $25. And this could be sold through the supermarkets, but the families using these nappies could be provided with coupons to collect them. And they would also be introduced in sample packets within the current care packages that are given when you first have a baby through your midwife in the hospitals, to replace the current nappy that's used. And I believe this will all push parents towards using compostable or cloth nappies as opposed to the traditional disposables. I believe this is an integral step for the continued commitment Hamilton has to a zero waste future, and this provides Hamilton with the chance to become the first city in New Zealand to provide this service, and I really urge you to pursue this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Just a quick question from me. Comes to mind, we've had also with our waste stream some interest in products for adults that need incontinence support. Would you see this as?
Yeah, so I definitely think that that could be an option, as well as like menstrual products and stuff, but I just, I was kind of worried that if I introduced too many things that would become a barrier,
Yeah,
so I thought it would be
more,
easier to start with.
in your older population, etc., or
yeah, well, I suppose they could be
unwell
integrated into rest homes, like that would make it really easy to kind of, but I just was thinking if it was like a kind of, yeah.
I just wondered, because we have had some feedback with the waste service in respect to that.
I'm not 100% sure what is currently provided in terms of a compostable nappy, but I would imagine that because there's currently a place that can provide that they would be able to create a product like that as well in the future, if that was something that was...
Right. Thank you. Just a point of interest for me. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you for your really excellent submission. It's actually, I had thought about the exact same thing, and I definitely brought up with one of our staff. I don't know if I brought up with you, Evelisa, but I'm interested in how, whether you think we should have council provide the composting service, because you'll have the pickup and then the composting of them separate to, say, the nappy company, so that then it would open the market to other compostable nappy companies in the future? How would you imagine that working?
Yeah, I definitely would think that it should be like we create in Hamilton a composting facility service. I just know that it's currently only provided by one company in New Zealand, which is based up in Auckland, and they have one composting facility up there. So, and that's a New Zealand business as well. So, that's lots of options for it. I think that's just kind of the real base of what I could come up with.
Yeah, no, thank you. It's a really well thought out submission.
Thank you. Councillor Bunting?
I was going to ask about how many companies are doing it already, and you just answered, so thank you. Really
Thank you. Councillor Gallagher?
Yeah, sorry, you mentioned no other TA is doing this.
Yeah, that's correct.
In Australasia, is there any other examples in other
I've had a very brief look, but I can't see anything, especially not through government anyways. Like, I know that the company currently does it themselves. So currently they will, whoever buys their nappies will then, either they'll pay to get them collected, or the company if they're in the Auckland area will go around in a truck and collect the nappies and take them back to their facility.
If you have any more information, Councillor Thompson's Deputy Chair of our Environment Committee, that would be useful just to forward it on, and she'll circulate to the rest of us, obviously. Thank you.
Thank you. I think that's expended all the questions. Thanks again very much, Jessica, for coming in. And this, technology is part of the exciting way forward with waste, isn't it? So it's, thank you very much.
Cheers. Thank you.
And now we have another Jessica Adams. Welcome, Jessica. Good to have you here. Thank you for making the time and the effort to talk with us.
Good morning. My name's Jessica Adams, and I currently reside along Palmerston Street. currently we have a huge issue with the parking in the area, and I have noticed that a lot of it is due to hospital workers coming in and parking along Palmerston Street, Pembroke Street, all the surrounding streets at 7 a.m, and then catching a bus from there to the hospital. And that is then impacting the residents because a lot of it is high density housing along there, and our house, specifically our block of flats, it's all accessible accommodation for high needs disabled people. So we're talking widened hallways, wet floor bathroom, extra large bedrooms and stuff to accommodate the extra mobility equipment. And we're in that house because my partner is severely disabled. To give you a picture of his needs, he is the equivalent of a 3-month-old baby in terms of ability. He cannot feed himself, he cannot dress himself, he relies on support workers for everything that we take for granted. And we have an issue with the parking because when our support workers come in at 7 a.m, they can't get a park unless they park a good 10-15 minutes walk away. And then if there's an emergency, it's completely impractical for them. And so my proposal with the 10-year plan would be to charge for parking, but to offer either free parking for residents of that street or a heavily subsidised rate. Because, for example, our driveway, we have a shared driveway. There's 3 residents in there. 2 of them have large mobility vans because they're both in wheelchairs. So I'm talking your wide body and tall high top, high ace vans with wheelchair restraints in them and the hoists to put them in. Sorry, I had a mind blank. And it's extremely difficult for us to even park in our driveway some days, which I get isn't really your problem. We have tried to resolve it with our tenancy manager and that. But then we could park on the street, but all the hospital workers are then taking the parks. And it gets even more horrendous when everyone has guests over the weekend or overnight and stuff like that. It's just completely chocker, and we have no option but to park on the berm, which I understand we would get a ticket for. But with someone like my partner, we have no other option because a lot of the streets are inaccessible to him, and he has to drive along some of the street and then go up in a driveway to get onto the footpath. So accessible parking in Hamilton is also extremely difficult. There's some parks that we can't park in, like the parallel parking ones, because we need about 3 metres behind our van for my partner to get into the van, because the wheelchair hoist comes out 1.5 metres from the back of the van, and then he needs about 1.5 metres to manoeuvre his wheelchair in. And I'm not sure if you guys were aware of those difficulties that people with additional accessible needs have. So I'm bringing it to you as councillors so that you are aware, so that hopefully you can make changes in the way that you review accessible parking and parking around the hospital area especially. I took a 2-minute walk yesterday. In that 2-minute walk along Palmerston Street and Hammond Street, there's at least 4 construction sites for high density housing. So that's going to make the parking issue worse. And then on top of that, we have Hamilton West Primary there as well. And they seem to think that the middle of the road is a huge parking area to collect their children. And then it means that residents can't get out at all.
Thank you, Jessica. Look, you've explained that so clearly,
Yeah.
without notes or anything. That's amazing.
It's the wonders of autism.
No, you've done a great job of bringing that to our attention. We do really
Yeah.
appreciate it. Just a very quick question from me.
Mm-hmm.
Given that you described the accommodation just around you as being
Yeah.
accessible and therefore equipped for people with a variety of disabilities,
Yeah.
is there a mobility park space anywhere near that particular property?
Closest one is at Pack and Save or Countdown.
Is it?
Yep.
Okay, thank you. And
there's no accessible parking near us. And the garages on the two houses with wheelchair users, they haven't constructed the garages for high top vans. So your normal sedan or hatchback, that sort of thing would fit in.
so a space potentially that mobility, people servicing those with mobility issues could be part of a solution, you think? Or
So our garage, because we have very little storage in our flat as well, it is essentially a storage place for all the additional equipment, like battery chargers for wheelchairs, hoists, everything like that. We've got to store the hoist and the wheelchair overnight and stuff like that. And they haven't constructed the garage with a high enough roof so we could park our van in there.
okay, thank you very much for that.
And like for an example, when we go to Chartwell, there's 5 car parks along by Countdown. Those and the ones round the side that are open air are the only ones that our van can park in. Typically they're full of little hatchbacks and stuff like that. So parking there is a nightmare as well. We usually end up having to take a mother and baby park because we have no other option. We can't fit in car park buildings with a 2.4 metre van.
Thank you. You raised a really good point there. I've got a couple of other questions from councillors, if I could. Councillor Bunting is first.
Yeah, look, and thank you.
Yeah.
I echo Mayor Paula. Great submission. Thank you. Well done. Have you talked to our staff or our team about this prior to this, or is this the first time we're...
We have spoken to parking wardens about that, and I believe support workers have emailed you.
Okay.
Either my support workers or my neighbours' support workers
Cool.
have.
Would you mind doing it again, if that's okay?
Yep.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Councillor McPherson.
Yeah, following that, have you spoken to any of the sort of management staff, or is it just the sort of parking wardens? Because I don't see this as a problem that needs the LTP to solve. That's a long-term solution. There's a much quicker way of doing that by bringing it through to one of our committees to change parking rules.
From what I'm aware, other residents in Hamilton have already.
Okay.
And they don't get much response.
Okay.
I think some of it is due to misuse of the mobility parks as well.
Yeah, we also have our parking staff can monitor and police them. So I apologise about the lack of response, because I'm thinking once the people around this table have heard your story, we'd be quite determined to get a solution that helps you people. And the other question, how old's your building?
It's a relatively new build.
Yeah.
I would say about 10 years maximum. It's up to all the current codes.
You may not be aware, but have you heard whether, when the building was approved for building, that the parking issues were looked at that time?
I don't know. I did ask my tenancy manager and she can't tell me.
Right. We'll have a discussion with our planning staff about that too.
So we rent through accessible properties.
Right.
Because they're the only ones that could actually provide us with a house.
Cool.
My partner and I looked for quite a number of months, and all we could find is ones that had a wet floor bathroom and no ramp, or a ramp and no wet floor bathroom, and none of them had wide enough doorways to accommodate a power wheelchair.
Thank you, Jessica.
Thanks, you've given us lots of food for thought.
Yes, the process, as you may know, is after we've heard everyone, we go into a period of deliberation.
Yeah.
So you've made very clear some points that we, without doubt, will be discussing. Councillor Thompson, last question, if you may.
Yes, thank you, Jessica. Those are really good points that you've made. And I imagine the details of how we might be able to solve some of these problems can be worked out going forward. Just a question around bathrooms and the Hamilton Gardens is a changing places bathroom. Do you use that?
We have considered it, but the cost is prohibitive.
Oh, right.
Because they charge $150 for the key tag. Now, for a lot of disabled people, they're on benefits, myself and my partner included. That $150 is more than our food budget for an entire week.
Yeah.
And we don't know where we can go to get assistance or anything like that. But if they were accessible and we could get hold of the right sling for my partner, we would use them.
Right. Okay. Were you aware that there's currently unfunded proposal for an accessible bathroom in the Rotatuna village as well? But it could. So I was just interested in how useful they are.
They're extremely useful.
Yeah.
Me being connected to the disability community, we have more than any other city in Hamilton currently.
Thank you. That's a little bit out of scope, but from the submission, but that was really useful information while we have you with us. So look, once again, Jessica, thank you. I understand this is your first time of coming before council. Wasn't too bad, was it?
No, definitely not.
Good.
Yeah.
Yeah. It was an excellent presentation. You must come and keep submitting to council, keep all your issues front and centre, and we really appreciate you being here today. Thank you.
Yeah.
That brings us up to, I think, Mark next, isn't it? Mark is next. Thank you.
On behalf of an organisation, so that's good. That's been acknowledged there. Eyes on.
Hi, Mark.
Kia ora all. This is not my first time, as you all know.
We might have lost count in your case.
Might have lost count in my case, yes. And that's kind of where I want to start, actually, because 7 years ago, I sat in this seat, and some of you are still here from that time, at which point I was here to talk about Embassy Park with a number of other people. On that occasion, we made a commitment to the council to make the transformation in Embassy Park that you've seen since, without any request for new money, and as you'll recall, we managed to do that. What was previously a problem area of the city has become a highlight of the city, and we now have an opportunity with the building of the Waikato Regional Theatre to have another go at it. You will have received this that I have sent through the LTP process. A number of staff, I originally wrote it for the staff, sent it to Jeff, but then I put it through the LTP portal as well. There's 36 pages, but it's okay, it's a picture book, so it won't take you too long to read. Everything, this is the result really for me of 20 years of thinking about this space. It's 20 years since I first thought of the riffraff statue, 7 years that we've been working on Embassy Park. Now, we had 3 stages in mind. We completed the first 2, then the theatre landed next door, and the next stage that what we were planning was put aside. We were going to put a proscenium arch piece of public art at the back of the space, and we're going to build a stage and put a stage down the bottom. We've always been supportive of the theatre because the theatre has been, from the very outset, the theatre has engaged with us. Now, declaration of interest, of course, you now know that I also work for Momentum now, so I kind of have 2 hats, but I'm very much here with my Riffraff Public Art Trust hat on. The key questions, I guess, absolutely, we support the $5 million that has been allocated to this project, but there's an awful lot of questions that fall out of that. we know that to achieve a really outstanding result, we're going to need to go out and raise some funds to do the actual public artworks that we want to put in and so forth. But whereas 7 years ago we were essentially just adding to what was already there, this redevelopment opportunity is a chance to actually really embed the eccentricity of the space into the actual building of it. I mean, in here I've suggested, for instance, that we could have a set of Rocky Horror lips set into the paving, which is, as an example, which needs to be factored in at the outset of discussions. Now, we have been involved in discussions. JazMax has been talking to us. We've been meeting with staff here. So there's not really a problem as such. Everything is rolling along. I just want to make sure that all of you are aware of this developing situation. So really the question is about how much of the $5 million that has been allocated is simply for the core essential earthworks and landscaping that needs to happen versus the decoration that comes later. There's a grey area, as I say, some things kind of fall between. I sort of point you to the question in the penultimate page, really, which is on the inside back cover, which really just addresses the financial questions that are coming up. Look, the thing is this, is that I really want you to sort of see Embassy Park not as just an add-on to the theatre. Clearly the rebuilding of the theatre has prompted this revisit, but it has the potential to be a really major attraction for the city. I mean, it already is. It is actually the only international attraction. People travel from overseas to visit Riff Raff, that we know that. But there's so much more, as I outlined in this report, that could be done. The future of the city, the future prosperity of the city rests in innovation and inclusion. And there is nothing else in the city like Riff Raff for sending that signal to the world for saying we are innovative and we're inclusive here. So I really just want to have you emphasise that we see it as an opportunity. It's an opportunity for Embassy Park to be part of an anchor with Victoria and the river and activating the laneway spaces and the spaces between those two parks. It's an opportunity to engage with mana whenua. We've made it clear that our focus is on the Rocky Horror theming at the street end of the park. We're quite happy to step back and let the partners work together with mana whenua on what happens at the river end. We'd always intended that the river end of the park, if we had been able to do stage 3 as planned, that wasn't going to be Rocky Horror themed. It was always going to be river themed, and that it suggests and requires indeed an engagement with mana whenua to achieve that. There's massive opportunity for synergies between different organisations. So really, I just want to sort of emphasise, make sure that you have seen this, that you've read it. In terms of other things that were in the process, the LTP process that aren't covered in the report, look, we're supportive of the $100,000 creative sector funding, but we're not really seeing that as necessarily relevant to what we're doing, maybe for some of the public artwork. But a lot of what we're talking about is essentially about how the core capital work is approached. We're supportive of the bridge, but then that won't surprise you because in my day job I was driving that as well. So yeah. So yeah, I just commend my own report to you, and as I would, and ask that you keep the development of Embassy Park front of the centre in your thinking, and that we make as fantastic a space as we possibly can. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark, and thank you to you and the rest of the Trust for all that you have done in that space, because you're right, you have reinvented it. I've got just a quick question before I pass on to other people, and that is, in terms of, I got your main point, which is not making Embassy Park an add-on to the new theatre. Could rephrase that and say not making the new theatre an add-on to Embassy Park. But that aside, I guess you still want that same kind of funky look and feel in parts of that space that is consistent with Rocky Horror.
I mean, we achieved what we did, including the statue. We've only spent $500,000 in there. Over the entire 20 years in terms of redevelopment. It's a $74 million theatre. It probably wants something a bit flasher. I mean, I would like to see stuff just as eccentric, just as quirky, but just better production values, essentially.
Yeah, yeah, and I do appreciate the volunteer hours. I think even Councillor O'Leary had a pink paintbrush in her hand.
She did. She joined in. She was part of that little project. Yep.
Yeah. Just in terms of the continuation of that. Yeah, she's giving us a thumbs up. I know she's very good at painting. And that, but, in terms of the connection with Embassy to the river.
Yep.
We've got what's going to happen with the theatre. Have you got any comments to make on that last bit? Because that was always going to be stage 1, 2, 3. How does that now sit in there?
Our original thinking was that, based on that consultation we did, which was initiated by Council 7 years ago. I mean, the Embassy Park Working Group very much came out of a council initiative. The original idea there was that we had a space at the bottom of the hill that we were always referring to as a ceremonial space. Essentially, that there was a degree of privacy down there. It was at the time, it was around the time of marriage equality, so it was described as a great place to have gay weddings. But actually, in terms of the plans that Jasmax have got together in terms of the basic layout, there's not really enough room down there to do that anymore. And as I say, we've taken the view that we'll step back from necessarily really thrashing it. And we want to see the principles we're putting forward factored in to what happens at the bottom of the park. But really, as I say, a partnership between council, the theatre developers and Mana Whenua is the way to go down there. And that's as much about creating a view shaft, because at the moment you can't actually see the river from the top of the hill. And also making it work in terms of if the Broadwalk comes along there, how's it all going to fit together? Look, we're not the engineers, we're the decorators, essentially. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Deputy Mayor Taylor.
Thank you, Ms Southcote, Mark, and also I reiterate thanks for your amazing commitment to the space over so long. So just to kind of clarify, then you're bringing it to us so it's front of mind for us that you want the riffraff theme definitely not forgotten, but incorporated in there. And you're involved,
and amplified, if anything.
Right, amplified. Yep. And you're involved in the design process, along with Jasmax, etc., etc.
So far as it's got so
far. Yep, and that's still continuing.
Yep.
So you're not envisaging any problems per se. It's really just a.
No, I'm not seeing any problems at the moment. But the fact that there's a lot of ambiguity still particularly in terms of the $5 million figure. Sounds great. I don't really I don't know how that breaks down. I don't know how that was come up with. Certainly we haven't. We've been involved in discussions with Jasmax around and the council around what kind of things happen, but we haven't really had any discussions about that figure. We haven't contributed to that number being formulated.
But won't that become clearer as a design?
Yes, I would hope so. Okay. Yeah, absolutely. And as I say, it's this time, rather than just plonking things down, there's this area of this there's some things that are definitely engineering and part of what they're doing, and there's some things that are definitely decoration that part of what we're doing. There's a kind of zone in the middle where there's an opportunity to make some really cool space. Yeah. And that's as much about us, I like to activate, as it is. We saw it with the mushrooms out here. There's a really good opportunity to design the space so that it can be activated, not just for events facing onto the street, but also for temporary installations and so forth. And it can be as simple as just lugs that we can hand bunting off, or so to speak, and little hoops attaching, whether it's a gazebo for an event or an inflatable piece of art. There's little things right through to actually factoring in what are the sight lines, people coming into the space, how do we make how does the sound work, how does the light work, how do we keep it green and not make it into another concrete plaza. And I also want to emphasise that I really do think that the area north of it is the laneways areas with Mesoverse in there has enormous potential to be it's enormous potential to be a real boho kind of driving cultural space in the city, with little pocket parks, and Embassy Park can become part of that, leading into that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks, Mark. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Bunting.
Thank you. Is it big enough to do everything you say you want it to
Oh,
do?
look, I've put everything in here.
Yeah.
I put every idea, and it could be possible it isn't.
Because what you've got is a great part now.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
But it's also going to be the entrance to a theatre.
Yeah.
How do you not take each other over and have events and have gay weddings and have all these things you want to put in?
Well, I basically put every idea I've ever had into this report.
Right.
Whether they all, I'm not, I want to see as much happen as possible, but the very approach we've taken has been predicated on whatever practicalities are applied by the council, by the building of the theatre. I mean, the fact that the flat area needs to be extended out so that there's people to come out of the theatre, that's inherent. There's no point us arguing about that. The point is, how do we make the best use of what's there?
Right.
And look, if we can't do everything, that's fine. The point is that the theatre's going to be its own attraction, but we want it to be lively area. We want the city. We want a night economy operating there. Embassy Park's actually at its best at night when it's under lights, and it's just a question of making sure we get every opportunity, take every opportunity we can, to make it a space that really puts us, is a national, if not international, attraction. It's an opportunity. We started with a problem 7 years ago. We solved the problem. Now we have an opportunity.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Last question, Councillor Pascoe.
Yeah, thanks, and thanks, Mark, for the detailed submission. Does the Trust have in place a contingency plan to ring bells if during the during the planning and the construction phase, the wheels start to fall off in terms of where you might think the park might end up when the theatre's finished?
I don't know if I call it a contingency plan. I'm quite confident with the communication channels that we have at the moment. I mean, particularly since shout out to Lucy Ryan. She's been very good since she started in that dedicated role. We've been hearing from her regularly. Just generally, and we're talking to Jazz Max, we're talking to Foster's. I mean, this report went to all of them, went to Momentum, and the Waikato Regional Property Trust will own the theatre, so they're all aware of these issues. But it's council land, so to some degree, the initiative and the decision-making sits here, not with them. I mean, there's obviously synergies between the decoration on the outside of the theatre and what happens in the park, particularly around at the river end. But yeah. Look, we know we have to raise more money to make good stuff happen. That's fine. It's more a question around just being clear about what happens as we step forward of that budget that's being talked about in the LTP.
Yeah, right. And look, one question I'd like to have moved over to staff is, my recollection was the $5 million is to do both ends of the theatre.
Okay, we'll add that.
So I'd like that question,
Both ends, how do you mean?
Well, the end in Sappermore Jones, because there will be infrastructure requirements at that end of the theatre too.
Yes. So the process for today, Rob, is we'll catch those all at the end of the day. All the questions.
I've got that down as a point that I will.
Perfect. That's the way to do it. Thank you very much, Mark. Appreciate that.
No worries.
Appreciate all you've done, the uncountable number of hours that you and others have done in that special space. So, all right. Excellent. So now, I think there's some people who haven't arrived, so I think we're on to, I see a whole bunch from the Community Housing Trust at the back, but I understand, Peter, that you're standing in for Rachel. Don't know if anyone's welcome to come forward from the Trust to help with questions, should you wish.
Come on, Thomas. Good afternoon, and thanks for giving us the opportunity.
Just one moment, just so you do know where to look for the submission. It was under the name of Rachel Caldwell, so just on your list. Thank you.
Good afternoon, and thanks for the opportunity to be here and to speak. And I guess just sitting there for half an hour, I've got 3 compliments for you. One is congratulations on being able to think 10 years ahead. I think that we all need to do that, and to sit here and have people thinking about where's the council going to be in 10 years is great. So congratulations on that. Congratulations on developing a housing strategy, which is obviously a hot topic, and I think it's something just fantastic to see council trying to take it on board, so well done on that. And thirdly, I just congratulations on your patience to sit here and listen to the sort of people that you have to listen to. So well done. Look,
Does that include you, does it?
it absolutely does. Dry and boring housing. Look, we haven't really got a lot to say as a trust today. We wrote to Council on the 9th of December and said, look, what about, thank you for your support, thank you for the $2 million that you've given the trust, which just arrived the other day, by the way, so well done on that. And our letter of the 9th of December said, what about providing some ongoing support? It's great to have a housing strategy, but we need some financial support to be able to employ people to do the job, the administrative job around what we're doing. And our letter of 9 December requested a grant of $50,000 on an ongoing basis. It referred to the Queenstown Lakes District Council, where I was previously a trustee, where the council down there, small little council, have managed to give $50,000 a year to that trust. And those funds have been really essential to its success in its early days. So our request is simply to say, look, in the long-term plan, if you're thinking about doing something about housing, the Lands Trust is a good way to do it. It's a good way to start, but we would appreciate some ongoing funding. So that's really all I've got to say on behalf of the Trust today. I didn't say it at the start. Delwyn Abraham, our chair, has been in hospital and she's not able to be here today, so I'm here in her place, along with Thomas Gibbons and a couple more trustees.
Yeah, I see everyone there. I'm sorry to hear that about Delwyn, so please pass on our regards for a speedy recovery.
Will do.
So you're asking for the additional $50,000 a year. Is that to support the administrative type of elements of the trust, or is it to grow the funding opportunities?
No, it's for the day-to-day running of the trust. That we need to have a person that's there to represent us. We're a voluntary organisation, and we need to pay someone to help us with our work. We're about to take on a business development role type of person, so we're going to have to pay them. So we're just after some funds to help run the trust, not for capital type works.
All right, thank you very much. Councillor Gallagher.
Yes, I note the successful Queenstown Lake model, and I assume the administrative infrastructure for that model to be a success was essential.
Having a grant for a person, an executive officer, was really where most of those funds went, and that I always thought that was an essential part of that trust success.
Apart from when we, allocated the quantum, the total grant, I should say, there was a vision that there would be other partners sitting around the financial table. Where are we at with other financial contributions, and also importantly strategic alliances, whether it's with Habitat or wherever?
Yeah, we're working really hard on that at present, and our goal is to meet with all of the mayors of the all of the mayors of the Waikato district. I had a meeting with the mayor of the Waipa Council the other day, and as I'm saying to all of the mayors, look, Hamilton City Council have been fantastic in giving us $2 million to get started. What are you going to do for us? Can you give us some money? Can you give us some land? So I'm asking that of our trust is asking that of every mayor in the Waikato district, and we're not really taking no for an answer as far as I'm concerned. So I agree that it's only fair that the other councils should contribute to our trust as well. And in terms of the strategic partnerships, we're working really hard. We've identified Habitat for Humanity as the partner that we'd probably like to partner with in our first venture. So we're working hard on a model. How does it work? How do we as a Lands Trust make that model work and something that works for them?
Quick, any joy with the other philanthropics, World Trust, the Trust Waikato, and not just them, but I'm just, in terms of the potential funding source.
Not at this stage, and that's part of the reason we reckon we need a business development manager to really sort of run that hard for us, because it's a really important part, getting partners on board with fundraising. So look, as I see it, Hamilton City Council have provided that seed funding to get us going, and some capital and some support via Ben Scott, who's been fantastic from council, absolutely fantastic. So you guys have got us started, you've given us a little push, and I see it really as a challenge for us to partner with all these other providers. But really, having seen the Queenstown model work, it requires us to do something first. We've got to get our first runs on the board. We've got to get our first property. We've got to get our first development happening. And then we've got something to sell to some of these other partners. So we're working hard on that. We see it and we agree with it.
Thank you.
Councillor McPherson.
Thanks very much, Peter, and especially for your politically astute submission just now. I think
Which part?
The whole lot, really, the thrust, the direction. But our first submitter this morning was from the Salvation Army, talking about social housing and their provision in that area. Are you feeling you've got enough support in the community, enough support from council, perhaps to tackle organisations like that and say, listen, guys, we need to be working together on this. It's not much good if two or three are off doing their own thing and we haven't got a concerted approach at taking sort of a bit of a lead in that space, perhaps? You being the trust, not you personally.
No, look, absolutely. I think that we've got a big role ahead of us, and bringing together some of those providers like the Salvation Army. I'd love to be able to do something with the Salvation Army in days ahead. So yeah, we've got a big challenge. And it's a big task, isn't it? That, you know, we haven't got a housing crisis for no reason. It's hard and it's not easy to solve, and we won't solve it all. But my hope is that we can, you know, in 10 years' time, be perhaps in the position that Queenstown is, where they've now housed 200 families, 200 different constructions that families have gone into in a 10-year period. So that's, you know, in 10 years' time, that's where I'm hoping that plus a lot more, because there's a lot more councils that we can draw on in the Waikato.
Yep. Okay, thanks, Peter.
Councillor Hamilton.
Thanks, Mayor Paula. Thanks, Peter. I just wonder, you mentioned you're aggressively pursuing the other councils. Have you explicitly put an ask of matching the contribution in a written form in those long-term plan submissions with either cash and or land?
We're doing that right now, making submissions to all of those 10-year plan reviews, and yes, we are going to ask for, we haven't actually, the letter's just being written right now and we just haven't, but that's a good suggestion. Happy to take that on board and say we'd like to see you match Hamilton City Councils in either cash or land.
Yes, because I've been learning that a lot of councils have a lot of pockets of land that they may not even be aware of, so if I might suggest to you, it may be a good idea to shake the tree.
Yeah, and that was what Jim at Waipa said. He said, you know, his parting comment to me was, if we gave you a bit of land tomorrow, would you be ready to do something with it?
Cool, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Southgate. Thank you, Peter, for your submission. Some really good, heartening stuff in there. I think, rightly or wrongly, when we agreed on the $2 million funding, I think in the last term, I think there was an understanding that we had that the likes of other big trusts would be putting in a similar amount of money to council. You talked a lot about the councils, but I'm just wondering, you know, the Well Energy Trusts or the Trust Waikato's or others, are you going to them asking for the same sort of funding as we're putting in?
We haven't as yet. And I think the trust have all felt this, that we need to get some runs on the board and we need to get something happening. We need to get our first development up and running. And that's what we've got. We would have seen a letter that we wrote to the Mayor just 2 weeks ago, giving a summary of where we were at. And we're in a position where we're just about to launch off and get our first thing underway. And I just feel like to front up at the Well Energy Trust and say, give us some money, we need to have something to show them before I reckon that we can really convince them to hand it over. I think we can convince the other councils of the Waikato to do that up front because they're only matching what you guys have done. But for those people, I just feel that's coming. It's on our agenda, and that's why we're looking to have a business development manager to help us making those requests. But look, I'm not shy about asking anybody for money, and we will do it.
Okay, it's just that I think we felt that to move the dial, it was going to need a whole lot of partners to actually put in.
Agreed.
Yeah.
No, it does. It absolutely does. And that's our challenge, is to get those partners alongside us.
Thank you.
Because we have nobody else who's arrived, we're going to take the last two questions, if I may, one each, and then we will take a break. Mark? One question each.
Okay. Right. So, are we aware of what the likes of the Waikato Wellbeing Project and the likes are doing already, and are we having early enough discussions with them so that they don't shoot off and do their own thing, and it makes it quite hard to pull them all together?
Yeah, we've been meeting with all of our sort of stakeholders, if you like. People like Momentum Waikato, we've met with them a couple of times, and we're talking about what they're doing, and they're starting to do some stuff. So with the Well Trust, no, I'm not aware that we've sat down face to face with them as yet, but clearly we need to, and that's should be coming right up on our horizon.
Yeah, more the Wellbeing Project, I think.
Yeah, the Wellbeing Project, yeah. So yeah, look, we need to do that.
Okay.
So thanks for that suggestion.
Thank you for answering.
Thank you, Mark. Councillor Van Oosten?
Yeah, thanks, Peter and Thomas, for all the work you're doing in this area. In terms of the conversation already had, partners, yes, are really important, but so are enabling policies as well. I see you're in support, of course, of the DC remissions that are being proposed around the social housing providers. Are there other policies that we could be thinking about and implementing that would enable your organisation further?
Thomas has probably got a good answer for that, but my initial one would be you're already doing something that the Queenstown Council never did for us. They never were prepared to remit the development contributions. You know, it was $25,000 per site. It was a lot of money. So that's a big thing on its own. But Thomas, you're probably better able to answer that than me.
Yeah, we've talked various levels at our trust and beyond about inclusionary zoning, for example, which is outside the scope of this LTP probably. But something we're very mindful of. And I mean, certainly there's a lot of policies that can probably be looked at to help housing in the city and help what the trust is doing. I think the focus for us is really on keeping up energy and working out where we can best partner, and then the policies to some extent can follow. But certainly we want to put some planning provisions on your radar ahead of the district plan review, and encouraging further things as are happening in DCs as well to do what can be done to help housing within the trust and outside it.
Great.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you to the Community Trust for all the work you're doing. It's exciting now that you have some cash in hand to go and, start the first successful project. So
Okay.
appreciate it.
No,
Thank you very
thanks
much.
for your time.
Councillors, we're going to take a lunch break till 1:50. No, they didn't arrive at this point in time. Pardon? Who did? Nobody's here, Mark. So if they come, they'll be slotted in after lunch. Pardon? 1:50. Just congratulate Councillor Wilson on getting his certification, his RMA Hearing Commissioner's certification. So, yeah, that's a really good bonus for Council. So,
We have a job for you.
oh yeah, do we have a couple of chat plan changes for you? All right, so we are now over on the Egon has not been able to make it, so we're on the next page of the submissions. We're starting with Judy. Welcome.
Hi.
No stranger to these chambers,
Right. Oh, good afternoon. There is a copy of what I'm saying being handed out. I wasn't quite sure that I was going to be able to be here or not, so it is in front of you as well. Essentially, this submission is, not surprisingly, solely on transport, particularly cycling, walking, public transport, and it says nothing that you don't already know. The aim is to emphasise the need for urgent action. I'd like to stress the need for change in Hamilton's transport focus now, not in the when we can afford it basket or the, well, we might be able to do something within the next 10 years department. The change is needed urgently, and I, as well as you, are aware that it will cost a lot of money. For that reason, and because the problems that are being addressed actually affect the country as a whole, my main argument is that HCC needs to join forces with other local and regional authorities in order to lobby for government funding for safe cycling and walking infrastructure and increased public transport, to get us to levels where car use in cities is largely unnecessary and movement between small towns and larger centres of employment is mostly by mass transit, such as buses or trains. When growth is being forced on cities like Hamilton by central government, it is unreasonable to expect local ratepayers to be able to bear the entire cost of building major infrastructure for the future, because you're not only looking at transport, you're looking at water, electricity supplies, the whole works. The infrastructural development as far as transport is concerned is not just because a change in our transport systems would be nice to have, although of course it would, and it might drastically improve general health and reduce the cost of accident traumas. We have faced a much bigger national risk by failing to deal with our car dependence, which is a significant contributor to overall carbon emissions. Penalties for failing to change our carbon emissions will fall on the country as a whole. Local authorities need help in changing the levels of emissions to avoid New Zealand as a whole losing trade and paying penalties for its failures to meet the expectations of its trading partners worldwide. At the moment, carbon costs in New Zealand are estimated at around $25 a tonne. In Europe, the costs are more like $100 to $125 New Zealand per tonne. They're already being discussed. And it's unlikely that a country like New Zealand will be allowed to get away with less than our fair share of emissions reduction. So in order to get Hamilton to a point where car use can be reduced, we've got some major work to do. Two of the worst areas can in fact be addressed by the Eastern Pathways project and the Unilink. Both of those have very expensive infrastructure requirements. For the Eastern Pathways, in the case of the Eastern Pathways and 5 Crossroads, we've got to get major changes. We have to have a 4-way intersection installed at 5 Crossroads by closing the Brooklyn Road entrance. For the University Link, the cycle and pedestrian bridge is an essential part of the infrastructure. And they're all likely to cost tens of millions of dollars and are in serious danger of not happening because of the hopeless funding available from NZTA for national cycling and walking projects. As you're all painfully aware, of the $290 billion available, $200 million have already been committed to a single project near Wellington. That leaves very little for the rest of the country. Councils throughout New Zealand have to act together to inform central government that we need change in the funding. Currently, we are continuing as a country to invest in major roading developments, which are crippling any attempts to alter our transport modes. We're busy claiming that we need mode change, but we've got no way of doing it because there is no money. Without serious pressure from local governments, this kind of approach isn't likely to change. And without the funding from central government agencies to complete these essential works, our transport options aren't going to change because active transport is seen as too dangerous and public transport is too infrequent, inflexible and unreliable. There is also a lot of growing information on what kind of environment people actually want to live in. It invariably involves fewer cars and more sense of community. We can't achieve that without the large and uncrossable roads currently severing our city and the dangers involved in crossing any of our major existing river bridges by bike or on foot. There is also a huge issue of lack of equity in our city as well as many others, that we're investing money in roads and therefore car transport at the expense of the people who have to walk or cycle. We've got an ageing population, we have a poverty-stricken population, and we have children who are not safe on our roads at the moment. So if we want an equitable society, we really need to do something about this. I've added some additional reading on the handout, which gives you some of the current popular information about what people want and what they would like to see in their communities. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hamilton.
Yeah, thanks Judy for your submission, and you make some really good points and appreciate your advocacy. One of the, and I'm supportive of the Eastern Links, school links. One of the concerns I have though is the suggestion of closing down Brooklyn Road and its impact on the $75 million investment, e.g. the Claudelands Event Centre, and how we might navigate that. So just wondering what your thoughts were around that.
To be honest, I don't feel that access to the event centre is going to be severely affected by that. I may be wrong, but that road does have side feeders that can actually link round to other roads. It's not the only point of access. And at the moment, the horrendous traffic that applies in that area is probably more of a drawback than anything else. I think you might find that people, if they felt safer, would be inclined to walk or cycle around that area and still get access to the major facilities in Claudelands Park. That would be my thought.
Thank you.
Thanks, Judy, for coming back and presenting to us again. It's always nice to hear your voice. Look, I agree with you on the safety issues, and also we have the same frustrations around the funding issues too. Have you talked to our two city government MPs, one of whom is going to present, to us in these deliberations about the safety issue and the fund and where the funding should come from? Because I agree, we haven't got the money to fund it all on our own.
I haven't at this point, although I'm perfectly happy to do so. So
okay.
That would be the next step.
Okay. Well, you might like to listen to one of them anyway when he comes in to present. Right. Thank you.
Councillor Gallagher.
Catch up with David Bennett too, because he's a good cyclist and walker. Can I just ask you, sorry, really comprehensive submission, thank you, and I also note your ongoing patience. The gardens one is interesting. You just the thing that really suddenly I clicked. You said you've been trying to get signage to tell people with the underpasses.
Oh yes, yeah. That's gone on for years.
Yeah, okay.
Ever since NZTA finally installed that nice underpass to the gardens, yeah. We have been saying no one knows it's there. Nobody still knows it's there. I've had people quite recently say, "How did you get here?" I said, "Through the underpass," and they said, "What?" All it requires is some signage, even painted on the footpaths. It's all it needs.
Eva Lee says nodded it positively because it's a really good basic thing, actually. Tell people where it is. Can I just ask you a quick question on that? And, you know, there's a proposal for $5 versus a small entry fee for non-Hamiltonians into the theme gardens, and you keep the parking free.
Well, I have to admit
people, sorry, just because people have made the point that they go and they use all the rest of the gardens as they would. I don't know what your view on that is.
Well, my personal opinion is that I think it's probably better to charge for parking than try to actually handle a system where you've got to distinguish whether someone is a visitor or isn't a visitor. You're going to have staff charges to do all of that. I also think that if you actually impose a small fee for parking, a lot more people might actually discover the underpass and realise that they don't need to take their car to the gardens if they want to exercise their children or their dog, and that they can get there by distributing themselves around the side streets, walking from Hamilton East or some other approach entirely. If we can also get a better bus service to the gardens, that would make a vast difference, I think, to how people get there.
Thank you, thank you.
Councillor Thompson?
Thank you, Judy, as well, for your submission. And just on the question of that underpass that you mentioned, do you find that it's there's only one and it's a barrier that it's down one end of
Well,
common?
so the main barrier is that you can't find it at all if you aren't well aware of it. But we had always argued that it would be very good to have an at-grade crossing near Nixon Street. That was the first preference rather than an underpass at one end of the gardens.
Yeah.
There were always arguments that the cost-benefit analysis didn't work, you couldn't stop the traffic and various other things. Once perhaps Cobham Drive is no longer State Highway 1, perhaps we have a better opportunity to actually install some kind of light-controlled crossing there. I would like to see access, further down and more central. It's the compromise version at Sillery Street was never the ideal. It's better than nothing. That's all one can say.
Thank you.
That went on for many years. I guess you're aware of, that's good face describes it all. I guess you're aware that with a new bridge, the Peacock Bridge, or whatever the bridge gets called.
That will help.
That will help, because that will be at the other end of that stretch.
Yeah, I mean, I realise that one will help. It would still be good to have something in the middle to allow people who live in that central area. I mean, the huge problem, the huge mistake, as everyone knows, was that there wasn't an underpass put under the Galloway Street roundabout at the time it was built. That would have made an enormous difference to people's access. Whether that can be done retrospectively is anyone's guess.
Yes. Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you again for a really clear, concerning questions, the questions clear submission, and just the interest that you've been taking over the years with council. We do appreciate it. Actually, we do. We do. So thank you for that.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, councillors. Okay, we're now on to Phil Evans, because I don't think anyone else has arrived yet. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you, councillors, for the opportunity to speak to my submission, which focused mainly on the issues of cycling. I'm a strong advocate for safe cycling around Hamilton, and it is great that this council has a more favourable attitude towards cycling than past councils, and I thank you for that. Regarding the proposed 55 million over 10 years for cycling and other modes, it's not nearly enough by a long way. That amount should be spent in the next 5 years alone, and another 55 million in the following 5 years. Cycling infrastructure needs to be considered vital infrastructure, like drinking water, wastewater, and roads for vehicles. Not just an add-on when you feel like it or have some money left over. Funding for cycle infrastructure should be built into roading maintenance and should not be something that could be cancelled at the whim of an unsympathetic council in the future. As for the proposed cycling pedestrian bridge, I am all for something that is dedicated to cycling and pedestrian walking. However, I oppose the spending on this bridge in its current form. I have made inquiries about how the bridge connects to current or planned cycleways and find there is none. The 28 million with council's proposed 11 million is only for the bridge. There appear to be no plans for where and how to get on and off the bridge, which means ratepayers will be asked for more in the future. The design of any bridge needs to be plain and not some fancy artwork that costs far more than it needs to. I wonder if this bridge is just another bit of disconnected cycleway, which Hamilton is riddled with already. Just like the Western Rail Trail, with no infrastructure at either end. Just like the CBD end of Claudelands Bridge, there's nothing there for cyclists. They just stop. The sharrows on Victoria Street are great, and the dedicated right turn into the bridge from Victoria Street south is an added bonus, but there are no plans yet coming or going, turning north onto Victoria Street or across the CBD to the Western Rail Trail. There are too many cycle lanes that just vanish, with the only option of merging into traffic, mostly at places where drivers are focused on intersections or merging lanes. It is no longer acceptable that cyclists are just shut out. This council needs to stop with this bits and pieces approach to cycle infrastructure. We have a legal right to use the road, and all councils have an obligation to make our use of the road safe. That safety has been neglected for far too long. There's only 5 sets of cycle wands in Hamilton City. 5, only 5. I would like to see this council allocate $1 million to immediately put cycle wands all over the city to stop vehicles blocking cycle lanes, particularly on left turns. I have heard a number of councillors say that cycling must not impede traffic flow. How about vehicles impeding and blocking cycle lanes illegally? There are so many intersections across the city where council are actively condoning illegal behaviour of drivers by doing nothing to keep cycle lanes clear for bikes. Cycle wands at hundreds of locations across the city will certainly wake drivers up and won't cost that much. We have a legal right to be on the roads, and you all have a duty to ensure we don't end up injured or dead. I have personally been knocked off my bike 3 times this year alone, and have lost count of the hits and near misses over the years. Our safety requires council's full participation. That starts with a cycle-friendly council, which we have. We now need proper funding, which is currently lacking. We then need instruction to roading engineers and managers to include cycling in every decision, not just when cycle advocates get on your case. Cycle infrastructure needs to be a top priority and should come way above nice-to-have projects that are simply there for entertainment. Thank you again for allowing me to put this case directly to you.
Thank you. Thank you for taking the time for both written and spoken submission. Councillor Bunting.
Thank you, Mayor Paula. Thanks, Phil. Your submission. Did you say you've been knocked off your bike 3 times?
This year.
This year? Oh, this year only, so the last 3 months?
Yes.
And you're quite a confident rider?
Yes.
I won't ask for all the details, but was there a commonality in where you got hit?
Riding in a gazetted cycle lane with green paint, green lines. First one was a truck coming up behind me, knocked my mirror. He was actually, there's nowhere to go. The curb stops you from jumping up. Right. So when he hit the mirror, the bike fell over and I was forced to jump off. One prior to that was just near Girls High School, the road there. Again, I was in the cycle lane. I was looking in my mirror, waiting to cross over into the right turn lane. A car came up behind me and I had nowhere to go. She was on her phone, texting, and drifted across and hit me. And again, nowhere to go. And I stopped her by slamming my fist on the window. The third one was in Bryce Street. I came off the Claudelands Bridge, Victoria Street into Bryce Street. There's a marked cycle lane there, but where the raised pedestrian bit is there at the intersection with Barton Street, cycle lane stops and cars actually drift as they're heading towards the car park entrance. And again, another tangle up. Plenty of footpath. No reason why the cycle lane couldn't have just veered slightly. There's wide footpath, and yet I got tangled up there.
Right.
And that's the 3 times this year, but there are plenty of others.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. I have no other questions at this time. Thank you very much.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for waiting. You got here nice and early and had to wait while we had our lunch, but thanks. Do we have Sarah here? We don't have Sarah. So we'll go to Chris and then we'll check in who's here after this. Chris is on Zoom. Hi, Chris.
Hello.
Hi.
You can hear me all right?
Yes, thank you.
Cool. Thanks for the opportunity to talking. I've got a variety of things I wanted to speak to in my submission, but I'll go with the hot potato, which is the obviously the congestion and cycleways and carriageways through to particularly schools in Hamilton East. I've got 3 kids at school in Hamilton East, at different schools. The schools there actively discourage kids from cycling to school because it's unsafe. If you go to Sacred Heart Girls' School, I don't mind naming them, they've got a massive cycle rack there. I went there the other day, normal day at school, 1 cycle in it. one cycle, and all the rest of them have got cars and that sort of thing. They're using private cars or getting dropped off at school and that sort of thing, which is adding to the congestion, which is just choking our city at the best of times. So that's just one small example of one school in one neighbourhood. That's happening citywide. So if we can get these safe carriageways in place to get kids to school, it's going to make our lives a lot easier on the roads, getting to work and that sort of thing as well. Now, I just don't think there's, as a parent, I'm not comfortable with certainly my 10-year-old cycling to school on his own. It's just dangerous in Hamilton East. Where the cycle lanes are, they're on Clyde Street, which is just a freeway at the moment. So there's no way we're doing that. I tell him to cycle, if he is going to bike to school, to bike on the footpath. It's certainly safer. So that congestion, we're getting more and more infill housing going on in the city, which is a good thing. But there needs to be the thought around the structures around that with regards to safe cycleways, transit, and other things like parking and bits and pieces like that. Getting these safe cycleways to school will certainly contribute towards that. So that's where I was going on with that part of my submission. I don't really agree with closing Brooklyn Road and things like that. I think there's certainly more. If you're on a bike, you can take a more circuitous route, but as long as it's safe. So not putting them on the main roads is where I'm at. The second thing in my submission was on Steel Park in Hamilton East, and the facilities that are there. Steel Park's got certainly a checkered history, and I've lived and worked and been a part of the Hamilton East fabric for a very long time. Steel Park is incredibly well used as a facility in the area. During the summer, it's 7 days a week. In the winter, certainly all through the weekend. And Sacred Heart once again use it as a sports ground, and it's got a lovely little playground there now. It's got a lot of communities, but it's got also, I would say, inarguably the worst public toilets in Hamilton, bar none. If you have had the pleasure of going into that pavilion, it's welcome to the third world. It is just absolutely embarrassing when we have sports teams and other guests coming in there. It needs a rethink. Now, you went out to consultation, I think, for about probably the fourth time in the last 15 years to get community input into it. I reckon we're done with consultation. You've consulted and consulted and consulted. Just do something with it. Put some new toilets there, put some new change room facilities there, and put stuff that an area the community can use and be proud of a lot more. I also think with that opportunity, a basketball half court for the youth. While we've got the playground there for the kids, the youth, we sit there, we complain about them that they get into mischief. Well, they've got nothing to do. A half court there, reasonably cost effective, something for them to do. There's a lot of infrastructure new development going on in Hamilton East, some really exciting things coming up in the future. We need to be on top of it and making sure we've got the right facilities for all walks of life to look after, to do there. And finally, the other one that was really got my dander up was the swimming pool. The proposal to put a dome over the outdoor pool at Waterworld. I don't know whose great idea that was, but it's just an absolute folly. The $6 million there, that's more than the original quote to fix the municipal pools at the bottom end of town. Now, I know there's no political appetite to do that. You'd rather sit there and have another founders theatre going on. That's the will of the bureaucracy there. But why waste all that money out in Waterworld and Te Rapa? We need greater coverage, greater diversity. This morning at Waterworld at Te Rapa, you couldn't even open the main pool. So you've got, obviously, it's ridiculous. If you can't manage the assets you've got there, why would you increase capacity by putting a great big balloon over the pool? It's just ludicrous to me, and a complete waste of money and not well thought out. We need to look at better ways of doing things than that. So there we go, those are my three things. Well within time, bit of a rant, that's what I do.
Yeah, that's okay, and we won't give you the well within time because you're a bit over, Chris, but all on point. Just a question from me in terms of your submission, which seems to have ticked option 1 for a dome over the pool, so that's not correct from your point of view.
No, I'm definitely anti the dome over the pool.
Okay, all right, tick the little dots in the wrong hole then for that, but anyway, that's fine. We'll address that. I'll take questions from others first. Councillor Bunting.
Chris, so you've obviously done the numbers on the municipal pool. How much are you going to do it for?
Look, Bundy, I grew up in Pyro. I used to swim as a kid, and I trained in Thames under the dome there. It was completely horrible to swim in. They are not good. They won't be used. It's a waste of money. Municipal pool, far better option.
Sorry, mate, I asked a question. How much are you going to do it for, or how much can you get it done for? Because you've come out pretty boldly and said it's a lot cheaper, so you obviously know.
I think the original, when it was shut the first time, it was going to be $5 million to refit and was turned down.
Which was, what, how many years ago?
Okay, I think we take the point.
Yeah, right.
I don't know, mate. That's for you guys to know, not me.
Okay, any other questions, Mark?
No. I'm like Chris, I'm over. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Gallagher.
Yeah, thank you. With regard to the Steel Park Pavilion, I do note your comments around consultation and obviously wanting to implement the Hamilton East plan, so it's not a coffee table book. I'm wondering, just through the Chair, Maria Barry, there is in the LTP proposals for upgrade of Steel Park, just to help Chris on this one? When? Can you come to the mic? Sorry, Chris, I've just asked one of our staff, just to clarify, because you've made a really important point around the Steel Park Pavilion development.
So the latest round of consultation is intended to inform the Year 1 project, which is the renewal of the building there.
Okay, well, actually, all due respect, we're not asking staff
Okay, fine.
Sorry, I was off the ball then because I was looking at the written submission. I shouldn't have.
Can you confirm that you would strongly favour Council's current plans to proceed with the upgrade of the buildings on Steel Park?
I just want to see it happen, Mr. Gallagher. That's all I want to do.
You want to see it happen?
We've had a lot of consultation. I just want to see it happen.
Okay, thank you. Message clear. Thank you.
Thank you. There are no further questions. I understand we've noted your comment around the half court, which is also in discussion as well. So, for both the half court basketball. All right. Thank you. You'll get answers to your questions in due course, of course, through this process. All right.
Okay. Thanks very much for the opportunity.
No worries. Thank you for taking the time. Okay. Yes, sorry about that before. I shouldn't have put you in that position, Maria. It's not time for councillors to ask staff.
I'm glad you're taking the blame and not me. Thank you. You should have brought me out of order, Madam Chair.
No, I was listening so intently that I kind of forgot about the process for a second there. Okay, thank you, Martin. Now we have Vanessa and... Yes, cool. Welcome. Good to see you both.
Hello.
Mike.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity for HCBA to make a verbal submission. We just wanted to take the opportunity to reiterate a couple of points, noting that we have provided a reasonably detailed written submission. So HCBA strongly supports investment in the CBD and the achievement of the priority to create a central city where people love to be. The proposed investment detailed in the draft LTP shows good commitment to this and shows support to the businesses currently located in the CBD. In particular, we would like to highlight our support of the CBD walking and cycling bridge and the need to have it make a visual impact in the CBD by creating a skyline statement which it could achieve the icon style status of Fairfield Bridge. We believe having this type of iconic infrastructure will have an enormously positive impact on the central city and will become a destination bridge for people and activity going forward. In addition, the positives of creating additional accessibility into the CBD for people from Claudelands, Hamilton East, walking, cycling, multimodal community and commuters will significantly contribute to the reputation of the central city. We would also like to take this opportunity to reiterate the need to allocate budget to upgrade the Garden Place furniture and longer term the wider street furniture. Hamilton recently won the Most Beautiful City Award, and we feel this is not accurately reflected in Garden Place, which is arguably the front door of the central city. We receive many complimentary comments on the planting around the CBD, but at the polar opposite, we receive many negative comments around the street furniture, particularly in Garden Place, which is currently not fit for purpose, does not support positive activity, and does not currently contribute to creating a central city where people love to be. There is also a need in this post-COVID environment to look at providing public spaces as social areas, where people can enjoy being in the open environment while having the security of social distance if needed or wanted. Internationally, public spaces are being invested in to create supportive environments, and HCBA would like to see this happen in Garden Place. We do want to reiterate this is not a redevelopment we see of Garden Place, but an upspec of the existing street furniture, which could simply be based on what there is currently down at Victoria on the river. It should also be noted that comments from local developers have been made around the significant investment of the development community in buildings and in risk, often does not feel matched in this partnership by council in terms of streetscape and amenity. So to approve the project without allocating the funding does feel like a redundant offer, and we would like to reiterate the need for fit-for-purpose street furniture in Garden Place. And the final point we want to make in our submission is on the council's procurement policy. So HCBA see the potential to make or to review local procurement strategy to better advocate and support local businesses. There is a documented move internationally where councils and other government organisations are prioritising their public spending on businesses based and run locally and looking at more than financial value when contracting a business. There's some great examples of developments underway in the CBD, namely Tristram Precinct and Union Square, who are extremely vocal in their support of local contractors, subcontractors, designers and consultants, which is enormously supportive to the local economy, providing significant economic benefits, as well as validating local businesses' abilities and capabilities. We feel there's currently little visibility on Council's current procurement strategy and believe this could be more transparent in the process and selection in support of local business, and that there's an opportunity to promote an authentic buying process that supports a local economy. Thank you. Those were the key points we wanted to reiterate today. We're happy to take any questions.
Yes, there are quite a few.
So I can see.
But that's not because it was a bad submission, it's just we've got lots of strands in it. Just wanted to ask you a question myself to kick it off. With the parking, on the one hand you said you don't support the paid commuter parking, and then on the other hand you've said paid parking on the fringe within the 2-hour free parking model. Can you just explain that so I'm not interpreting it myself?
Right, so we do support charging for commuter parking in the CBD. So within the areas extreme north and extreme south of the CBD that currently are underutilised by the shopping parker. So we know the stats, or we've heard the stats are around 30% usage, for example, down in Princess Street, north end of CBD. So that to me would make sense to absolutely be turned into a commuter paid area. What we do not support is outside of the CBD, which includes areas like River Road and around the lake area, because it feels like there's penalising the commuter who is parking outside of the CBD by actually charging in these areas. And they're actually knocking into a residential charge and charge for people that actually might be looking for leisure activity, for instance, going to Piranha Park. There's no other area residentially or outside of this that's being looked at for charging to park. And so very strongly, yes, inside the CBD fringe, but not outside.
Okay, thank you. That makes it clear to me. I hadn't interpreted it that way, so I'm glad I asked. Thank you. Councillor Hamilton.
Thanks, Mayor Paula. Thanks, Vanessa and Mike, for your submission. Just on the street furniture stuff, do you have a quantum or budget in mind that would sort of move the needle there for you?
Sorry, just in terms of a ballpark figure?
Yeah, or if you had to prioritise, and if we had to, obviously there's the gold-plated version and then the no frills. Is there somewhere in that range?
Yeah, so based on Victoria on the River street furniture, and based on a plan provided by Edwards White that would show implementation of that same furniture model within Garden Place, was around 200,000. That did include tables, chairs, rubbish bins, umbrellas, bike racks, which are already underway. So that is a ballpark figure to work with.
Thank you.
But could be less than that.
Cool. Cheers.
Councillor Bunting.
Thank you, Mayor Southgate. Sorry, I still don't get your position on the parking and what you see as the fringe. Because you don't support paid commuter parking. You do, however, support the introduction of paid parking on the fringe areas, but you don't. Sorry, I'm not trying to be glib. I'm just
Sorry,
trying to get
so I talk about the CBD area within the boundary of which HCBA has. So we have a specific boundary that goes essentially from Boundary Road Bridge all the way to Anzac Parade Bridge.
Yep.
There are currently areas within the CBD framework that would be considered underutilised from a shopper point of view.
Right.
So you've got your sort of central city, and then you go out still within that CBD framework. I think there is
But all on
opportunity.
that side of the river, that way, is that
Yeah,
right?
all within the side of the river. I think there is the opportunity to charge with those areas, extreme north and extreme south,
I see. Yeah.
that are currently within the CBD, but it's unlikely that it's going to be used as a shopper is going to park down on Princes Street and walk down into the centre where most of the shops are. I think there's opportunity there. However, I understood from seeing the signage and other areas detailed that there were areas outside of what I would consider to be the CBD that are looking to charge for parking.
Yeah.
Like some of the side streets off
Side
Norton
streets
Road,
and-
for example, which is a residential area and you're charging for parking.
We had, if I can extend out just a little bit while the Mayor's not listening, we had quite a compelling submission this morning from a lady in Hammond Street area who their issue is congestion with commuter parking, and she was quite supportive of this to try and regulate that. Do you see that side of the argument as well?
You can see that side, but there is also that argument that could be made over in Te Rapa. But, there are opportunities where there is parking used residentially.
Yeah.
You'll just move congestion somewhere else.
Yeah.
And the IID building in Te Rapa is a really good example if you look at the residential areas around there. Yeah, you just talk to the residents.
Cool. I'll let someone else have a go now. Thanks, Mayor Paula. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Mayor Paula. So can I just clarify, the areas in the 2-hour free parking zone that you're talking about are the areas, the north and south, that we've already set aside recently?
Have been talked
in the
about
last
to
year?
charge?
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah, okay,
Yes.
that's cool. And just with the street furniture, I see we've got 200K in the LTP unfunded, as you say, over the next 3 years. And the Edwards White comes to about that. Do you see any potential for a partnership if the council could get some of that over the line? Some sort of partnership for the rest?
Part of it is, I think if you left, it depends who uses that money. I would suspect that private enterprises will get better bang for buck in terms of what they can provide for the money. So again, as long as maybe they were the ones leading it and with some council funding as part of that, then yes, I think there would be. If council were leading it, that might be a more difficult discussion. Because I mean, the issue was, and someone said to me, the issue with saying, hey, you can upgrade the street furniture, but it's unfunded, is like saying to your child, yes, you can definitely have a Christmas present, but you're going to have to pay for it for yourself. And that's sort of what it feels like. But I think it depends who leads the use of that money.
And do you feel that Garden Place is badly needing a facelift in terms of furniture?
In terms of furniture, yes.
Yeah.
Yes, absolutely. The current furniture is simply not fit for purpose. Right down to picnic tables actually not being appropriate for people wanting to sit.
If you're in a skirt or a dress or whatever, you just can't get in it,
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. You can't do it ladylikely anyway. Councillor Pascoe.
Thanks, and thanks Vanessa and Mike again for presenting. In section 2.6, you include under feedback from members, including do not put any barriers in place to prevent access to the city. I just wondered does that mean, and you know, I mean, I walk down Victoria Street over lunchtime and I see all these green cycle things all painted all the way down the road, and we've got, excuse me, we've got orange sticks now cutting one of the lanes off into the Claudelands Bridge, and there's been a controversy over the last week about Ward Street. Is that the kind of feedback you're getting, that we're restricting access for people to get in to the city to shop and do what they need to do in the city, eat and what they need to do in the city?
Probably a lot more generalised than that being that specific. I think that, you know, there is good general comment made around, you know, let's have as many options available as there can be for people to come in. So whether there's the free parking offering for shoppers to utilise quickly, whether you've got buses at the right times, whether there's bridges, cycle lanes, all of that contributes to being beneficial to so many different groups. So certainly haven't had that level of specific as such around barriers, but more just be as welcoming as possible with as many options as possible.
Are we consulting regularly and often enough on the changes that we're doing and what we call this modal shift thing?
Sometimes it does obviously depend on what the project is requiring. We've heard about things that are already, that aren't requiring consultation, they're just happening. So there's been a couple of those. Other things have had that level of consultation. So I guess it depends on what the project drivers are, for want of a better word, as to whether that consultation occurs. But certainly consulted projects are well consulted.
Yep. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Thompson.
Thank you. I'm momentarily forgetting my question now after that great line of questioning. It's come back. The parking, Vanessa, I was just interested in your views around that, the commuter parking, not in the CBD, but in the fringes. And I'm wondering if you would be more welcoming of the idea if we could work through some of the problems that you've identified. For example, you know, that we could look at price differentiation, so it's still a lot cheaper than the other parking of commuter parking, or that it's residence permits and things, so you're not impeding on it. You'd probably be improving things for residents. And also, we are looking at parking precinct plans for all different parts of the city where parking is an issue. So it's not going to, this might be this first cab of the rank, but it's not going to be the only parking precinct. So there'll be other issues I'm sure that you've identified, but I'm just interested in whether if we worked through them, you'd be more open to that.
I guess just on first thought, it feels like if people haven't, so I'm assuming you're talking the areas outside of what I would consider to be...
O'Neill Street and Thames Street and all of that kind of stuff.
So it's it feels like those people are doing their best not parking in the CBD if they're indeed walking into the CBD. Mm-hmm. So it does, to me, still feel like a penalty situation for those that are choosing to be outside of the CBD and either walk or whatever mode of transport they use then. So I still do feel that could be interpreted as a barrier. Particularly when looked at with other areas like we've mentioned Te Rapa and Hamilton East and things like that. I do understand it for within this trying to support more a shopper environment and turnover as parks, but for commuters that aren't crossing the bridges and coming into the CBD, I still can't.
Is your main concern that you push people to park in the CBD all day long, or is it that you push them to find a new job outside of the CBD?
No, it's that we're penalising those for not parking in the CBD who are commuting in. Okay. So if somebody drove and parked in O'Neill Street to come and work on Victoria Street, they're not coming into the CBD with their cars and adding to the transportation congestion,
Yeah.
they're parking outside of what is considered the CBD, but they would be charged, even though they're actually choosing to park outside of the CBD. So I feel that that is where the barrier is.
Okay, all right, thank you.
I have one further question. I was just trying to find it on the thing. Alexander Street. You made a comment about revitalising the whole of Alexander Street, which of course there was once a plan for. Does that that includes this piece? This I love to affectionately call it the rumble strip, the bit with the bricks that rumble along. Is it that right the way down to Collingwood Street that you're talking about in terms of improving?
I would say the opportunity would be there to do that. Specifically looking at Alexandra Street and where the businesses are located, and just seeing the potential of that environment to
kind of linking up the Worley Place and Alexander Street in a seamless sort of business facing. And you've mentioned that you would like to see some of that be pedestrianised and some provide for parking. Is that similar to the plan that existed once but hadn't got implemented? Is that very much like that, or is it different?
I mean, that is certainly a plan that I have seen and seen the visuals of that and the opportunity of it. So somewhat in mind, but
okay.
Be interested to see how that works.
I presume you'd be interested in informing the direction of a plan if it was to occur in that stretch.
Absolutely.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you as always for a very. Oh yes, absolutely. Yeah.
And two now. The grant, the honorarium, 100k we supply each year. That's going okay. That's
yes.
I mean, we could always ask for more, but you know, not that I'm inviting you to, but that's meeting your needs.
Absolutely. It has allowed the opportunity to constantly have different things happening in the CBD and provide different draw cards for a wide audience. And I think that's great.
You get really good bang for buck for that dollar, would be my personal view, and independently.
I'm inclined to agree. Great, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for that.
Thanks.
I thank you guys. That's really awesome. So let me just check where I'm at now. I see Tanya's here. There's no one who comes before. No, Tanya. Gourmet in the Gardens. If there's anybody you would like to bring to the front with you, please feel free to. Excellent. He doesn't look so certain that he wants to come with you.
I have got a few of the team here.
Yep, no, I saw them.
Safety in numbers is always the game.
Welcome.
Thank you. Am I free to go?
Yes, yeah.
Great.
Sometimes some of us stand up because we sit too long. So don't
I can only imagine 3 days of this would be
I do it
intense.
too, so no. Thanks, Tanya.
So I just thought I'd take a moment to introduce us as Gourmet in the Gardens, and both Frank and I have, from the onset, created what we believe to be a great community event at the Hamilton Gardens. We've run this now for 6 years, 6 seasons. And we are a private company, but we do believe at the bottom of what we do, our integrity is around connecting and cultivating communities. And that's what we see when we take food, whether it be on the side of the road at Pocono or to the Hamilton Gardens. We've seen small businesses, we've worked with numerous small businesses, and we've seen them, it is a platform for small businesses, mum and dad companies, to showcase their passion for food and a beautiful environment. And we always see it as a privilege to work with Hamilton Gardens because it's not your everyday kind of opportunity. I'm here in regards to the parking, what I saw of the long-term plan with regards to the $5 parking fee. It would be easy not to come along and just to moan about it. So I thought we'd come along and represent the team because we are the smaller operators in the food industry currently. We feel that it potentially will have a detrimental effect on our event, but also the gardens. So after the announcement on Facebook through the Hamilton Council, I asked my social media lady to actually put up a poll to sort of see what our customers would tell us about whether they supported the idea or not. I've brought along the details, and I can tell you that it's overwhelmingly detrimental to whether they would visit us in the gardens. I've got a 93% of the 438 people. We only polled for 24 hours on story just to gauge it. I didn't want to stir up a storm, just wanted to get a feel for it. And we did ask them whether that would stop them from coming to Gourmet the Gardens, and we had an 83% where people were saying yes, it would stop them from coming along on Sunday. We also did a quick poll to see did they support Hamilton Council's proposed $5 parking fee, and we've got a 88% no, they don't. So I felt as we are deemed as a major event from Hamilton Gardens perspective, as we touch a lot of people in the community, mainly families, friends connect, create great memories, golden moments at Gourmet. I really wanted to just let you know that our customers would not be happy about the proposed $5 park. I have had other thoughts about what could generate a revenue. We've obviously invested quite a lot around the Rhodo lawn back in the day, and Frank and I both chose to not have an opinion on that and to let the public speak. And we're really glad that the Rhodo lawn's there, but what we believe would assist in a revenue stream would be to have power on the rhododendron lawn. I have asked the question. I've been told it's quite an excessive charge, but I do think the Rhodo lawn is underutilised as an opportunity in the from what we have seen with Gourmet in the Gardens. People love the Rhodo lawn. The power would allow the Hamilton Gardens Arts Festival to operate, and it would also take a burden away from us in the sense of we take a truck and a 240 kVA generator. So while I was here to say that we don't necessarily support the $5 charge and feel it could be quite detrimental, we also wanted to sort of mention that if the Rhodo lawn was more commercialised in the sense of offering power, then potentially that could be another revenue stream that Council could consider. That along with probably the enclosed gardens, which is, when I say to people, have they been to Hamilton Gardens, some of them don't even realise the enclosed gardens are there, and they think it's just the Rhodo lawn and around the surrounding areas. So, yeah, I just wanted to make sure that we came and flew the banner for our food trucks, who work incredibly hard, but they are the smaller operators. So, I think that is pretty much it from my perspective.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Bunting.
G'day Tanya, g'day Frank. Nice to have you here. I'll ask you, Tanya.
Come on.
What figure were you given when you asked about the power? I'm just trying to remember.
I didn't get a figure.
Oh, okay.
So they've just told me that it's
quite expensive.
Yeah, it is quite expensive. Okay. But then again, when you're looking at that space, the potential to actually do more events, and that's the other thing that's in the long-term plan. People are asking for more events, more things to do, more markets. I've just attended the food journey for Waikato with Waikato Tourism, Hamilton Waikato Tourism. And the farmers market is a huge draw card for people, and it's the same. And they've done quite a lot of studies in conjunction with Wine and Food New Zealand, who run the Wellington on a Plate. So, events, I don't think we have enough, in my opinion, events that we've got lots of teenagers that potentially say there's never anything to do in Hamilton. So when people are talking to you about more to do, then I think the Gardens is a great location for that to happen. And while the lady previously said that it might deter people from driving to the Gardens, I think that's going to be a very long period of time before everyone gets on their bike to go to the Gardens, if I'm honest. A lot of people don't know about that undercarriage, and operating at the Gardens, it would be so much easier to go somewhere else.
And is the bus still going around Gourmet nights, or
No.
was that just a temporary thing?
That was a one-off season thing, which I received no feedback on how that went.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mayor Paula.
Thank you, Councillor Van Oosten.
Thank you, Tanya, for coming along, and Frank also, and supporters in the back row. probably asking on behalf of Councillor Dave McPherson. He's not here at the moment, but earlier this morning he asked a question of one of the submitters with regard to charging for parking in the gardens, and particularly about the fact that if they were making a purchase in the gardens, then there would be the possibility to nullify a fee. Is that something that you've thought about? Clearly you're not going to be able to identify that with the people who've responded to your Facebook page, but is that something that might be considered?
My question back would, first of all, no, it's not. If they purchase something, whether it be a can of Coke or something from our vendors, I'm assuming, because there was no differentiation in the proposal around events, so I just assume that would be automatic, and it would be too hard to exempt somebody who went to the gardens but then went to Gourmet or came to Gourmet and then snuck through the gardens. So to me, I haven't thought about that. It's just how would you actually make that happen? I don't know. Who would be there to click their ticket and let them out for nothing? I'm not sure how that would actually be able to be regulated.
Okay. Part of that proposal also talked about the funding being used to enhance services and facilities at the garden. Potentially that could be, in the case that you talk about, providing power for the rhododendron lawn. Do you see that that could be a useful way to be able to fund that request?
No. I think it takes away, sorry, I was just going, should I? It's just no. At the end of the day, the experience is, people see it as a free event. It's not the cheapest event for families to come to anyway. And it's not because of any other reason, but these people as small operators, we're not Montanas, so, but the whole experience is, we thought about that with our silver service and our plate hire. How do we go about doing that? How do we go about charging customer for a plate? Well, we try to save rubbish. Well, the answer is we don't, because the customer experience is impacted. So if you come to Gourmet, you don't want to come shell out $1 for your plate and then go buy your food. So we put that cost onto our vendors because the overall customer experience is free opportunity.
I may have confused you just with regard to the parking being a way to fund the power, etc. But it's fine.
You could fund it that way, but I'd suggest my answer's still no.
Yeah. Sure. Thank you.
I've got a question from Councillor Naidu-Rofe, who's on Zoom. Kesh?
Hi, thanks, Tanya and Frank. Thank you, Mayor Paula. Tanya, we're all quite aware of how much Gourmet has grown over the seasons. Do you have latest figures as to how many people, or on average, happen to come by most recent season?
Do you know, I'd love to say yes, and I'd love to have $10 for every time somebody's asked me that, but it's very difficult because we have 5 entry and exit points and we don't have counters because people come and go. So it would be significant, I believe, but I can't put a figure on that, sorry.
Okay, and have you had any conversations with the likes of the Garden Arts Festival operators or anyone else who would benefit from that power supply?
I have spoken to Jeff Turkington and he was in agreement. I wasn't sure whether he had submitted anything and I hadn't checked in before I came. But I know that they struggle, to have food trucks for the symphony, for instance. The power that is there is insufficient. And there's a challenge around the amount of, noise that the trucks create. So I've only spoken to Jeff. For me, I believe if it's there, then you could advertise that as a commercial space, but it's not there at the moment, so you can't really create that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks, Kesh. And thank you for coming in with your submission. And we appreciate it. And we're delighted to have Gourmet in the Gardens happening in our beautiful gardens as well, so adding value. So thank you for that.
Thank you. Maybe ask him a question next time. Yeah, okay.
Thank you for the people who took the time to come in and support as well. I think that's important. Give me half a second. My screen's gone off, just want to put that back on. Okay, so next we have, I believe, Dan. Dan's on Zoom. Is he there? Oh, hello, kia ora, Dan.
Kia ora, Paula. How are you?
I'm well.
Yeah.
Right, off you go.
Okay, so just a quick background. We've been operating a bike hire business and tourism business along the Te Ao Cycleway for about 3 years. And we've had people from all around the world, just about every country in the world has come here to enjoy the cycleway along the river. And a lot of that's happening from Hamilton. And in December or 2022, the cycleway is going to connect from Cambridge to the Hamilton Gardens and through to Hamilton. So we're expecting a lot of activity to be a big increase in activity from Cambridge to Hamilton. So relevant to what Tanya was just saying, we definitely support the idea of some kind of power supply for commercial operators. I know the Waikato River Explorer at the Gardens struggled because their porta potty didn't have power, so they didn't have air conditioning or suitable sort of conditions for their staff, and power and basic things like that. So I think that would definitely open up a lot of opportunities for a lot of great stuff to be happening at the Gardens. So we're in support in regards to my submission. We're in support of obviously in support of the $55 million funding for safer cycleways and separated paths, and for micro-mobility and scooters and things like that. We're personally responsible for increasing the uptake, but more importantly, looking after our customers that are trying to bike to work or get around the city, and still the main sort of thing that makes people feel not safe and not participate is they don't feel safe. So we 100% support that. The jetty at the Hamilton Gardens, we support that being done sooner rather than later, because I believe it's really important for us to start connecting buses and cycleways and scooters and just transport options, so that there's not a disconnect between jumping off a bus or a train and onto a bike and a scooter. So, in regards to infrastructure and things like that, I think, we should focus on connecting these to make it really easy for people that are visiting here and for the community that are trying to use it, trying to participate. We're looking at, we're going to do a proposal to the Hamilton Gardens to see if we can support them with the increased activity that we know is going to happen when the cycleway connects to Cambridge. It's a cycling mecca already. We've got heaps of people that are trying to commute to work from Cambridge, braving the roads and things like that. So we think that's already happening, but we think when the cycleway connects to Hamilton via the Gardens, that this is just going to keep increasing. And I'm not sure if you've got things like buses there, you've got a boat there, you've got more new car parking, but I'm not sure if there's been much consideration put into how are we going to look after this increased activity and help the Gardens to manage it. And if that was an option, river riders would simply put their hand up to help, to work with the Gardens to help manage that increased activity. And once again, having power supply there or operational space for operators that are going to manage that increased activity and create more opportunities. I think, like Tony said, I think it's quite important. I don't know where you put that, whether it's the roto lawn and things like that, but I do see I have had a look at some plans. I haven't shared them because I don't think they're available to public yet. But these plans include a cycleway, a commuter cycleway that goes down Cobham Drive, but also a new cycleway that comes through the Roto Lawn or through the gardens and through the car parking, where the bus stop is and stuff like that. So I think it's really exciting because that connects people that want to park and ride, boat and scooter, jump on the bus. It just gives our community and our visitors more options in regard to multimodal transport options. I think it's exciting that Hamilton's going to connect to Cambridge. We've literally had thousands of commuters, tourists, domestic and international, use that cycleway to move between the Hamilton and surrounding communities. So it's going to be interesting to see what happens when that cycleway opens.
Cool. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Sorry, did I interrupt you? Sorry. No?
No, that's right. I'll finish, thanks.
Okay, cool. You made such a clear submission that doesn't appear to be any questions. It's pretty straightforward, but I guess one of the key points you're making is the increasing demand for cycles. Cycling needs that forward investment. The earlier investment. Is that what you're saying?
Sorry, I didn't quite understand the question.
I'm just saying that your view is that because once Te Awa is connected, we'll get momentum, so we need that forward investment in cycling as opposed to waiting. So because I see you've ticked the box for bringing that all forward, so.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, definitely. I see the gardens in particular as a pivotal point along that cycleway and along the river that connects us to surrounding communities. It's exactly pretty much halfway between Lake Karapiro and Ngāroa Wahia. So I think people are going to choose it naturally, organically as a centre point, of that cycleway, whether that be for commuting or for visiting our city. Talking to the team at the gardens, and I haven't put my proposal in yet. I'm going to do that sort of within the next couple of weeks. Talking to the team, there isn't a cycle plan put in place. More rather sort of new car parks, a new jetty, and more gardens and things like that. And I think there should be some serious consideration put into how do we manage this increased activity coming through the gardens, and how do we leverage these opportunities to create more jobs and to make our city an awesome place to visit.
Thank you. There is now one question which I will take quickly, which is from Councillor Thompson.
Kia ora, Dan. My question was just from, do you have numbers or data around what the economic impact is of the cycling tourism and what the trend is there?
Yeah, well, I think, we obviously have bookings that we've had, like thousands of them. So that comes through our booking system. And a couple of years ago, it was quite a bit over 1,000. So, we know that a lot of people come from Auckland. As soon as COVID lockdown is finished, all our bikes are rented out. Things like that. So we have that type of data. We know that we're selling container loads of e-bikes, and the new normal is to pre-order them because we just don't have enough bikes to supply demand. So I think it's a matter of creating infrastructure and services that increase our capabilities to host more of the same.
Thank you. Thanks, Dan, and just thank you for taking the time to submit. We really appreciate it, and the support that you've given council and advocacy for biking over the number of years that we've been in touch. We really appreciate that, that extra mile that you go to. So thank you for that. We'll see you soon.
Okay, thanks guys.
Thank you. There are a few people who haven't showed, so we're now on to Tracy and David. Just Tracy? Just Tracy. We think we can cope with that. Thank you. And thank you, you've waited quite a long time. Sorry.
That's okay, that's fine. So I didn't realise how many people were going to be here, and I've just got a map for me, and I don't know if anybody else needs a map.
We can pass it round
but
so
you can have a look. Anyway, have a map. So I'm here about the Borman Road extension. So I understand that it's been postponed and split into two different parts. So one part is going to be the urbanisation of Borman Road and Horsham Downs Road that's due for happening in 2025, and that the connection of the Borman Road is going to happen in 2029, 2030. That's my understanding anyway. So I guess I'm here as a concerned mum who doesn't think that can actually wait. I'm concerned that my children can't get to school safely. They can't go by bike or by foot because the roads around where we live aren't conducive to that, and the amount of traffic and the congestion means it's dangerous for them to do that. So I've now become part of the problem because I put them in the car and I take them to school, and that's not what I want to be doing. When I realised that I was going to be coming along and talking to you, I thought about it and I decided I couldn't be the only person that felt like that. So I decided that I would sort out a petition and just put it on the local Facebook pages. I only did it a few days ago, so it's less than a week ago. So I put it on the Flagstaff and the Rototuna closed Facebook pages, asking what people thought about the Borman Road extension and whether they wanted it to be put through, and to give their reasons why they felt it should go through sooner. I got nearly 500 signatures. So I've got those here for you, and I'll leave those with somebody before I leave. Can I leave those with you, Raven? Which I was very humbled to get, to be honest, and there's lots of really good comments. So now I'm not just speaking as me, I'm speaking from all the comments that are on the petition as well. So to put it in perspective, that's nearly 500 families that are really worried about the fact that the Borman Road extension isn't going through, and what that's going to mean to their community and what it's going to mean to their children and the safety of their children. So when I looked through the comments, people were basically mirroring what I was feeling, which was really good in a way, I guess, and a bit upsetting in others. So the overriding concerns of everybody was children's safety. People are talking about the fact that they want their children to bike to school, they want their children to scooter to school, they want them to walk to school, they don't want to be driving them to school, but they don't feel they can do that at the moment. And there was two main areas of concern for all the residents in Flagstaff and Rototuna. One of those was the Moonlight Drive and Horsham, the Moonlight Drive junction with Borman Road, and the other one was the Borman Road Horsham Downs junction. So with my map, that I've even got upside down, which probably doesn't help, at the moment, so the red part is the part of the extension that would happen if it happens, or when it happens. So at this moment in time, anyone that lives east of Horsham Downs Road, so anyone in Huntington or Rototuna that lives over the east, even right down south past Thomas Road, the only way that they can access Kimbray Drive, which is where Rototuna Junior and Senior High are and where the Peak is and all that area up there, the only way they can actually access that is through Moonlight Drive. There is no other access point. So it's not just people living up the top here, it's everyone down here, anyone in this side, and everyone over this side is zoned for that school. So all the children in this area are zoned for that school. So if they're biking, they're going to be going through Moonlight Drive. If they're coming by car, they're going to be going through Moonlight Drive. If you're the bus, you're going to be going through Moonlight Drive. If you're a big truck that's taking stuff to all the building works that's happening up there, you're going to be going through Moonlight Drive. There's no other option. The only option I can think of is if you were in a car, you could potentially drive all the way down Thomas Road, all the way up Resolution Drive, all the way around the back and attack Kimbray Drive from the other end. But that would mean you'd be taking people from over here and driving them all the way around here just to get to school, when actually they're only needing to go across here. And people on bikes and stuff aren't going to do that. They're going to take the shortest distance. So what happens at the moment, when they go down Moonlight Drive, they get to the bottom and there's traffic lights. And you need to go right to go to the school, and left to go to the new Road to Tuna Village and the Christian school. But the trouble is that directly after the lights, there's the entrance to Te Totora Primary School. So cars back up out of the entrance to Te Totora Primary, they come all the way back to the traffic lights, and they basically cause gridlock. So people get to those traffic lights, they can't turn right, they get really frustrated, and they basically duck down. There's like a little rat run that they can go through, which is Sirius Crescent and Arista Way. Unfortunately, all the kids on their bikes go down there as well, so it's pretty dangerous. The other thing that happens, because you don't get many people going right at that junction, is that people skip the lights. So the lights are turning yellow, the lights are turning red, and people are still going through. The other option, if they can't get through to the right, is they turn left, and they end up going down past the new Road to Tuna Village, all the way back round behind the new Countdown, round that funny little roundabout, and all the way back down Kimbrough Drive. So again, you're taking people from over here and making them come all the way around here to get to a school. So that's one issue. So Te Totora School are very concerned about it. They've got teachers out on the crossings. They've got all these primary school kids trying to get to school on their scooters and stuff. They see it as only a matter of time before someone gets run over. They see near misses every week, all the time. The police are obviously aware of it because they've been making a bigger presence, and they've been down there with their guns, catching people speeding up and down the road, which is good, but it's not going to fix it unless we do something to take the traffic away from that area and give people another option to get in. So the retirement village want people to know that they've got concern about emergency services actually accessing them at peak times. If they call an ambulance, the ambulance isn't going to be able to get to them. So they want another option for traffic to be able to get into where they live. And on a side note, Road to Tuna Junior and Senior High is a huge school. It's getting bigger by the day. It's just been given the go-ahead to get even bigger if it wants to, because it's got money from Ministry of Education to build it and make it bigger. And again, all those kids in all the houses that are being built around Kimbrough Drive and all the houses that are being built at the moment around Borman Road on both sides of Horsham Downs Road, they're all going to be in zone.
Okay,
so it's only going to get worse.
Can I just get you to...
Sorry, yeah.
No, just so we can have some question time.
No. So I guess at the end of the day, my thought is it's better to redirect all that traffic. All that traffic could actually go straight past the Moonlight Drive junction, straight down and do a couple of hundred extra yards north and go straight into Borman Road and come into Kimbrough Drive. It would bypass Moonlight Drive, it would bypass the Christian school, it would bypass Te Totora School, and they wouldn't have to go round past the Road to Tuna Village. So I know that they're looking at putting a temporary footpath in where the Borman Road extension should go. That's only going to help kids that live down here to cycle through. That's not going to do anything about all the traffic that's congested around here and causing problems.
Okay, so your last point so that we can allow
last
time
point
for
is
questions.
That I just wanted you all to know that the Borman Road Horsham Downs junction is a mess. It's currently a horrible mess, and I see the traffic management crew that are down there at the moment are directing children that are cycling and walking that way at the moment to go through the construction site, because it's safer for them to walk through the construction site or cycle through the construction site than it is for them to be on the road. So in conclusion, I don't think that any of that sits very well with Vision Zero, and I want to know what we're going to do about it.
Thank you. That's a very clear submission. I just wanted to have time to give a couple of questions.
Sorry.
I've got three. No, that's fine. There's three questions, just each councillor, one or two short questions is all, because we're running out of time. Councillor Hamilton's first, sorry.
Thanks, Mayor Paula. Thanks, Tracy, for your submission. When you did the petition, which we'll potentially verify later and all that officially,
Sure.
Was there some disappointment in the community given that this was deferred last long-term plan as well and keeps getting pushed out?
Yeah, horrified. Actually, I don't think disappointed. People just don't understand how this is even going to work. Like, it's untenable at the moment. The thought that, and I don't think it was very clear. I don't think people realised that the 2025 bit was just going to be upgrading the urbanisation of that junction. I think people thought that you were actually going to put the road through in 2025. So when they discovered that actually the 2025 portion was just putting in the lights and the pavements and things, and that it wasn't going to be connected to 2029. I don't think people know how that's going to even work.
And I understand that school area, the high school in Te Totara, they're some of the most walkie friendly schools in Hamilton, aren't they?
Yeah, and they're getting to the point where they don't want their children to do that, and we can't have that.
Right.
But you've got kids, you haven't just got the Te Totara children that are cycling and doing all that, you've actually got all the kids for Rototuna Junior High and Senior High that are cutting through Moonlight, through Arista and through Sirius straight to the school. You've also got all the kids for the Christian school that are cycling. We want them to do that. I can't let my kids cycle at the minute, I have to drive them to school.
Thank you. Councillor Bunting.
Thank you. So on that, are you aware of the proposal to make it an enhanced cycle route anyway in the meantime?
Yes, I did sort of briefly say that. So I know, but I was talking very quickly, but I know they're looking at putting a cycle route through this bit here. That's only actually going to help the children that live up here. That's not going to help all the kids that are cycling from here, because they're not going to cycle up Horsham Downs Road, past Moonlight Drive and all the way up to come through there. They're going to still come through here because they're not going to go up there. That's only going to help the children that live on this bit where there's lots of extra buildings. So it's not going to do anything at all about reducing the traffic around the Moonlight Drive junction. It's not going to do anything about the fact that cars are having to go from here right the way across and round to get to the school.
Yeah, I think perhaps the rationale was around they wouldn't need to take the car at all if they took the bike. That was the discussion that came up with it.
Yeah, the kids who live up here. So my children, and if you're going to do that, if you're going to put that cycle road in, you're going to have to do something to make it safe for them to cross the road. Because at the moment, if you put that cycle road in, I'm still not letting my kids do it because Horsham Downs Road is really fast and really busy and they've got to get across the road to even get to your cycle route. So they won't be able to do it.
Okay, thank you. Last question coming from Councillor Wilson.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Paula. Tracy, thanks for the passion. I sense it, I hear it, I feel it, it's palpable, I get it. Could you help me, having looked at the plans that you've seen, where would you suggest we cut funding to fund the money sooner? Or the other flip side, would you accept sort of a targeted rate on the area to help fund it with its urgency? So I'm accepting your argument wholeheartedly. I just can't make more money.
You want me to tell you where the money comes from?
I need to borrow more, or I need to cut. Where do I cut?
That's a really good question because I haven't looked at all the other submissions.
Yeah.
I've looked at the one that defers to my area.
And I get it.
I guess what I would have to say is that at this moment in time, council is allowing people to build and build and build and build around Bournemouth Road, around Horsham Downs Road, on Kimbray Drive. There's a new little road going in on Kimbray Drive as we speak. So you're allowing people to put more buildings there without having the infrastructure to support it. I don't see how you can justify that, and you're going to put people's lives at risk. You're going to put kids' lives at risk. You're going to make it so that people can't get to school. If you want a Vision Zero, if you actually want to make Rototuna be a nice place for people to live where their kids can get to school safely, then you are going to have to support all that building with a road that gives them another connection and another entrance. Okay. I don't know how you do that, and I don't know where you get the money from. But
do you have another short question?
Oh, look, again, I hear you, and what you're suggesting is absolutely true. We should stop the growth. So we've cut off our revenue. I still have the initial problem. So if I implement what you've just said, which is probably right, that we stop growth in that area, I've reduced our revenue, I still have my problem.
You still have the problem because
or do I borrow more?
You still have the problem because you've been deferring it and deferring it and deferring it and hoping it's going to be okay, but it's really not okay.
Okay, so we don't want to enter into debate.
Sorry.
I think
I'm just trying to get an answer to that question.
The answer is I don't know where you're going to get the money from. Okay. I haven't looked at all the other submissions. I can't tell you where to cut from. All I can tell you is at the moment...
Tracy, I think that's fair enough. They're fair enough. It was a hard question and you've given...
I don't think that's a question for a mum with 3 children. That might be something to ask all the other people in the room.
Yeah, no, thank you very much. We don't want to get into debate about it, and you're quite right. It is up to council also to identify savings as and when. But thank you, because obviously... As you noted, you've got very passionate about your local community and the safety of people, and we really, really appreciate you coming and giving your submission. You've actually sat a long time this afternoon to give your submission, and we really do appreciate that.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Not a problem. Okay, the next submitter is Jack, who is known to us. And Jack, you get 5 minutes because both of your submissions are very similar. So try and all wrap it up into one to give us some time for questions, please.
Okay. Focus on a city to live in, safer routes for biking, scooting and skating. I think safety is imperative, giving way to each other with less congestion on the roads. A lot of drivers on the roads are actually out of control, and I feel with the scooters that I've seen a couple of accidents happen where the scooters are going far too fast, and so we need to teach safety and have them slow down. Like the lady who talked to us previously about upgrading the Borman Road, a dangerous advanced cycle route. I think the emphasis there is on safety. It's not a money matter, it's a safety matter. And I mean, if you can improve the safety in the area, I think that'll sort that out. Because kids' lives are at risk, and it's all about the children, mums, dads and families. I'd like to talk a little bit about expanding the Hillcrest Library. I go there quite often. I think we need to make it less digital and more interactive with books. I'm into archival history. I feel that's really important. And I think at the Hillcrest Library, we need to have more activities for children, because even my boy goes there quite often and plays, and perhaps we could have interactive games for them or something like that. I'm in favour of creative sector funding as it inspires more creative projects in the community. So people who are into creative projects, we need to support them within our community. I don't agree with paid commuter parking on the outskirts, as the streets are too small, and I feel we need to keep the inner city free parking, because that needs to be a real focus there. The idea of the second boat jetty at Auckland Hamilton Gardens, that's a good idea, encouraging the tourist industry, particularly the boats on the river. I'm into creating a new pool at Waterworld, and we need to charge the tourists who go to Hamilton Gardens. I don't know how you're going to regulate that, with locals need to prove who they are, because I guess it's a way to gather revenue. I'm against the decentralisation of councils and putting everything under control of the government, because I realise with Agenda 21, it's a global plan of action to integrate social, environmental and economic aspects of development for greater sustainability. I feel it's a threat to our freedom based on social engineering and global political control. So I'm definitely against the decentralisation of our councils, which means we'll be answerable to corporates, and our freedoms will be taken away from us, and we'll have less focus on our own communities. So I guess I'm right into safer communities and what benefits families and here in Hamilton. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Jack. Thank you for your sustained interest in all the matters that Council puts before for the public. You've always been here submitting, so we do appreciate that. I'll take some questions. Councillor Bunting.
Thank you, Jack, for your submission. So your submission is on behalf of the New Zealand Suicide and Prevention Trust?
Yes.
Right,
yes.
okay. So you said you were for the creative funding, but I see here you've ticked that you're not for the creative funding.
Well, provided it's funding that goes into the community, creativity, it helps people with projects and so forth.
So specifically, there was we were talking about one of the options was setting up a creative sector match funding of $100,000 for 3 years. The option was otherwise keep it as is, and you've ticked as keep it as is. So can I assume it
Right.
should be the other way around?
Should be the other way around,
Okay.
yeah.
Yeah.
Because that particular funding, I think, $100,000, you don't give that to all people who are participating in the creative area, do you?
No, I'll talk to you later on about it.
Yep.
Yeah, that's
Okay.
fine. Thank you, Mayor Paula. I'm done.
Thank you. That's the only questions. Thank you for that.
Thank you.
Next, we've got a few people who haven't showed up yet, but Katie's with us. Yeah, so Katie, you're next. Is that okay? Yeah. Welcome.
Hi. Today I'd like to address you in regard to the proposal to introduce paid commuter parking on the outskirts of the central city. I'd like to address my feedback in terms of being one of 5 administrators working in the central city for the Waikato District Health Board. My small team is just a sample representative of the office, retail and hospitality workers who not only work in the central city but also contribute to the central city economy. Of note, within my team of 5 administrators, 4 of us have children, 3 of us are single parents, 4 of us earn less than the New Zealand median wage, 3 of us own property and directly pay the Hamilton City Council rates and regional council rates. 2 of us rent but still contribute to the rates revenue through rental payments that include landlords' rates costs. A proposed introduction of paid commuter parking would penalise us for holding jobs that require us to work in the central city. Each member of my little team holds various degrees of customer-facing responsibilities, and even in a post-COVID-19 economy where many employees are able to work remotely, we're not able to do so. As such, our inability to avoid parking in the city fringes would unfairly disadvantage us. Sorry, can't turn the page. A proposed paid commuter parking scheme would also disadvantage central city businesses over time. Like hundreds of office, retail and hospitality workers, we contribute to the central city economy. We pop out to do coffee runs, have morning teas and engage in a bit of retail therapy in our lunch breaks. A charge to park in the city fringes could reduce our disposable incomes by up to $35 a week, for example. This up to $35 would need to be set aside rather than spending at the central city businesses. As a long-term consequences, there's a worry that businesses will suffer and some will not be able to survive. In conjunction, such a proposal, if introduced, can disincentivise workers from seeking employment opportunities based in the central city. If given the opportunity, workers might choose to work remotely. Some small businesses may relocate to the suburbs where employees can park without cost. Over time, there'd be fewer workers in the central city who would be frequenting retail and hospitality businesses, and the council's revenue could be depleted. From a wider perspective, just like my team of 5 administrators, we, the little guys, are becoming increasingly squeezed by rate increases, higher grocery prices, and the generally rising cost of living. COVID-19 has affected a huge number of Hamilton families. The lockdown in 2020 saw many workers on reduced incomes while their businesses were closed. Some workers even lost their jobs. A proposal to introduce paid commuter parking equates to the council turning a blind eye to the struggle of Hamilton workers and the struggles experienced over the last years. Luckily for me and my colleagues, COVID-19 did not affect our working hours, but in my household alone, I'm paying $80 a week in council and regional rates. This is by no means an insignificant sum, and the possibility of an additional up to $35 a week in council charges for parking seems an extraordinarily unfair consequence for having an employer based in the central city. You might at this point be wondering why we don't just use public transport, which is a relatively affordable option. Our particular office has business hours beginning at 7:30. Unfortunately, business timetables don't adequately meet our individual needs. For me, I would be having to leave home at 6:30 in the morning and wouldn't arrive at my office until approximately 7:30. I'd have to walk quite a way to do that, so that's quite a bit of exercise and commitment, and early morning alarms being set before 6 o'clock in the morning. Assuming all goes well, I'd be wearily returning to the transport centre at 4:20 to return to my bus stop by 5 p.m. Once home, I've got to turn around, go back out, walk the dog, then I've got to prepare the family meal. Such an example of the daily commute does not evoke an image of an easy, time-saving commute where ordinarily I'd be home by 4:30 in the afternoon with the energy and enthusiasm required to attend to my family. As well, public transport is not always the desirable solution to commuter traffic. I'd just like to thank you for allowing me to take this opportunity to highlight how a proposed commuter paid parking scheme would affect 5 dedicated administrators who are a representative sample of a wider central city workforce, which would be unfairly penalised if such a scheme were to be introduced. I look forward to your careful consideration of my feedback.
For taking the time to write in and then to come and speak to your submission. We have one question from Councillor Bunting, or some questions.
Yeah, thank you. And I really appreciate your honest submission. That was really cool. So can you just enlighten me, roughly where do you live and where do you park now?
Okay, so I live in Rotatuna, and I park on Clarence Street because our offices are at the court end of Clarence Street.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. And you'll come from different areas, I think?
Yes, we do.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, thank you. That's,
okay.
Otherwise we'll just end up discussing all afternoon.
So okay.
Councillor Hamilton?
Just a procedural question at the conclusion of the speaker, if I could.
Yep. I'm trying to guess what that is, but I can't, but that's okay. So thank you very much again for coming in. We do appreciate that.
Okay. Great. Okay, thank you.
And is it about an upcoming break?
No.
No.
I was just going to ask a question of governance. I guess sometimes in the busyness of it, we forget who the speaker is and we go, oh, who's speaking? I wonder if we could, rather than have individual up there, whether we could have the 8.2 or the 8.3 or even the person's name or the organisation. Is it without creating more pressure for governance, sometimes it's just helpful as a reference point?
Okay. Well, we can talk about that in the break as well, because we're actually overdue for a break. But what I'm going to do, because I know that Vicky is on Zoom and you're here with us, Liz, so we'll do that one and then we'll take a break for our afternoon break. And we'll sort that out then, Ryan, as to what's possible. Welcome, Liz. Welcome to Vicky on Zoom, somewhere in the Zoom room. She's there. She is there.
What a marathon you guys have got.
This is only day 1 of 5.
No, gosh.
But you know, we're really pleased that people have taken the chance to talk with us.
Yeah, thank you. Ryan, I'm Liz Yorston and I'm from Citizens Advice, so maybe I'm on your list somewhere. Good. Last time, of course, I was here about our reduced funding and concern about our future, and you listened, and we were just so grateful for your support. It was a great relief. You would see from our submission that we are seeking to move to a more constructive partnership with Council while maintaining our independence. Our submission evidences that we are a low-cost, unique service reaching the most vulnerable and often marginalised people in our community. We are requesting $45,000 per annum, non-contestable funding reviewed annually. We value what you did and what you do for us, but it's still contestable. We're a low fit for your criteria, and we'll probably have this issue again at the next funding round. We recognise we're requesting an increase. However, it will allow us to expand the service. We want to do more. There is a need in the community for free advice and support. We wish to have a mobile team and run clinics where they're needed, Rotatuna being one of the focuses, I think, that the council has at the moment with the village. We want to continue to present to the community and connect with them. We've been working with Councillor Bunting and senior staff members on how this could be done and what the options could be. Across New Zealand, on average, councils support 50% of the Bureau budgets. We've been operating for nearly 50 years, and Christine Tomisek, who was an HCC community advisor, saw the need and was the instigator for Citizens Advice to serve the community here. We want to continue growing. With Vicky as our manager, we've gone from strength to strength in the past 2 years and modernised our service. Our client base is not just passers-by and people who can't use Google. This week alone, we've dealt with tenancy issues, emergency housing, employment, budgeting, and even 2 small business startups who wanted to know what to do, where to go for business mentors, and where they could get support. Referrals come from HCC, Work and Income, the police, Kāinga Ora, immigration and tenancy services. Often that's because they don't have the resources and time to deal with the clients. Everything we do builds community resilience. We know we're good at that. We listen, we empower and we support. We help other community groups become more resilient. We refer to them, connect and work alongside. Without secure funding, we do not have a secure future. We want to change public perception and be more proactive in the community. And Mark, I think your perception was somewhat changed when you visited us. And no other organisation has the history, resources or knowledge that we have. Our website, community directory, professional advice, knowledge and skills are unique. The feedback from clients is invariably positive. We complement council in that we assist your customer service team with the listening and assisting that people refer when they refer to us. We act as a conduit between yours and other organisation and members of the community so that they know their rights and obligations, and we assist them to use those. There are over 2,700 Your Rights articles on our website and over 35,000 community organisations that we can connect with. We relieve frontline staff who don't have the time and sometimes the expertise to do so. On Tuesday the 27th of April, we will temporarily locate to a room off the customer services area at council. We'll be there approximately 5 weeks while our chimney is being strengthened and a new roof is being put on. Heritage building problems, I guess. We would like to welcome any of the councillors or staff who'd like to see what we do and come and talk to us about our role. So thank you for your time once again. I think Vicky is there. Hi Vicky, if you've got any questions.
Vicky, did you want to add anything that hasn't been raised?
No, I think our submission is quite clear and Liz has touched on the most important points. We are currently in discussions with the council, and yeah, we would like to invite everyone who thinks they know what we do to come and see what we do, and just pass on some more information and make some better connections.
Thank you. Councillor Bunting has a question.
Thank you. You mentioned briefly there, Liz, g'day. You mentioned briefly the idea of going out to Rototuna and out to outposts. Is that something that's in your thinking?
If we can't do that without extra funding, Mark, because that means we've got to have extra paid staff and we've also got to have more volunteers, which means, it's like herding cats. You ask Vicky, 45, 46 volunteers. It's really difficult. So to do that, we're going to have more resources.
Right.
But we would like to do that because there's such a need. I've been over at the settlement centre today. We've a lot of connection with them. You know, there's all that sort of thing that we can do, but we need more resources.
Are you suggesting that would be a part of a service level agreement?
Well, it could be if that's where we go.
Right.
But that would depend on funding.
Yeah. Yeah, big time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And thank you for all the work that you do down there.
Thanks, Paula.
So, yeah, it'll be interesting, won't it, to see how it pans out with the temporary premises.
Yes, I think it will. I think it's a really good pilot for us and for you to have a look at, and for council to see whether we can add any value to the staff, because we have got the time to sit and talk to people, whereas they're dealing with people on the phone constantly. I rang this morning and, you know, like they're really busy. So we've got that time to offer.
Excellent.
Yeah.
All right. Well, thank you very much. Thank you for taking the time to come in.
Good.
Councillors,
Thank you.
we're going to have a break till 10:02. Is that all right? 10 minutes all right? Thank you. Right for staff? Zoom, we have Mary Jensen. Isn't it? Did you say that?
Yes, so she is on the petition.
Yeah, so Mary Jensen is on Zoom. And then we've got a couple of people who've turned up in the room. So we won't be long, 5 minutes. Thank you. Hi, Mary.
Hi, Paula.
Thank you for joining us.
Can you hear me all right?
Yes, we can, thank you.
Okay.
Off you go.
Right. All right, so I'm just speaking to the plan, if that's what it is, to charge for parking in the streets.
Yeah.
So my place is in Oakley Ave. I've lived here for 18 years, and we have valued our friends to be able to park freely outside on the road for all that time, and I'm quite appalled by the thought of it being monitored and people not feeling at ease to come and visit more than anything. Watched the traffic flows over those 18 years, and yes, it's pretty busy out there. I also know the street inside out, and there are a number of flats down here with people who cannot park at their property. They have to park on the road. We have great big enormous buses coming through, and it is very busy in the mornings with commuters cutting through. Actually potentially a bit dangerous with the big bus coming through. I've often wondered whether there couldn't be another way through. But the main thing is, I really think that this whole paying for parking in the streets, in our street, which is the special character area, it just seems quite gross and actually quite awful for this to happen to us. And there must be another way to deal with it other than that. So yeah, I'm not a fan at all, and neither are my family members. The other thing with our area is that it's actually not that safe a place to park anyway in terms of theft. From our own family alone, we've had from out on the road 1 car stolen, 1 car attempted to be stolen during the day, I might add, these are, with a smashed window, and we have had a car with a window smashed for no reason at all, really. So, and across the road there's theft as well. So, you know, policing it and paying people, charging people to park there, it's actually not that great a place to park your car all day, actually. However, we still would like that option to be able to park there, have friends turn up without them having to feel they need to pay. And I don't think that residents kind of void stickers or tickets or anything like that would help, because that's just annoying. So, you know, when we come home, we want to not have to worry about that, to be able to have friends come and go, as we have for the last 18 years here, and not to suddenly have them feel that we're in a city kind of part of the commercial area. So if that's the case, then we should be rezoned. And yeah, so that's about all I have to say at the moment.
Okay, thank you, Mary. Just a question for me to kick off. Is it a formally recognised special character area? In this, it's in our plans as a special character area, is it? Oakley Avenue?
It has been. I assume it still is.
I don't know. Thank you for that. Questions? Councillor Bunting and then Councillor Thompson.
Hi, Mary. Yeah, I know the street reasonably well. Are you saying that congestion is gross, or I'm trying to understand what part you're objecting to? Is it the congestion on Oakley Ave? Because that's pretty disgusting.
Well, no, I'm not. That's the way it is. What's gross is having to pay to park there.
So you don't think that it will be a disincentive for people to be congesting that street by overparking there, or?
No, I mean, I don't think that's going to help anything, actually, because it's close to town. Obviously, people, I don't know why people park here, but I assume they need their car. Many of them will need their car. Lots of people actually need their car for work because Hamilton's a central place for the region and need to travel in and out or drop kids off at school, etc. I don't think public transport suits everybody because they have to make multiple stops and so on.
So
Okay.
okay.
I don't think that I don't think that will. It may deter people. It's only going to push the problem out further. You're not going to solve that problem by charging.
So your business there, do they park on the street or do they park off the street?
My home business.
Yeah.
That's a bit. It's irrelevant, isn't it?
No, I'm just trying to talk to the congestion, really.
Okay, we'll move on from that question.
Oh, okay.
You any more, Mark?
No, apparently not.
Thank you. Councillor Thompson.
Hello, Mary. Thanks for your presentation. My question is, so can I confirm your largest concern is people coming to visit and needing to pay for parking?
That's my largest personal concern, but I also have concern for the people who live down the street, who actually have to park there, and just for the general inconvenience, and also I would question about whether you are going to potentially increase revenues around it, but how much will it cost to actually enforce this, and also how much bad and ill feeling will there be around it as well. But also, I also don't like, to me it's violating our residential areas, if you like, the right to actually come and go as you please without having to feel like you're going to get taxed for parking on the road.
So would it make you more comfortable, Mary, other places like Wellington which have dealt with similar issues have resident parking permits? Would that make you feel more comfortable, particularly for the others you've mentioned who need to park on the street?
Well, I mean, to be fair, we're hardly Wellington. I mean, this is a sprawling city with not with, it's not a difficult city to get around. Having lived in Auckland and other cities throughout New Zealand, and also at Mount Maunganui and other places where it's packed out, still the residents are able to park on the street. So I don't know why this is actually considered to be a solution here.
Thank you. Sorry, just the last clarification is, if you're concerned about visitors, would it make you more comfortable about the paid parking that it wouldn't be paid on the weekends or evenings when most people would likely?
So I say to my friends, don't come till after 6 o'clock or only in weekends when we're taking visitors. I think that's not good either.
Okay,
I'm really disappointed that this is even a consideration, that this council thinks that this is okay, because it's not okay. It's not a nice thing to have to happen when you've bought a place 18 years ago in a nice residential area. It's not actually the CBD. It's a nice old suburb, and we should not have to pay to park outside our homes here.
Okay, thanks, Mary. I think your position is quite clear, so thank you for that, and thank you for taking the time to write and also to speak to us on Zoom. There are no further questions at this time, and of course you understand how the process works, so you'll get a response to all the issues you've raised at the end of the process. But thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. All right, so that brings us now on to, I don't know, Carla. Yeah.
So do I sit
Yes,
here and
yeah,
speak?
sit
Sorry,
there.
I've never done this before.
It's not too daunting, we're all right, really.
No, I know, I realise that. And firstly, I want to thank you, Mayor, and the councillors for allowing me to speak to you today on behalf of my staff and myself.
Thank you.
But firstly, I'd like to point out that the signs for the parking proposal submission were not well placed, as they were put on lampposts facing the road and could easily be missed in the early hours of the morning when it's dark, when driving to work in the morning, and totally missed when walking on the footpath. So thankfully, one of my team staff noticed the sign and let the rest of us know, and that is why I am here today. A lot of my staff have put in submissions. My boss has also put in a submission for us as well. My team and I start work at 7 or 7:30 a.m. We are grateful for the free parking on Clarence Street, as it enables us to walk safely from our cars to work 9 months of the year in the dark at 6:50 a.m. We work at Pathlab on Anglesey properties. The majority of the people parking on the street early in the morning either work at Anglesey properties, the courthouse, Waikato Diabetic Clinic, or close by. We are all providing a much necessary service to the community. I have no alternative way of getting to work on time, as the public transport for my area at Claudelands doesn't start their daily run till 6:57 a.m. and it would take me an hour travelling by bus to arrive at Anglesey. I would not walk or bike in the dark, as it is not safe for a woman to do so. And before starting the 7 a.m. shift, I used to bike because I started work at 8 o'clock. The rest of my staff are in the same predicament, 2 of whom travel from out of town where there is no public transport available for commuting. Our hourly wages are from adult minimum to average income. I am the sole breadwinner of my household. When the council proposed a $5 to $8 a day parking on the streets around the CBD that are currently free to park, I did the math. This works out to be $1,300 to $2,080 per year. $2,080 is more than my yearly rates for a 4x3 metre bit of pavement parking. I'm asking how you could justify asking this amount of money out of low, moderate income workers who work in the CBD. We are barely getting by as it is. This money would have to be taken out of the food in our house, children, or bill budget. For many people, they would find this difficult. Even for the students at Hamilton Girls High that can drive and want to park, or Wintec students would struggle paying this amount per year. You already collect rates from businesses and homes along these streets, so why are you asking for double the rent? You're always wanting to keep businesses in the CBD to help maintain revenue flowing. Remember what happened when IRD moved out of the CBD and what effect this had on the CBD community. Today, the old IRD office space is still currently vacant. They have had a couple of tenancies that have not lasted. Also, the base in Westfield are other successful shopping centres that have affected the CBD, and this is mainly due to free parking. So City Council made 2-hour free parking in the CBD to try and encourage the public to shop again in the CBD. I still see, personally, a lot of empty stores in the CBD zone. What effect do you think you'll have on businesses when their staff can't afford to pay for parking and don't come to work? The Hamilton City Council should be fair and support the working and student community by providing and keeping free parking on the outskirts of the CBD for workers on low to moderate wages and for students who barely get by with a student allowance. The business I work for doesn't provide any on-site parking. If you made us pay for parking, you'll be forcing a lot of us commuters to have to park and walk further afield, as we'll be trying to find free parking elsewhere. This would also impact on housing communities that would normally have not have commuters parking outside their homes, causing further congestion and annoyance. And quite often I see, especially for city rubbish collectors. My question to the panel is, are you guys provided with free parking in the CBD when you work at the council buildings? You are?
Your question. We will answer all your questions in our reply later.
Okay, so if you were, then how on your conscience can you force other CPD workers that provide a very supportive service to the community to pay? The people that can afford to pay do use the parking buildings already. I implore the council to be fair to the hardworking CPD community and students by continuing to provide free parking to workers that are not able to use public transport or pay for parking, as this will have a flow-on effect and help keep the CBD alive. Please consider carefully how you're going to affect a lot of people. Thanks.
Thank you. I think we do have questions, and just not to lead you astray with my nodding, it's more Sylvia, get you.
Yeah.
Councillors do, but not staff. Only fleet.
Senior managers do.
Oh, yeah. Senior man.
So you can see how
they pay for it by themselves.
Yeah, how beneficial.
It's paid for by them.
Yeah, you can see how beneficial it is that you can come to work, you can park, you don't have to worry about paying. Imagine putting that extra money out of your wages into parking. How frustrating, how difficult that would be as an added burden on your family.
Yeah, I just wanted to be honest and not put you astray with that.
Yeah.
Councillor Bunting has a question.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you for your submission and I appreciate your passion on
this. Thank you.
Is it something that you have discussed with your employer and got them to...
absolutely.
Yeah, and what's their position on it, Kathleen?
They back me totally. All my staff back me. One staff said he couldn't tell me what he'd like to say because it would not come out very nicely, but
I guess
Claudio Chirilli put in a submission, you should see it there, for Pathlab.
Yeah, I guess where I'm heading, and I'm trying to work out how to put this, but a lot of employers factor it into their employees' package. You know, like, for example, you've got Knox Street over the road. Is it something that they would look at putting into your package?
No.
That's not, okay.
No, because we're funded by the Waikato DHB.
Right, okay.
So, that ain't going to happen.
Peter, Paul,
Yeah.
If the bus was earlier, would you take it?
An hour
to
get to work? It would mean I'd have to get up at what time?
From Claudens to Clarence Street? Is
Yes.
it just because of the bus route, is it?
Yes.
Okay. So if the bus was quicker and earlier, would you take it?
I would
or is it a
consider
safety issue? for you?
And it is a safety issue. Would I walk out of my house, walk down Short Street, along Pearson's, along Daisy, onto Peach Grove Road, cross the road and wait for a bus
Quite
at...
subtle there, is it?
Yeah, wait for a bus at 6:15 in the morning.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, that's...
Councillor Hamilton?
Thank you.
Thanks, Mayor Paula, and thanks, Carla, for your submission. I understand, because you're on the Anglesea block, that the parking issues are already exacerbated there with patients, and that potentially they're already looking at a car park building there to accommodate. Is that right?
There is a plan a very long way away. They've spoken about it numerous times. They've looked at it, and it's nothing's
Not
happening.
short term.
Yeah, not short. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Thank you.
Yeah. And if to answer that question, they said they did put out a question: would your staff be prepared to pay for it if we had the spots available? So again, we would have to, if we wanted to park in a car parking building a minute from our door, then we'd still have to pay for it. Yeah.
Cool, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. And thank you very much. And hopefully you didn't find that too much of a harrowing experience.
Oh, I couldn't get my voice to settle, which is,
No, you did fine.
We're all very passionate, and we're hoping that you'll really listen to us and help support us, because if you go up Clarence Street, you'll see a lot of people, you know, we're there. Clarence Street is full by 7:10 in the morning. You know, we're all there trying to get to work.
Yeah. No, look, we appreciate the time you've taken to write to us and to come in.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Yes, see, procedure.
I just acknowledge the governance that 11.4 was really helpful. I kept going. Thank you, Chair.
Aha, there you go, see? You ask and we respond. That's how it goes, Ryan. Okay, councillors, we'll carry on so that, because we have one of the upcoming speakers with us, Kimo. Is that, did I pronounce that correctly? Kimo. Thank you, please come forward. It's a very interesting name. It's from?
Hawaiian.
Hawaiian.
Yes.
Excellent.
Aloha.
Yeah, look at that.
But that'd be the only word he knows.
That's all I know too.
Up until now, you can barely speak English, but fine.
Yeah. Anyway, welcome. You know, it's been a long day, so a bit of sense of humour is always welcome. Thank you very much for coming.
Thank you. Kia ora koutou, ko Kimo taku ingo, no kirikiriroa ahau, ko Ngāti Nunu me tūwhare toa taku iwi. I'm here just to present the proposal that was submitted for a pump track and skate park in the Templeview community. I won't spend too much time on the proposal. I'll leave more time to questions. Just disclaimer, I'm not here on behalf of, I guess, the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. I'm here as a resident and as an individual of the community. So I guess I was brought up in Templeview. My grandparents moved up from Hastings and helped build the Church College of New Zealand in the early 50s. My mum was brought up in that area and we were raised there as well. So I have my brothers, my extended family all in that community. Growing up, we loved, going to the playgrounds in the areas around Templeview. There was no skate parks available, so we would skate all along the footpaths or wherever we could. So I wanted to, I guess, put this proposal forward to see what the opportunity is for a growing community now that there's new developments in the area. There's where the Church College was, there's a brand new development that's been started. There's been high demand in that development, and so we see the need to, I guess, grow the community, and a part of that will be to have a skate park and pump track, and primarily it's just for the community. It's not aimed at, I guess, attracting bigger crowds. It's mainly just for the smaller community. But yeah, just open to questions, really.
Thank you. It's I'm looking at the attachment again, and it's a very comprehensive submission, so we thank you for that. Questions, Councillor Bunting?
Yeah, thank you, and welcome. The playground facility, you've got a playground out there at the moment?
Yes.
Yeah. Have you canvassed this with the community, like if there was to be a partnership shared with it? Are they prepared to get into it?
So we've only had initial feedback at this point, but we're planning to put out a full survey to the community to see what the feedback is.
Yep.
But I guess just from Facebook groups and initial contacts with some of the families in that around that playground, we've had positive response and I guess willingness to see what the opportunity is.
Yeah. I guess what I'm trying to explore is if we have a schedule of work to do, and if there was an appetite to help pay, basically. I think that's what they call partnerships these days.
Sure.
Is there an appetite out there? Does it extend that far?
We haven't gotten to that point yet, okay. But yeah, that's one of the, I guess, considerations we'll put in our survey and get a gauge of. But
that'll be interesting.
There's a lot of interest, a lot of support there.
Great. Thank you for your submission.
Bye-bye.
Okay, thank you. There are no other questions. It's probably because you did such a really good job with your detail and your submission. We appreciate that, and we appreciate you taking the time to come speak to us directly.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. And now we have Ash here. Yeah. Hi.
Good afternoon.
So, I would like to cover the principal issue of the proposed parking changes in the inner city boundary limit. I'm here representing not just myself, but my colleagues and other people that work in the buildings and shops that encompass that general area. So there's a few key trends that have come through from the survey that we put out within our building and within our offices around the concerns of the change in parking. Primarily from our perspective, the cost of the increase in us coming to work would not be offset by an employer, and in a lot of instances we're not able to, and neither are my colleagues able to, take a public transport system. I live out of town, some other people live out of town or have children that they have to come and drop off, which would force us into a position where we wouldn't be able to park within the new boundaries for free. That cost is roughly, with the cheapest paid parking within walking distance currently, is about $2,000 a year, where on a single income household like myself, that's quite a chunk of your after tax pay that would be impacting. Other points where we have a number of colleagues that live within that area where their apartment buildings do not have off-street parking in the proposed area as well. So questions were raised about whether or not that there will be exemptions for them or the people who come to visit them through this new proposal. Another key issue that came up to us, we have a lot of people who wouldn't be willing to pay. They would force them to walk in the distance. Quite often we hear in the wee hours of the morning and late at night doing what we do. There's also a safety aspect of making sure that those people can return to their vehicles in the evenings without having to walk through those streets. So if you go up past the lake to Queen's Ave, that's quite a hike in the night time for some of the people to get through, especially some of the younger crowd going through there. Sorry, I'm just reading my notes here. Yeah, the other point that I would like to touch on is the payment for parking in Hamilton Gardens. So the concept of paying for the gardens itself or having a contribution to that gardens has been no issues from anybody who's brought that up. But we have a lot of people, especially young mothers, who take their children for a walk or exercise their dogs, who go to that place, who couldn't take public transport because of taking in and out of animals and pushchairs, but don't necessarily go through the gardens themselves. So contribution to the gardens, I think, is a good idea. It's a wonderful facility that we have. However, I don't believe that doing that through parking would necessarily be the most advantageous way to step forward for that, especially with events like the gourmet in the gardens and different things like that. That's the benefit from the parking from events like that and the use of the river boat and the river tracks around there, that is offsetting what the cost of that gardens would be, rather than it being a cost directly associated with people entering and exiting the garden themselves. So those were my main points.
Thank you very much. There don't appear to be any questions. Whereabouts were you talking about your colleagues, and you did a wee bit of a...
Price Waterhouse.
Price Waterhouse, okay, cool. And so you did a little bit of a poll of your...
Exactly. We collated some questions from our office as well as other people within the building, yeah. Yes, that's correct, yeah.
There's no reason why you have to provide it, but if you want to provide it for the record, then that's also good for us to see the feedback in any collated form that you have. I leave it to you to decide what.
I guess the only other point that I missed, since I still have a little bit of time on the clock before we run out, was the people that did choose to work from home, if they were unwilling to pay for parking to get into the building, can have quite a detriment on the teams and the dynamics of how we work. Plus, it's also revenue lost for those people going to have lunches or office meetings or coffees, or which is, if you go down to the shops directly below us, they're predominantly Mavis and Peter Pitt. They're predominantly occupied by people from our building, most of the day. So that's all. Thank you.
Thank you. You have a little bit of parking under. Sorry, Ewan, I'll come to you. Sorry. You do have a little bit of parking underneath for some, but it's nowhere near enough for the whole.
Oh, in our building directly, there's about 4 partner car parks, and then I think about maybe 4 or 5 client car parks, but the 70 other of us, not so fortunate.
Sorry, Max. Councillor Van Oosten.
Just a quick little question from me. In order to be able to park in those streets at the time of day that you do, I wonder if you can give us an idea about what time you have to be parked in order to secure a park.
Yes, absolutely. And there is a street that's directly behind the building itself. It's just a little alley street. That's full by 6:30 in the morning currently. You get a couple of parks out of that, but if you go back through Tainui and Queens Ave and behind Seddon Park, that's generally has capacity up until about 8 o'clock. And that's really that you only push beyond the proposed boundary if you're arriving after 9 o'clock in the morning, and that's when most of the people would have already been at work. But you're talking about taking that whole group that would have already been in the free parking and moving them out into the closest available, so it pushes that boundary a step further, as well as, if you look the paid parking areas, the closer they are to the free parking boundary, the cheaper they become. So as soon as you move that out, it inherently makes the more desirable car parks more expensive.
Okay, thank you. So that means you would need to leave home at what time, do you suppose?
So if you were to still arrive at the same time and work, and you push the boundaries out subjectively based on the fact that the whole lot would push out, you'd probably add another 25 minutes of walking onto your day on top of the commute, at least, to gain the extra distance.
And you mentioned that you lived out of town, is it?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay,
Yeah.
so you commute in to
Yes,
Hamilton?
that's correct. Yeah.
Right. Okay. I think that's me. Thank you.
No problems. Thank you.
Councillor Wilson.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Paula. Thanks for coming along.
Yeah.
I want to be constructive.
Yes.
And so my question is, do you think do you think it's unreasonable for a city of our size to start saying people who work in the heart of the city should pay for some parking? For example, if you lived in Auckland and you worked in the centre of Auckland, would you expect to pay for parking there? And if you do, why wouldn't you expect to pay for parking in the middle of Hamilton?
Okay, I think that there's a couple of factors to that question. The first one's inherently in Auckland, generally wages are adjusted to suit the cost of coming to work. I know for us directly, that is directly factored into our calculation of what we get paid. I do not get paid the same as what someone in Auckland does as a direct result of A, the cost of living, and B, the cost of travelling to work. So I don't know if that's across the board for everybody, but definitely within our pay scales, that's how it works. But a lot of the workers that you're talking about in the retail shops and the baristas, in the food shops as well, they're not high paid workers. A $2,000 a year hit to their bottom line, which, and even if you had a fringe benefit, car park on the company, that's $3,000 per person potential hit to those companies. That's a lot when you are living on the living wage, or you have children or families. Or
Sorry, I've misunderstood.
Yeah.
So you work in a coffee shop?
No, I work at Price Waterhouse.
Oh, so you're an accountant in Price Waterhouse?
Yes, that's correct.
Right, and so are you on a living wage?
I'm not that far off it, and if you average that over our household, then we would be below the living wage, because we are a single income household with a mortgage and children.
And have you raised that with your employer, the fact that...
Yes, that we have raised that fact, but I think that's a little bit off the topic, because that's a post event. It's not something that you go into already knowing. So whether or not they would react to that is another question. And that's our employer. That might be a one-off instance where they might be willing to, but I don't think that it will be in the scope of many of the generally impacted persons for their employer to be able to do that.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Thank you very much. There are no further questions. We appreciate you coming in.
Thank you very much.
And we're looking at that thing at the back there. Look at how impressive that is for a form of transportation. See the skateboard?
Whereabouts?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Hey, thank you everyone for coming.
It's also like the skateboard, I want one.
Mark wants you to do a demonstration on the skateboard. Kimo, do you go all the way to Temple View on that?
Oh, no, I parked just down the road.
Oh, phew.
But I work at Deloitte, so it's good to get around the city.
All right.
You might have to.
Thank you all. Councillors, before we head off, we're going to do a roundup, but also if we start our roundup now, that will enable anybody who's straggling behind the time, because we had a slot from 4:40 to 5 o'clock, so we don't know if anybody's in the wings, so to speak, coming up. So what we might do is just to go around the room capturing your questions and requests of staff or information that you've picked up through the day one. Is that okay? So I will start with Rob, because he's all on his own over there.
I've got a lot to say, Mayor Paula. No, I won't hog the conversation. I guess.
So it'd be good
if we start staff, are you prepared to take notes?
I was going to say that.
Yeah, sorry.
So in that, in respect to, why are you tapping your head? Oh, okay. Thought it meant something. It was code. And just stick to the questions at this point because we won't have time to go around everybody if we get into debating why we want those questions, but the key information that you want.
Yeah, okay. Well, the first area I'd like the staff to relook at is the Borman Road upgrade or the road in Borman Road, because I have previously raised that as being one that I think is urgent, and anyone who's been out there to see what's happening will know that things are happening quite quickly out there in terms of urban development. I'd also like, in looking at the cycle bridge, to get some indication as to whether and I think it's 34 million the price now, not 28, which was mooted today, but whether the 34 million includes the infrastructure for going onto and coming off the bridge, and if not, what is likely to be an estimate of that cost, because I think that was a well-made comment from one of the presenters today.
Yep.
What else have I got here? I'd also, following Colin Jones's presentation, whether it's possible to get an independent opinion from somebody back to staff as to how our modelling was originally based, whether it was based on Nydia low or Nydia medium, because he raised, and I'm not sure whether he's correct, but he raised the point that our initial 10-year plan financial modelling, he thought, had been done on Nydia low, and my recollection is that we've now moved to Nydia medium.
I'll endeavour to make something up, Councillor Rob.
Yeah, I don't want anything made up. I'd prefer that we had. No, I'm not saying. Yeah, I'd just like to get that clarified because and I think this whole idea, and there was Mr. Finlay too who raised the thing about population, and I think they are valid. You know, what's the city going to look like in 20 years' time, 50 years' time, 100 years' time in terms of population, and are we doing enough future-proofing?
I think we've got the point.
Yep, okay.
Thanks.
So I'd like something around that, and that's all for me. Thank you.
Is it?
Well, I could keep going on and on, but I know there's others there waiting.
So Sarah, we're going round, everyone's giving a little... Yes, I was just about to suggest I'll jump you and come back to you if that's okay. Questions, Mark, that you want?
I have a few. I'd be interested to see, and I'm not asking staff to go away and do any more work, I'm just seeing if they've got, all my questions are about work we've done in the past to see if there's anything we can drag out to find out. I was really interested with Axel here. Do we have data about usage of out-of-town and in-town for nearby facilities in that sort of patch around us, you know, like how many Hamiltonians are using Tamahiri, how many Tamahirians are using us? I mean, do we have any of that data
We'll,
around?
we'll put it on the list, but the answer's probably no. Yep.
Probably no, but
We're
yeah.
not supposed to answer it now, we just
No,
want to capture
exactly, you're not.
Yeah, I'm just thinking we can make so many more better decisions if we have some sort of data, or how easy would it be able to set up some sort of survey?
That's a yeah, I've
Thank you.
noted, I think it's a good point.
Yeah, in which case.
Capture where people come from geographically.
Okay, I don't, sorry Lance, I don't want to get into it today, I just want to grab.
Yeah,
Kate's
sorry, my
question.
question wasn't that specific, so that's my fault.
That's
That's on me.
right.
I'd like to know the feasibility of residence parking permits around the place, especially with our beautiful lady from Hammond.
So we increased that out to feasibility of techniques to allow for resident parking, because it's not
Yes.
only permits, there's other technology that can achieve that outcome.
Yep.
You can bring that to the table.
Great, thank you. I'll be interested in to find out the price of power at Rhododendron Lawn, and the potential of talking to Well Networks about a match funding type sort of arrangement there. But I can chase it up with Lance anyway. I've talked to her already, but I'll throw it on the table. There's a slight anomaly with with our feedback forms here, in that the funding for the creative sector is just called funding for the creative sector, not match funding. And I think that's quite crucial to anyone who's looking at the respondents, because I don't know if that's entirely accurate, but Julie assures me she's going to have a look and see if she can put it in without too much drama. I would like to see how easy it would be to make the buses run an hour earlier. There's two submitters today said they may catch the bus if they were an hour earlier, it seems to me, which I thought was interesting. And I would like to find out the timetable of the playground upgrade in Temple View, please. We'll just see what that's about. And I guess this is all stuff I can find out myself, but it'd be good for the group to know.
Thank you. Ryan?
Thanks, Mayor Paula. I support Rob with the Borman Road extension. I'd like to support what he said. And also with Mark on the resident-only parking, but specifically with Jessica Adams and maybe there's some options around, depending on whatever we do regarding commuter parking, maybe some options around the disability community and perhaps preserving accessibility parking for those that have some need around that. Public toilets on Ham East, just some clarity around. I think Maria spoke to something that's happening there. It'd be good just to know that that's captured. HCBA talked about, in the written submission, about the underground central city train. And obviously with TGH's proposed building, I know there's a huge amount of infrastructure and upgrade required, but just some clarity. I know we've got some potential figures, or just clarity around the scope of that. And also the street furniture that they identified, the 200k unfunded, if we could maybe have some options around that. Maybe there's some lower hanging fruit that aren't 200k worth. And also the power on the Rhoda lawn, I'd be keen to explore that one a bit further. I'll take up John Gallagher's offer around Gallagher, and I'll pick that up through the Economic Development Committee and put an opportunity out for us. For full council, for an opportunity to engage there. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Ryan. Max?
I won't mention what's already been discussed. So really that just leaves the chemo and the skate park, and just have an understanding of what's been planned in terms of community amenities out there, and how what he proposes may fit within budgets, etc. I think that's probably enough. I'm interested in the parking, and if it's not charged parking, what does it look like? What kind of options have we got available to us to prioritise other transport options? And I think, further the debate, really. If we're not going to be charging for parking, how do we have a discussion with community and bring them with us about our road space and the scarcity of it?
Thank you. Ewan?
Yeah, thanks. What Ryan said, and my additional points is don't go down the rabbit hole of trying to add the buses an hour earlier. It won't make a difference. Those people have got into a habit. They will not jump out of their cars to jump on the bus an hour earlier, and the buses will just be...
So any further questions for staff?
The only other comment I would make is we really need to revisit charging for the theme gardens if we're going to forgo parking revenue. We just have to be bold. If people tell us we can't charge for parking,
Let's
then
not go to the debate, but I have
No.
noted. Because at the moment I'm just getting questions that you want more information for staff from.
Okay. I thought I was relatively brief by simply saying I agreed with Ryan and I've added those 2 points, Paula,
Yeah,
but
that's
okay,
good.
I'll shut up now.
No, I just want you to focus on what you want from, instead of trying to make a case at this point. You will make a case at one point. So revisit the charging of the themed gardens is the takeaway for that, is it? Anything else? Cool. Thank you. Martin.
Obviously endorse all the previous questions, particularly interested in an opportunity to re-talk about the emerging Temple View suburb, given the changing nature of that and the developments. I think it's quite legitimate in the community partnership out there, what that looks like, whether that hits LTP at this point, I don't know, as against an AP thing. I was a bit surprised by Chris Rollitt not knowing, as I understand, that there is some development in Steel Park upgrades, but I just want staff to come back and identify what from the Frankton plan and Hamilton East plan we're progressing with, because obviously we're going to have the discussion about whether we apologise and retire the plans or whether in fact they are relevant, along with the river plan, etc. And that's for another day. Certainly strongly support you in a deep dive in terms of what might the charging for the Hamilton theme gardens for my good friends in Tamahiri and all other non-Hamiltonian adults look like. And I think the living streets, I just want to get another thing about the access to the gardens, the normal pedestrian access, and our living streets. Talked about signage to the subway, but down the track, what might a Nixon Road type crossing look like as we slow the speeds? It may not be realistic, I don't know, but I do think we need to have a good chat about the pedestrian integration.
Sorry,
okay, sorry, that's a question.
Yeah, no, not you, Martin. It's really hard to hear when other people start talking across the questions. Please carry on.
Yes, thank you. I'm delighted you're urging them to listen to my wise
I think we should listen to each other.
Questions.
Absolutely.
The other thing is my good friend Axel. Love to see him in this chamber one day, as you know, but as the member for Tamahiri. But the issue there is let's seize that bit around the walkways, cycleways links, because there's a huge crossover link, and the benefits for us with exploring cycleways, walkways is the peri-urban, all right?
So the
peri-urban walkways.
Question is you want more information
question about more information on that. And also, I just wanted, while he didn't raise it here, he is very interested in the tagline around eventually Hillcrest Library becoming a combined type service centre for the two communities. So I'd like to sort of do a bit of a tagline around that. Obviously, Borman Road and all the other stuff you guys have raised, I fully endorse. Thank you.
Actually, it's getting a very helpful list. Sarah, I jumped over you and I jumped over Jeff too, so...
Thank you. Okay, I'll try not to...
Sorry, just before you go, because Kesh hasn't been well today, can I just add to... Councillors, can I just add to the information Kesh's comments? You might want to hear them, because she's left her comments before she had to go. She hasn't been unwell. She also supports the pricing of the power, timing of Steel Park, and the current bus timetable and how that fits in with servicing the gardens. So those are her requests. Thanks, Sarah. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll try not to repeat what's already been mentioned. I was really interested in the compostable nappies suggestion, and I don't know what the right forum is to have more of an investigation discussion about that, whether that might be infrastructure or environment. So could we note that, and if it's not the deliberation, well,
it will be part of the deliberations, but
okay. So I'm interested in next steps for investigating that.
Thank you.
Also interested in the Ulster Street underpass connection and whether that fits in with any current works and what staff see, what level of priority staff would see that has compared to other things and the cost of it and things. So just some more details around that. The mention of $150 charge for the key for the changing places bathroom and at the gardens. I just am keen to understand a little bit more about that and what barrier that may be creating for people using it. Borman Road, I'm really keen to have a wider view of this, because we've just talked about a travel plan for the whole Rotatuna education area, and understand if safe walking, cycling is what the key problem is, what the best fixes are for that right now. So just having a wider view of, rather than just do we do the road or not, but actually what would best achieve the outcomes that our submitter was wanting, essentially. Two more. One was one of the submitters, Phil Evans, talked about cycle ones, and he said, let's take $1 million and put a bunch of cycle ones in all these intersections to stop people driving over the bike lanes. I'm really interested in that concept of doing some cheap stuff cheaply and quickly. Can we get information on that kind of proposal? Finally, CAB. No one's mentioned that yet, so they suggested a $45,000 a year non-contestable grant as such, and I'm just interested in staff professional view on that and what it might achieve, etc.
Thank you. Jeff, and then I'll just do my few questions.
I think most of mine have been picked up. And this may have already been mentioned, Phil Evans mentioned the pedestrian cycle bridge and connectivity and whether or not that was included in the cost, the infrastructure on either side, and it is, and I presume someone will come back with some information on that. Well, we've got it here anyway. So he was wrong on that. Rob questioned about the $5 million for the Embassy Park for the theatre. There's also just over $1 million for the Saffron
this is to be the questions that you want from staff at this point.
Yeah, no, I'm kind of trying to answer that question myself, I suppose.
Sorry, that's $5 million includes $1 million.
No, there's also $1 million there.
The information will come back to us all. At the moment, all I'm trying to do is grab what you need.
No, I've got nothing more. Just
nothing else?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Just answers.
Just go down and just what? What do you say? Just answers. Okay, excellent. Excellent. We love, yeah, thanks, Ewan. We love that you give answers before questions. It's really good. So my questions, and councillors, I did listen respectfully to each and every one of you, Ewan. I did listen. Please listen, because we're nearly at the end of the day.
No, the Deputy Mayor said he had answers. Sorry, I'm in your hands.
Please listen. So I've got some still residual concerns about Hillcrest Cambridge Road. There was I just want to check in also that there is enough parking for both seniors and those with mobility issues at council to come and, I don't know, it seemed a small thing, but those things often matter. The Frankton toilets at the station came up, so I just need to understand something more about that, why they're locked. That seems a bit weird.
They're trying to sabotage the service, Paula.
Well, that may be, but let's find out.
Oh, sorry. Carry on.
So, the possibility of, the possibility of partnering with Waikato District over all weather surfaces, wherever that might be. But they talked about Tamahere and having an all weather surface. Sorry. The other one is that Colin Jones talked about swap losses not being mentioned uniformly across both documents, and he talked about a DIA chart that we had a blank line in. I just want to understand a bit more than that. The other question just that hasn't been raised is, the mobility or parking near accommodation that's suited to those with disabilities. I think a couple of us had that. Mark Sivian talked about the connectivity with the new development and the riff-raff and the Embassy Park. I think we all need to be absolutely clear on that, so I'd like a bit more information on that. And I'm nearly there. The underpass for the gardens, the signage, pretty please tell me this is underway, because I raised that at least a year ago as well. And then the implications of a $45 per annum non-contested permanent support for CAB. Are there other ways to support them? Because it just seems to me that what would be the unintended consequences of going down that for other people that we fund? I'm, like everyone else, interested in the other ways of allowing locals to park in their own space, kind of thing. And the cost of enforcement of the CBD parking, whatever it rolls out to be, but I want to have certainty about if we go this way, go that way, what does it cost? And lastly, just around where we're proposing to put in the fringe CBD parking, can we understand the availability of public transport in those areas? So that was my questions. And any others? Yes, go Mark.
The the appetite for because he's just sort of casually tossed it in about the administration fee for the housing. Peter, it's a long day. Thank you. Yeah. Is there an appetite for other funders, like when he's talking to the other councils, is he asking them for administration costs as well as a dowry?
Yeah, that's a good question.
And the other one was, do we have, and it's probably easy enough to find, do we have rules around around home businesses and do they have to have traffic management plans or parking plans, or how many people are allowed to park at their places, if you understand what I mean?
Yeah, I do.
So I'm thinking, like,
Any in particular? Any streets in particular?
Oh, no, not really, just in general.
Okay, thank you everyone. And just to let you know, hang on Martin. I will also put out an email, get James to put out an email tonight inviting Angela, who's just gone, and Dave to put their comments to us. So that'll go out tonight. Yes, Martin.
The HCBA group. Do I take it to Jeff, who apparently has said he's got the answers? It seems, I mean, they're a critical partner, right? So they're at the bottom of the table. Do I assume that there's stuff that will come to your committee in terms of, because it was very constructive, and it's an ongoing discussion around street furniture and what the CBD looks like. It just seems logical that we channel them back through you. Is that right?
Well,
yeah. Yeah, it's just the
on
forum.
That, I get there will be some things going back to the various committees, but of course this is a long-term plan, so we will have to answer their inquiries as part of the long-term plan anyhow. But that we'll get to that. It's a good point.
Yeah. It's just okay, thank you.
Actually, you made me think of something now I've forgotten. Anyway, that's fine. I think that's just a pretty good roundup for day one. I'm sorry to tell you there are 4 more days, but you can have time off for good behaviour now.
Tomorrow at 9:30.
Exactly.
You are so generous.
I am. I pretty much am. All right. Thank you, everyone. The meeting is adjourned.